Hello, dreamers, and welcome to Haunted Sleep. Just a small heads up, there are a few ads during the first 10 minutes. After that, the experience is completely ad-free. These stories are created with care, and I hope you'll give them a chance. There's something special here that's hard to find elsewhere. If you enjoy the atmosphere, a like or a subscribe means more than you know, but only if you genuinely want to. Before we begin, tell us where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's always comforting to see how connected we all are across the world. Now settle in, and let's begin our night together. When I was in elementary school, we used to have Girl and Boy Scouts camping weekends on our school grounds, and those weekends are still very clear in my mind. We never went to a faraway campsite or to some mountain. Instead, we stayed in our own school, which actually turned out to be a really good place for camping. Our school had a huge open area we called the plaza, a big wide space in front of the buildings where we could set up our tents in rows. At the edge of the campus there were big old trees, and beyond that was the sea. Our school was right by the shoreline, and a lot of our activities during camp were held on the beach. In the daytime we would play games and do scout activities along the sand, and at night the whole place changed into something else, something that felt a little magical and a little eerie at the same time. When the sun went down and the sky grew dark, the big trees around the campus would light up with tiny moving dots. There were so many fireflies that it looked like the trees were decorated with flickering stars. The locals in our area had a belief about that. They said that when a tree was full of fireflies at night, it meant that the tree had a resident spirit, or entity living in it, and that the fireflies were like the lights of that spirit. They always told us that if we saw a tree with many fireflies, we should not disturb it. We should not shout, throw stones, or do anything disrespectful around it, because we might anger whatever was residing there. As a child, I didn't fully understand these stories, but I never forgot them, and those glowing trees at night always made me feel like our school had hidden secrets. During camping weekends, we usually slept in tents on the plaza. The ground would be covered in colorful tents, boys on one side and girls on the other, and the teachers and scout masters would go around checking if everyone was inside and safe before lights out. The air near the sea could get very cold at night though. One particular camping weekend, I remember that the night was colder than usual. The wind from the ocean was sharp, and you could feel it even inside the tents, blowing under the flaps and finding its way through any small opening. Because of that, the leaders were worried that some of us might get sick if we stayed outside all night. The Girl Scout masters talked among themselves and decided that instead of having the girls sleep in their tents, they would move us into the school buildings for the night. They were afraid we might catch colds or worse if we stayed out there in the freezing air. So that night, they announced that the girls would sleep indoors. There were only 2 rooms in the school that we were allowed to use for sleeping, the grade 5 classroom and the home economics building. The home economics building was designed to look and feel like a real house. It had a kitchen area, a bathroom, and rooms that looked like parts of a typical home, because that was where we learned cooking, sewing, and other practical skills. The grade 5 classroom, on the other hand, was just that, a normal classroom with desks and chairs and a blackboard. The girls were divided into 3 clusters. Because the home economics building was bigger, 2 clusters stayed there and used the space as their temporary sleeping quarters. Our cluster was assigned to the grade 5 room, which was in a different building from the home economics building. We moved our things from the tents and laid mats and blankets on the classroom floors. It felt a little strange to be sleeping where we usually studied, but at the same time it was fun, because we were all together, talking and giggling before finally settling down. I remember that we finally grew quiet at around 11 o'clock at night. The scout masters told us we had to sleep because the next day's activities would start very early. We were scheduled to wake up at 3:30 in the morning for a dawn rosary along the beach, so we needed to rest. Our group in the grade 5 classroom actually had a good night's sleep. Once the talking calmed down and the lights were turned off, we slowly drifted into sleep. I don't remember any of us waking up scared in the middle of the night or hearing anything unusual. Compared to what we would later hear about the other groups, our night was peaceful and quiet. Our cluster woke up earlier than the others. At around 3 o'clock in the morning, we were already awake and excited, even before the official wake-up time. The idea of doing a dawn rosary by the sea, with the sky still dark and the waves quietly hitting the shore, felt special to us. As the cluster leader, I had a responsibility that morning. It was my job to go to the home economics building and check if the other clusters were already awake and preparing for the rosary. I didn't want to go alone, so one of my classmates came with me. We left the grade 5 classroom, walked across the quiet school grounds, and headed toward the home economics building. The air was still cold, and the campus was dim, with only a few lights on here and there. It felt like the whole school was holding its breath before the day officially began. When we entered the home economics building, we saw that all the girls inside were already awake, but they were not moving around or getting ready. They were just sitting or lying quietly on their mats, and the atmosphere in the room felt heavy and tired. It was not what we expected. We had woken up early because we were excited, but they looked like they had not slept at all. My classmate and I asked them why they weren't getting ready. We asked why they didn't seem excited for the day's activity. That was when they told us what had happened during the night while we were sleeping peacefully in the grade 5 room. They said that at some point in the night, when everyone was supposed to be asleep, one of the campers in the home economics building woke up because she heard someone sobbing. It wasn't a loud scream or a shout, just a steady sound of someone crying softly but clearly. At first she thought maybe one of the girls was upset, so she looked around. The lights in the room were on, so she could see everyone. She scanned the room and saw that all the girls were lying down, their eyes closed, seemingly asleep, and no one appeared to be crying. She listened again. The sobbing continued. The sound didn't match anyone's face or body. It did not seem to be coming from any particular direction. Feeling frightened, she quickly woke up the other girls near her, and told them she could hear someone crying. When they sat up and listened, the sobbing stopped. Because they heard nothing, they didn't believe her. They told her she was probably just dreaming or imagining things. Embarrassed and shaken, she forced herself to lie back down on her mat, and try to go back to sleep. Meanwhile, the Girl Scout master who was assigned to watch over them that night was sleeping alone on a sofa in the same building. She was there as the adult responsible for the girls in that cluster, and the other one assigned to the home economics building. According to her, between 12:30 and 1 o'clock in the morning, she was awakened by the sound of someone sobbing. At first she stayed still and listened, trying to figure out if she was fully awake or half asleep. Then, as the sound continued, she sat up and looked around the room. All the girls seemed to be lying down. No one appeared to be up and crying. She was bothered by what she heard because she knew that if any one of the students was upset or scared or sick, it was her duty to comfort and assist that child. The students in the camp were the responsibility of the Scout Masters, and they took that role seriously. Wanting to make sure everyone was accounted for, she decided to wake up the cluster leaders and ask them to do a head count. The leaders checked each mat and counted every girl in the room. In the end, everyone was present. No one was missing. They were puzzled. If all of them were inside and no one was awake and crying, then where had the sobbing sound come from? After that, one of the cluster leaders woke the girl who had first heard the sobbing earlier in the night. They talked about what they had experienced and realized that their stories matched. Both of them had heard someone crying inside the building while everyone else seemed to be asleep. If the sobbing had been from outside, they told us, there was no way it would have been that clear. The walls and doors of the home economics building would have muffled the sound, but they had heard it as if the person was inside the same room. To be sure, they had checked the entire home economics building that night. They looked into every corner, the kitchen area, the bathroom, the hallway, and all the rooms. They found no one. There was nobody else there. When my classmate and I heard this, we felt a cold shiver run through us. We had slept so well in our classroom, unaware that just a short distance away, something strange had been happening. After the camping weekend was over and everyone went home, the teachers reported what had happened to the principal. They told her about the sobbing sound in the home economics building and how both a student and a scout master had heard it at different times during the night. When the principal heard this, she didn't look surprised. Instead, she told them that she also sometimes heard sobbing in that same building. Usually, she said, it happened during the noon break, when the students were out and the campus was quiet. Her office was in the home economics building, so she spent a lot of time there alone. She said there were times when she was working at her desk and suddenly heard someone crying. She would get up, look around, and find no one. The sound seemed to come from nowhere and disappear the moment she tried to locate it. She also shared some of her other strange experiences in that building. One time, she said, she was in her office when she heard the sound of water running in the bathroom nearby. It sounded like someone was taking a shower. The home economics building was designed to look like a real house, so it had a bathroom that could actually be used, and the sound was clear, like a shower turned on and water hitting the floor. Thinking a student might be in there without permission, or that someone might have snuck in, she stood up and went to check. When she opened the bathroom door, she found no one inside. The room was dry. The floor, the walls, the shower area, everything was dry, as if no water had been used at all. There was no sign that anyone had just taken a bath or washed up in there. Another thing she mentioned was that little objects in the building sometimes went missing, only to be found later in the most unlikely places. She said that once some test papers or classroom supplies disappeared from her desk, and she later found them tucked away somewhere strange, not where she would ever have placed them herself. It was as if someone had been moving small things around when no one was looking. These were small incidents, not as dramatic as hearing sobs in the night, but together they painted a picture of a building where unseen hands and unseen lives might still be moving in and out of the spaces we thought were empty. All these stories made me more curious about our school. The campus that I had always seen as a safe, familiar place suddenly seemed deeper and older than I had imagined, like there were layers of history beneath the surface that I had never known about. One day, my curiosity pushed me to ask my grandmother about our school's grounds. She had lived in the area for a long time and knew many stories about the town that we, as children, never heard unless we asked. I had noticed something about her habits that made me wonder if there was more to know. During late afternoons, she always liked to go to the seashore to pick shells and enjoy the view of the water. Our school stood between our house and the beach, and it would have been much shorter for her to walk through the school grounds as a shortcut to the shore. But she never did that. Instead, she always took the longer way around, walking a farther route that avoided passing straight through the school. One day I asked her why. I asked her what lay in our school premises that made her avoid going through it, even when it would save her time and energy. That was when she told me about a tragedy I had never heard of before. She told me that years ago, when I was only 2 or 3 years old, a strong typhoon had hit our region. One of our neighboring cities was hit the worst. They suffered from deep floods, some of the worst in our country's history at that time, similar to how destructive typhoons like Ketsana were in later years. According to my grandmother, after the storm passed and the waters began to recede, the sea brought terrible things to our shores. Dead bodies, rotten and decayed, started washing up on the beach near our town. The people who lived there had not all died in our area. Some of them were from the flooded city and nearby towns. The storm and flood had carried them away and left them on our shores. The bodies were in such bad condition that the locals did not know what else to do. They could not identify all of them. Holding proper funerals for each one became impossible. So the people decided to bury them in a vacant area within the school premises, a piece of land that was empty at the time. They dug graves and laid the bodies there, giving them at least some form of rest. As the years went by, the memory of this mass burial faded from the minds of the younger people, but the older ones, like my grandmother, never forgot it. When I was in elementary school, that same spot became our vegetable garden. We used it for home economics and agriculture lessons, planting vegetables, cleaning the soil, pulling out weeds, watering the plants, and watching them grow. We laughed and played there, not knowing what was beneath our feet. And, as my grandmother pointed out when she told me the story, that garden, the one we worked in so often, was just beside the home economics building. The same building where the sobbing was heard at night. The same building where the principal heard someone taking a shower in an empty bathroom. The same building where small things went missing and turned up in strange places. Knowing that, I began to look at our school differently. The plaza, the trees with fireflies, the classrooms, the home economics building, the vegetable garden by the sea, they were all part of a place where the living and the dead seemed to share the same ground. And after hearing the sobbing stories and my grandmother's story about the buried bodies, I could not help but feel that maybe some of those who were laid to rest there had not really left, and were still letting their presence be known in small, sad ways, like a cry in the darkness of a camping night that no one could quite explain. This series of events happened somewhere in Silang, Cavite, Philippines, while I was working there a little more than 5 years ago, and even now, when I look back on that time, the place we called the campus still feels very vivid in my memory, like a setting pulled out of a quiet horror story that pretends to be normal in the daylight. The place where I work does have a proper, long, official-sounding name, but among those of us who stayed and worked there, we hardly ever used that name. We just called it the campus, and the habit of calling it that made us feel like we belonged there, like we were part of some small, private group that knew its ways and its secrets. The word was shorter, easier to say, and for us it carried the weight of shared routine, shared jokes, and eventually, shared strange experiences. The campus itself did not start as a neat and polished institution. In the early 1990s, before I ever set foot there, the pioneers who began the work had to hack, HEW, and chop out a clearing in the forest, carving a usable space out of a wild area of trees and undergrowth. There were no buildings back then, just a few army tents that they used as temporary shelters while operations were being set up. They did not have the manicured lawns or the proper structures that would come later. They had mud, trees, roots, trunks, and whatever they brought with them. Bit by bit, they turned that forest clearing into a functioning place they could call the campus. It sits about 500 meters away from Aguinaldo Highway, which is a main road that connects different towns and cities. To get there, you leave the highway and follow a smaller road, cross a wooden bridge that spans a narrow creek, and then continue until you reach the front gate, which is also the only gate. The last 20 meters or so of the road leading up to the gate are lined with coffee trees, and when I remember walking that stretch, I can still imagine the smell of the leaves and soil, and the way the road narrows just a little as the trees close in on either side. The campus is not really as secluded as it sounds when described that way. Along the road to the gate there is a small community, a scattering of houses and people going about their daily routines, and from the highway it is only about a 20-minute drive to Tagaytay in one direction and about 10 minutes to Silang proper in the other. So on paper it is not some isolated, far-off institution deep in the mountains. It is close enough to life and movement and traffic. But the feeling inside, once you pass the front gate and walk among the trees and walls, is another matter. When I arrived there more than a decade after those first pioneers, I was coming in not as a student or visitor but as part of the staff. I had been hired to take up the position of resident IT guy, responsible for the computer systems, the server, the network, and all the things that made the modern part of the campus work. By the time I got there, the old army tents were long gone. They had been replaced by concrete buildings, offices, dormitories, and functional rooms, all surrounded by manicured lawns and careful landscaping. The grounds looked peaceful and organized in the daytime. The trees were trimmed, the paths were clear, and the bushes and flowers near the main building looked like they belonged on a brochure. But beyond that neat presentation, the same forest still surrounded the campus on 3 sides, held back only by a 15-foot wall. The wall was tall enough to keep out the trees and the people, and in some ways it made the compound feel safe, protected from outside danger. But after some time there, I realized that the wall could not keep out everything. It could do nothing about the things that I could describe only as supernatural, the kind of presence that does not care about bricks, cement, or locked gates. There were already many stories passed around when I arrived, the kind of stories you first hear as jokes or warnings, and then later you realize they are told with a quiet, serious undertone. For one, there was the lady in white, a figure that several people had seen over the years. They said she liked to take a stroll in the garden in the middle of the campus just before or after midnight. The garden was a peaceful place during the day, a small, green breathing space surrounded by buildings. But at night, when most people were indoors, the idea of a lone woman dressed in white walking among the plants, silent and distant, was unsettling. I never saw her myself in all the years I spent there, and part of me is grateful for that. But a lot of people did claim to have seen her, including one woman whom I admire deeply for her honesty and straightforward character. She was not the type to make up stories or exaggerate for attention. When she spoke about seeing the lady in white, you could see that she believed it completely and that the experience had stayed with her. The campus also had another entity, different from the lady in white. This one, they said, had taken up residence in the motor pool. The motor pool was basically the place where vehicles were kept, repaired, and maintained. It had an upstairs room with several bunk beds where the mechanics and drivers could stay overnight when they needed to be on duty early or late. The building itself had steel grills that served as walls on two sides, open enough for air and sound to pass through but strong enough to protect the equipment and vehicles. The story was that at night, especially when things were quiet and everyone was trying to sleep, this entity liked to make noise by banging on the steel grills. The sound, they said, was loud and sudden, like someone striking metal with force over and over. Being the curious type and not wanting to rely only on second-hand stories, I decided to check this one out personally. I asked the residents in the motor pool, the drivers and mechanics who stayed in the upstairs room, if I could spend a night there with them. I told them I wanted to confirm for myself if the resident poltergeist was real or if there was some other simple explanation for the noise. They were more than willing to let me stay. I suppose they also wanted someone else to experience what they had been hearing for a long time. So one evening, I brought a few things with me and joined them in the upstairs room. There were several bunk beds lined up, simple and functional, and a few personal belongings scattered here and there. We spent the first part of the night just talking, swapping stories, and passing the time. The lights were on, and the conversation made the place feel normal, almost cozy in a rough way. Then, sometime later, when the night had grown deeper and quiet, there it was, the unmistakable sound of something striking the grills. It was not a soft tapping that you could easily ignore. It was a clear, sharp noise, metal against metal, echoing through the motor pool. We all fell silent and looked at one another to make sure we were all hearing the same thing. We turned on all the lights inside the upstairs room and also the lights outside in the motor pool area. Then we went to the windows that overlooked the whole place so we could check if someone was outside playing a prank on us. From where we stood, we could see the entire area clearly. The vehicles, the open floor, the steel grills that enclosed two sides, everything was exposed under the lights. Yet we saw nobody. The sound, however, continued, and if anything, it became more intense, as if whatever was making it was glad to have an audience. It was as though it wanted us to know that it was there, and that it would not stop simply because we had turned on the lights to investigate. All the people who were supposed to be there were accounted for. Nobody was missing from the group. It could not have been one of us sneaking out to make the noise. We went downstairs together to check more closely, walking through the area slowly, looking behind vehicles, around corners, and near the grills. As soon as we went down, the noise stopped. The area was well lit, so it would have been easy to see if somebody was hiding or running away, but there was no sign of anyone. The empty motor pool, still echoing in our minds with the sound of the banging that had just stopped, felt heavier than normal, as if the air itself was holding its breath again. Away from the motor pool, my main place on the campus was my office. It was, in theory, the most secure room in the entire compound because that was where the server and other valuable equipment were housed and stored. The door was designed to be secure. It automatically locked itself every time it was closed, so if you stepped out and let it swing shut, it would lock behind you, and you could not get back in without the special key. Only 2 people had a key to that room, me, as the resident ID guy, and the director. We were the only authorized persons with access, and that made the office a kind of private space for both of us, but in practice it was mostly mine since I worked there every day and spent long hours inside it. One corner of the office had a comfortable couch, which became very important to me because I often worked late into the night and did not always feel like walking back to the men's dormitory, especially when my mind was buzzing with ideas or problems I was trying to solve. I got used to staying in that office well past regular hours. The silence, the humming of machines, the glow of computer screens, and the couch waiting for me when my eyes finally grew too tired to focus. It all made the room feel like a strange mix of workplace and temporary bedroom. Many of my best ideas, or at least the ideas I liked the most, came to me at night, so the habit of staying late, and sometimes sleeping there made sense to me. However, it was during those late nights, when most of the campus was dark and quiet, and I assumed I was alone in the building, that I started to hear things that did not fit the usual pattern of pipes, air conditioning, or building noises. My office was located on the top floor of the main building. The corridor outside my door ran along the length of the floor, with other rooms and offices that were usually empty at night. Even though the door and walls of my office were thick, there was a special glass window inset into the wall beside the door. It allowed people in the corridor to look inside without opening the door. If I needed privacy, I could lower the blinds to cover it, but even then, sound could still come through faintly. On several occasions, while I was working late at night, I distinctly heard footsteps walking along the corridor outside. The sound was unmistakable, the click of heels or shoes striking the floor, echoing softly but clearly in the quiet of the building. The footsteps were not random creaks. They had a pattern, a steady rhythm, like someone walking at a normal pace from one end of the corridor toward the other. Sometimes the sound would move past my office, and sometimes it would stop right at my door. I would sit there, waiting for a knock, expecting someone to tap on the door or call my name, but there would be nothing. Just silence. The footsteps would come, stop, and then the quiet would fall again, thick and unsettling. More than once, I put down whatever I was doing, stood up, and crossed the room to open the door. Each time I did that, I opened the door quickly, hoping to catch whoever was outside before they walked away. Every time, I stepped into an empty corridor. There was nobody there. The lights were on but dimmed for the night, the way they usually were to save electricity. The other doors were closed. There were no shadows moving away at the end of the hallway, no sign of anyone turning a corner. It was as if the person walking outside my office never existed, except for the sound of their footsteps that I had heard clearly just moments before. After a while, I simply accepted that sometimes, late at night, I was not as alone in that building as I thought I was. To the back of the campus were the dormitories, one for men and another for women. The men's dormitory was one long building designed like a military barracks. It had a straightforward layout. At each wing of the long structure were the sleeping areas, with rows of beds or mattresses arranged neatly or as neatly as young men could manage. In the middle of the building, between the two wings, were the shower rooms, two of them facing each other across a small hallway, each shower room with several stalls. The whole dorm felt plain and functional, not luxurious in any way, but it served its purpose. During my time there, I learned that the men's dormitory seemed to be a special place in a strange sense. It did not just have one unusual presence. It seemed to host more than one distinct entity. The first one was a kind of poltergeist that apparently liked to play with the doors leading to the shower area. These doors were not loose wooden slabs hanging on rusty hinges. They had proper doorknobs that you had to twist to open. A normal breeze could not push them open and closed easily, certainly not repeatedly. Yet, there were many times when we would all be sitting or lying in the sleeping areas and suddenly hear the doors to the shower rooms repeatedly opening and slamming shut. The sound would echo through the building, the metallic click of the knob turning, the creak of the door swinging open, the loud slam as it hit the frame, and then the whole thing repeated again and again. Twist, open, slam. Twist, open, slam. There was no wind strong enough and precise enough to twist a doorknob like that, to manage that action over and over in a rhythmic pattern. Whenever this happened, we would sometimes exchange glances, silently acknowledging that it was happening again. No one really wanted to get up every single time and walk down to the shower area, because we already knew from experience that we would not find anyone there. So most of the time, we just looked at each other, shrugged mentally, and tried to ignore it. It became one of those things that you learn to live with, like a house creaking in a storm, except that this house happened to twist and slam its own doors. The other entity in the men's dormitory was more subtle and, in some ways, more unsettling for me personally. It was not loud or showy. It did not announce itself by banging or slamming. Instead, it chose to appear as someone who looked exactly like me. One time, one of my friends woke up in the middle of the night because the dorm lights had come on. Sometimes someone would switch them on if they needed to get something or check the time. He noticed that most of the others were still asleep, but when he glanced around the room, he saw me sitting on my mattress on the floor. According to him, I was just sitting there, staring straight ahead, not moving much, with my arms crossed and a frown on my face. He told me later that I looked the way I usually did when I was thinking deeply about something, working out a problem in my mind. He assumed I was just lost in my thoughts, maybe about some computer issue, some network problem, or maybe something personal. He decided not to disturb me and just went back to sleep. The next morning, we met in the cafeteria for breakfast. I had just come in from another long night of work in my office, bleary-eyed and hungry. He joined me at my table and asked me, in a casual tone, what I had been thinking about last night. I looked at him, confused, and asked him what he meant. He explained what he had seen, or rather what he thought he had seen, me sitting on my mattress, awake, deep in thought. As he described it, I became even more confused because I knew exactly where I had been the night before. I told him I had never left my office. I had been working there until early morning and had come straight from there to grab a bite in the cafeteria before heading to the dorm to take a shower. I had not gone to the dorm to sleep at all that night. He stared at me for a moment, then looked down at his food, clearly unsettled. For him, it had been such a normal sight that he had not questioned it. For me, it was the first clear sign that something in the dorm was copying my appearance. A few days later, there was another incident, this time involving more than one person seeing my supposed double. At breakfast once again, after a long drive from Quezon City where I had stayed overnight, I arrived back at the campus feeling tired. All I wanted to do was rest in the dorm for an hour or so before going to my office and dealing with the day's tasks. I walked from the gate toward the dorm, thinking about how good it would feel to lie down for a bit. When I pushed open the door to the men's dorm and stepped inside, I noticed my friends staring at me in a strange way. Their faces showed surprise, and even a hint of concern. I asked them what their problem was. They said they didn't really have a problem, but they wanted to ask me how I had changed my clothes so quickly. I had no idea what they were talking about. I thought maybe they were playing a joke on me, so I asked for details. They told me that as they were coming back from the cafeteria, they had seen me walking out of the dorm just moments earlier, wearing a different set of clothes. They said I had passed them in the hallway or near the entrance, and they assumed I was heading off somewhere. According to them, they had not yet been inside the dorm even a full minute when I walked back in through the door wearing new clothes. To them it looked like I had gone inside, changed completely, and come back out almost instantly. I told them I had just come back from Quezon City, and that the moment they saw me walk in just then was actually the first time I had entered the dorm since arriving. They did not believe me at first. They thought I was trying to play a prank on them, pretending not to remember passing them. So I decided to prove that I was telling the truth. I handed one of them my two-way radio and told him to contact the guard at the gate and ask how long it had been since I returned to the campus. He did so, and the guard replied that I had entered the gate only about 2 minutes ago. That timeline made it impossible for me to have already gone into the dorm earlier, seen them, and changed my clothes in between. My friends looked even more uneasy then, realizing that whoever they had seen walking out of the dorm wearing my face and my build was definitely not me. Apparently, I had a doppelganger of my own, or maybe a shapeshifter who liked copying just one person in particular. I never saw it myself. I only ever heard about its appearances from others, but the fact that it seemed to mimic only me and not anyone else in the dorm made it feel very personal in a way that I did not like. Over the years, Many theories were passed around as to why these sorts of things were happening in a place that, compared to ancient houses and battlefields, was relatively new. As far as we knew, nobody had died inside the campus itself. There were no recorded murders or tragic accidents within its walls, so the usual explanation of "haunted by the dead who once lived here" did not quite fit. Some people tried to rule out ghosts entirely based on that. Others, however, suggested that the campus did not need a human death on its grounds to attract or house spirits. The most favored theory among those who thought about such things seriously was that some spirits, or entities, had been disturbed when the trees were cut down to clear the land for the campus. If the forest had been home to many unseen beings before, the sudden hacking and chopping, the cutting of old trunks and uprooting of roots, might have driven some of them out of their original places, and in their displeasure they began to make their presence felt in the buildings that replaced the trees. Perhaps the lady in white was tied to something older than the campus itself. Perhaps the banging in the motor pool and the footsteps in the corridor, the slamming doors in the dorm and the figure that wore my face, all had roots in that earlier disruption. Be that as it may, what we were really sure of, what we did not need any theory to confirm, was that these strange phenomena did happen. They happened not just once or twice, not just as isolated stories that you could dismiss as imagination. They happened countless times over the years, reported by different people in different situations. The one positive side we could see, if you could call it that, was that so far, nobody had been physically hurt by these spirits. They scared us, unsettled us, and made us question what we thought we knew about the world, but they did not harm us directly. A few weeks ago, long after I had left the campus and moved on to other things, I called a friend who still works there, just to ask how they were doing, how the campus was, and what had changed. Out of curiosity, I asked him if the spirits were still active. He assured me that they were still very much restless and present, still making themselves known from time to time in the same old ways. He added, with a half-joking tone that did not quite hide his real concern, that nobody has been hurt. Then he paused and added one more word. Yet. This event has stayed with me for a long time, and even now, whenever I remember it, I still find myself asking what really happened and why it happened the way it did. It is one of those memories that never completely fades. It sits quietly in a corner of my mind until something small brings it back. A sound at night, a strange dream, a moment of waking up suddenly, and then the whole thing plays again in my head, detail by detail, along with the same questions I had that day. I cannot exactly remember the year it happened. Time has blurred the exact date, and I have lived through many mornings and many nights since then, but the scene itself is clear. I know it was early dawn, sometime between 4:30 and 5 in the morning, because when everything was over and I finally got my body back under my control, one of the first things I did was check the clock. That time is fixed in my memory like a small anchor in a very confusing sea. That night, or rather that early morning, I was in my room, sleeping like I always did. The way my room was arranged at that time was simple. My bed was placed in such a way that my feet pointed toward the door. The door was closed, and that always gave me a small sense of security, like it was a thin but important line between me and the rest of the world when I wanted to sleep. I had my usual blanket, my pillow, the familiar smell of my own room around me. Nothing felt strange when I lay down. It was just another night of sleep, or so I thought. I do not remember what I was dreaming before it happened, or if I was dreaming at all. There is a blank space there. One moment I was asleep, deep enough that I did not even know I was asleep, and the next moment I suddenly woke up. It was not a gentle waking, not the kind where you slowly become aware of the light, or the sound of birds or a voice calling your name. It was abrupt, like being pulled out of the water when you were not ready. I woke up, and at first I thought it was normal. But then, almost instantly, I realized something was wrong. I could not move. It is hard to explain this to anyone who has never felt it. My mind was awake. I knew I was conscious. I knew I had just woken up. I was aware of my body, aware of my position on the bed, aware of the door in front of my feet. I could feel the surface of the mattress under me. But when I tried to move even a little, nothing happened. It was like my body had suddenly become a heavy statue, and I was locked inside it, unable to control it. I tried to move my head. I tried to lift my arms. I tried to shift my legs. Each effort felt like trying to move through something thick and invisible, like my muscles were chained to the bed. My heart started to beat faster as panic slowly crept in. I knew my eyes were open, or at least I felt like they were open, but at the same time I also felt like my eyelids were closed. It was a very strange sensation, like two different things were happening at once. It was as if physically my eyelids were still shut, but my mind could see past them. I could see my room. I could see the faint outline of the walls, the door at the end of the bed, the little familiar shapes in the darkness. It was not as bright as daytime, of course. It was still early, and the light was dim, but I could somehow see my surroundings even though my eyes felt heavy. I know that sounds confusing, but that is exactly what it felt like. My body said, "Your eyes are closed." But my brain said, "You can see the room." I kept trying to move, pushing against that unseen force, but my body refused to listen. Then, suddenly, something even stranger happened. I became aware that I was still lying on the bed, unable to move, but at the same time I was somehow also seeing myself from in front, like I was standing there looking at myself. It was as if there were two of me in the room, the one lying helpless on the bed, and another one standing or floating or existing somewhere in front of the bed, looking down at my own body. For a few seconds, I was aware of both positions. I could see myself lying there, my body stretched out, my feet pointing at the door, my arms by my side, and at the same time I still felt like I was inside that unmoving body. It was a very short moment, but it felt long because of how intense and unreal it was. I did not step out of my body on purpose. I did not try to have some spiritual experience. I simply realized that I was there, lying down, and also there, standing in front of myself. In that instant, I felt very small and very scared, because I did not understand how that could be possible. The fear crawled up my spine slowly. I remember thinking that something was very wrong, something beyond what I could easily explain. I did the first thing that came to my mind, the thing I had been taught to do since I was young whenever I was scared, confused, or in danger. I started to pray. In that strange state, where I was both lying on the bed and seeing myself from outside, I began to pray the Our Father. The words formed clearly in my mind. "Our Father who art in heaven." I repeated it, trying to grab onto the prayer like a rope, something solid in the middle of all that strangeness. But as soon as I started praying, something else joined the moment. I heard a voice. At first, I was not sure what I was hearing. It was not a normal conversation, not a whisper of someone outside the room. It was close, but I could not see who or what was making it. The voice was saying something, but I could not understand the exact word. It felt like it was only one word, one long, drawn-out word being stretched as if it had no end. The sound of it was terrifying to me. It did not sound like an ordinary human voice. I could not distinguish whether it was a man or a woman, because it had a strange quality to it, something deep and rough and unnatural. To my ears, it sounded like something you would hear from a demon in a horror movie, but this was no movie. I was there, and it was happening in the same space where I lay. The voice kept repeating that one long word, over and over, as if it was trying to drown out my prayer. I continued to say the Our Father in my mind, but the voice pressed against it, loud and insistent, filling my head. I was so scared that I felt like I could hardly think of anything else. The room, my own body lying there, the strange double of myself, all of it began to blur as my attention was drawn almost completely to that voice and my desperate need to move. By that time, I cannot clearly remember if I could still see myself standing there looking at me. Maybe that part had already faded, or maybe my focus was simply no longer on that. I was so concentrated on two things, the voice saying that awful, drawn-out word and my own effort to move any part of my body. I told myself I had to move. I had to break whatever this was. I tried once again to move my right hand. I focused all my willpower on it, sending all my energy to my right arm, telling it silently, "Move, move, move!" But still nothing happened. It was like my arm was made of stone. A feeling of helplessness washed over me, but then I remembered something my uncle had told us one time. He had talked to us about sleep paralysis. Though back then I didn't fully understand what it was. He said that sometimes when we sleep, we might wake up and not be able to move, and that when that happens, instead of panicking, we should try to move the part of the body that is the easiest to move. According to him, that part is our buttocks, because we can contract the muscles there even when other parts are not responding. At the time he told us this, it had sounded almost funny, and we even laughed about it. I never thought I would one day be in a situation where I would test that piece of advice in real fear. Lying there, with that demon-like voice echoing around me, I suddenly remembered his words. I told myself that if my hands and arms would not move, I should try that. So I shifted my focus away from my hand and tried to contract the muscles in my lower body, especially around my hips and butt. It was strange to deliberately focus there, but I was desperate to break free. At first, there was nothing, just the same heavy, locked feeling I had everywhere else. I did not give up. I kept trying, thinking, "Move, move, move," trying to feel the smallest twitch. Then, like a weak spark in a very dark room, I felt a tiny response. It was not a full movement yet, but it was something different, like a door slightly opening. I pushed harder, trying again and again to contract that area, and finally, after what felt like a long battle, I was able to move. It was like a chain snapped. As soon as I could move that part, the rest of my body started to respond too. I could wiggle my legs, lift my hand, and soon I was able to sit up. The voice disappeared, just like that. The other, me, that had been standing there was gone. I was alone in my room, breathing hard, my heart racing, sweat on my skin even though the air was cool. I checked the time, and it was between 4:30 and 5 in the morning. I sat there on my bed, shaken and confused, wondering what on earth had just happened to me. Was it a dream? Was it something spiritual? Was it something in my mind or something outside it? I did not know. All I knew was that it felt real, and I never wanted to experience it again. But I did. That was not the last time I experienced what people call sleep paralysis. If that is truly the right term for it, then I have been through it multiple times, each one with its own flavor of fear. There were nights when I fell asleep normally and woke up trapped again, my body refusing to move, my mind wide awake and panicking. Sometimes there were no strange voices, no feeling of someone else in the room, just the overwhelming sensation of being stuck, unable to move even a finger. Other times it was worse, because it felt like my very soul was being pulled or sucked out of my body. That is the best way I can describe it. It was as if something invisible was trying to separate me from myself, lifting me or dragging me away from the place where I belong. In those moments, I felt like if I did not fight back, I might never return. I did not see chains or hands or any physical form, but the sensation was strong, like a slow, powerful vacuum pulling at my insides. I struggled against that feeling with everything I had, holding on to the thought of my own body, forcing myself to stay where I was meant to be. Every time it happened, I used the same strategy. I tried to focus. I tried to stay calm, or at least as calm as I could be while terrified. Inside my mind, I would keep telling myself, "Move, move, move," over and over again, as though the words could translate into action. I would pick one part of my body, sometimes my hand, sometimes my foot, sometimes remembering again my uncle's advice about my butt, and pour all my concentration into that one point. Usually, after a few seconds that felt like minutes, there would be that small flicker of movement. Once that flicker came, I would cling to it and expand it, allowing it to spread like warmth from that one tiny success to the rest of my frozen body. In a blink of an eye, it would feel like I had broken through a barrier. Suddenly, I could move my limbs again. I could sit up, turn my head, look around the room, and reassure myself that I was back in control. This pattern repeated itself several times. I never got used to it, But I did learn that I could fight it, and eventually win, even if it was frightening every single time. One of the more recent episodes happened late last year, sometime in 2009. By then, I was older and living in an apartment. The layout there was simple. My friend and I shared the place. The bedroom was separate, and there was a kitchen area where, for convenience, I sometimes chose to sleep. That night, or rather that early morning, I was sleeping in the kitchen, while my friend was sleeping in the bedroom. It was not a big apartment, so even with the doors closed, sounds traveled easily from one room to another. I know it was around 6 in the morning because I could hear my friend moving in the bedroom, getting ready to start her day. I was somewhere between sleep and waking when I first became aware of her. I heard the soft creak of the bed, the slight thud of feet touching the floor, the familiar noises of someone walking around and preparing to take a shower. I opened my eyes. Light was creeping into the apartment. Morning had begun. I lay there on whatever makeshift bed I had made for myself in the kitchen, listening to her talk. She thought I was awake already, so she was casually speaking to me from the bedroom, making some comment, or asking something in that half-distracted way people talk when they are busy doing other things too. I could hear her words clearly. They were ordinary words, nothing scary or strange about them. I even remember what she said, and later I was able to repeat those words to her. I could feel her presence in the other room. I could hear her moving around, gathering her things, preparing for her shower. Everything about the scene felt normal, like any other morning. Except for one thing. I was awake, but I could not move. The realization hit me quickly. I was lying in the kitchen, my eyes open, my ears working perfectly, my mind aware of everything happening around me. But when I tried to shift my body, nothing responded. It was that same terrible feeling again, the same helplessness I had felt before. I knew I was not dreaming. I knew exactly where I was. I knew who was in the next room. I could even smell the faint scent of soap and shampoo from the bathroom area. But my body might as well have been made of stone. I tried to speak. In my mind I yelled her name. I tried to call out to her, to tell her I needed help, that something was wrong. I felt my throat tighten as if I was shouting. I could hear my own voice in my head. I was sure I was making sound. I shouted for her again and again, asking her to come, to look at me, to help me move. In my mind I was loud. I thought the whole apartment must be hearing me. But she never reacted. She continued talking, thinking I was just lying there sleepy but awake. She moved around in the bedroom, getting dressed, picking up her towel, preparing for the shower, and not once did she answer me like someone who heard a cry for help. To her, it must have seemed like I was silent. Inside myself, I felt that terrible split again, the part of me that knew what was happening and the part that was locked away. I began to panic. I pushed again at my body, telling it to move, commanding it to break free. The fear grew larger with every second that my friend did not respond. If she could not hear me, then my shouts were only inside my head, not reaching the outside world at all. I kept trying. I focused on the techniques I had used before. I told myself, "Move, move, move," and tried to find that one muscle, that one spot, that would obey. I don't remember exactly how long it took, but finally, after fighting unseen bonds, my body loosened. I snapped out of it, and could move again. I do not remember if I immediately jumped up or if I first lay there catching my breath. But I do know that the first chance I got, I talked to my friend about it. Later, when everything had calmed down and we were both fully awake, I told her what happened. I explained how I had woken up, how I had heard her, how I had tried to call her name again and again, thinking that I was shouting as loud as I could. I even repeated the exact lines she had spoken to me, word for word, to prove that I had really heard her. She confirmed that those were indeed the things she said that morning. That part, we agreed on completely. But when I asked her why she had not answered when I called her, she looked confused. She said she never heard me say a single word. To her, I had been completely silent the whole time. She had assumed I was still half asleep, just listening to her talk, not really in the mood to answer. The fact that I could hear everything she said but she had not heard me call her made the whole thing even scarier for me. It was like I had been trapped behind an invisible wall, aware of the world but unable to touch it, unable to send my voice across to the other side. After that, and after all the episodes I have experienced, I still find myself going back to that first time in my room, with the strange double of myself and the demon-like voice repeating a single long word while I prayed. I wonder if all of this is just sleep paralysis in the scientific sense, some glitch between the brain and the body as we move between sleep and waking. I wonder if it is something spiritual, something that cannot be seen by the eyes but can be felt in the soul. Maybe it is a mix of both. I do not know. What I do know is that for me, these moments are very real. The fear is real. The struggle to move is real. The feeling that something is trying to pull me out of myself is real. No matter how much time passes, and no matter how many explanations I hear, there is still a part of me that lies awake sometimes and remembers, wondering quietly to myself what exactly happened in those dark, frozen moments, and why it chose me. I was 17 years old when this strange experience happened to me, and now that I am 23 and have lived through many other things in life, this particular memory still stands out very clearly in my mind. Sometimes it comes back when I least expect it, like when I am lying awake at night in a new place, or when I hear footsteps in a hallway and I know that the sound should not be there. It all began when I came to Cebu to attend a refresher course. This course was a requirement for the scholarship that I had passed, so even though I was still young and nervous about living away from my family, I was also very excited and proud. The trip to Cebu felt like the beginning of something big for me. Being new to the city, my parents had to decide where I would stay during the course. My father actually had a sister living in Cebu, so I could have stayed with my aunt. But my parents thought carefully about the situation and decided that it would be better for me to live in a boarding house near the school instead. My aunt's house was far from the school, and traveling more than an hour every day just to attend the refresher course would have been tiring and time-consuming. The whole purpose of the course was to help me prepare for college and to protect the opportunity that the scholarship had opened for me, so it made more sense to save my time and energy for studying instead of spending it in long commutes. When they told me about their decision, I felt a mixture of emotions. On one hand, I knew I would miss the comfort of staying with relatives who already knew me and would take care of me, but on the other hand, I was also a bit thankful. It would be my first time to live alone, and even though I was nervous, I also saw it as a chance to prove something to myself. It would be a kind of practice for what was ahead, because I already knew that for my entire college life, I would have to live away from my family. Staying in a boarding house near the school felt like a small step into that future. It was like a test to see how I would handle being on my own, managing my own time, and living in a place where no one knew me at first. The boarding house that my parents chose had 11 rooms. From the outside it did not look fancy, but it looked safe and practical. Inside, it had the simple and slightly worn feeling that most student houses have, with a structure that showed it had already seen many tenants come and go. Since it was summer vacation, there were not many students staying there at that time. The house was unusually quiet. Only 4 rooms were occupied. Room 1 was used by the caretaker, who lived there full-time to watch over the place and handle the basic needs of the tenants. Rooms 2 and 3 were occupied by other students who were also taking the refresher course, so in that way we were all in the same situation, trying to prepare for something bigger in our lives. My room was room 10. Let me describe the layout of the house in more detail, so you can better picture what I experienced. All the rooms were located upstairs on the 2nd floor. The ground floor had common areas, but the private rooms where the boarders slept and kept their things were all on the upper level. When you climbed the stairs and reached the 2nd floor, the first thing you saw directly in front of you was the bathroom door. It stood facing the top of the stairs, so anyone going up would have it right in front of them for a moment. On your left, as you stood at the top of the stairs, there was a hallway that led to my room. That hallway stretched out with doors on both sides. The other rooms were lined along this corridor, with their doors facing each other like a row of small, closed mouths. I became familiar with the rhythm of that hallway very quickly, the way it felt to walk down it, the sound of my own footsteps bouncing off the walls when everything else was quiet. When you walk down that first hallway to reach my room, you pass several doors on your left and right, each labeled with a room number. As you approached my room's door, there was a kind of intersection in the hallway. It was not an intersection with a lot of space, more like a crossing of two corridors. If you turned left at that point, another hallway continued farther down, leading to more rooms that stretched deeper into the building. If you turned right at the intersection near my door, you entered a shorter passage that ended at room 11's door. So my room, room 10, was situated at a kind of corner, with room 11 lying down that separate short passage to the right. That room was the last one in that direction, like a dead-end room. Because I was new to the place, I behaved in ways I knew were part of my own pattern whenever I stayed somewhere unfamiliar. I tend to be a light sleeper, especially in a new environment. At home, in my own bed, with familiar sounds around me, I can sleep deeply and not wake up easily. But in a new house, surrounded by walls and people I am not used to, every small sound from outside my door feels amplified. That was what happened in the boarding house. Even the small creaks, a light step in the hallway, or the sound of the bathroom door opening could easily wake me. My mind was still adjusting to the change, and even while I slept, some part of me remained alert, listening. It was around 2 o'clock in the morning one night when I first heard the footsteps. I remember lying there in the dark, half asleep but still able to feel the hardness of the bed under me, the weight of the blanket, and the quiet stillness of the rest of the house. Then, suddenly, that quiet was broken by the sound of footsteps coming from the hallway. They were soft but clear. The footsteps moved along the corridor outside my room and continued past my door, not stopping there. The sound went in the direction of the short passage that led to room 11. I listened closely, my body instinctively tensing as the steps moved farther away from my door and toward the other end of the passage. Then I heard the faint but distinct sound of a door opening. It was the door of room 11. It had that familiar, slightly dragging sound of wood moving and hinges shifting. But after that, I did not hear the door close. I waited, expecting the soft thud of it shutting again, but it never came. The silence returned, thick and complete, and my mind started to create explanations. At that time, I did not feel frightened. I told myself that it was probably just the occupant of room 11 coming in late. It was not unusual for students to come home at odd hours, especially if they had gone out to work on something, to meet someone, or just to enjoy the city at night. The fact that I had never seen the person from room 11 did not bother me too much. I thought that maybe our schedules simply did not line up, or that I just had not noticed them yet. It was easy to imagine a shy person who came and went quietly, without bumping into others often. So that night, after hearing the footsteps and the door opening but not closing, I just gave a small shrug in my mind and decided that one day maybe I would meet the person staying there. I rolled over, let the sounds fade from my thoughts, and tried to go back to sleep. The same thing happened the following night. Again, at around 2 o'clock in the morning, when the house was quiet and everyone was supposed to be asleep, I heard footsteps in the hallway outside. The sound came from the direction of the stairs and walked past my room, going toward room 11. I heard the door of room 11 open, and again I did not hear it close afterward. A strange feeling settled somewhere deep inside me, but I pushed it aside once more. I reminded myself that it was normal for some boarders to keep odd hours. I was even a little curious about this mysterious neighbor I had not yet seen. I thought that maybe one day, if the timing was right, we would see each other in the hallway or in the common area, and we could introduce ourselves properly. Maybe she or he was also shy, like me, and that was why we kept missing each other. I told myself these thoughts to keep things ordinary in my mind, to keep away more unsettling ideas. One morning, a few days into my stay, I was inside my room preparing something. I was packing a few items into a plastic bag. As we all know, plastic bags make a very distinct rustling sound when you handle them. The air in my room was filled with that soft crackling as I folded and shifted the bag around my things. I didn't think much about it, because it was just a normal part of my morning routine. After I was done, I set the plastic bag aside and the noise stopped. A few seconds passed. I was doing something else by then. I don't even remember exactly what, maybe fixing my bed or arranging my clothes. And then I heard it, the sound of a plastic bag rustling again. It sounded very similar to the noise I had just been making. The same kind of crumpling, the same rhythm, like someone packing or unpacking something in a bag, shifting its contents, folding the plastic back on itself. The sound was not inside my room. I knew the direction from which it was coming. It was coming from room 11. I paused and listened. The rustling continued for a few more moments, as if someone on the other side of the wall was doing exactly what I had just done. A small, cold shiver passed through me, but I tried to ignore it. I told myself that it was nothing, that it was simply the unseen boarder in room 11 packing up their own things, perhaps preparing for the day the way I was. The sound eventually stopped, and I went on with my morning as usual, but the idea that my own actions had seemed to be echoed from the next room stayed with me quietly, waiting at the back of my mind. There was another night when something else happened that added to the unsettled feeling I was starting to develop. I was in my room lying in bed, trying to fall asleep. The boarding house was quiet. Lights were off in the hallway, and everything was still. Then I heard a knocking sound. It was not a rapid, panicked knock, but a clear, deliberate one. Someone was knocking on the wall of my room, the wall that divided my room and room 11. The knocks came in short bursts, like someone trying to get attention or send a signal. I lay there listening, my heart beating a little faster. I waited to see if there would be a second knock or if someone would knock on my door instead, but none of those things happened. The knocking stayed on the wall, then faded away. For some reason, thoughts about ghosts did not immediately come into my mind. I still clung to normal explanations. Perhaps someone in the other room had accidentally hit the wall, or maybe they were tapping it for some reason, not knowing how clearly the sound carried into my room. It was not until the 5th day of my stay in the boarding house that everything started to come together in a way that I could no longer easily explain. That evening, I was in the hallway near my room, chatting with my other housemates. The boarding house, though mostly empty, still had a feeling of company because of them. We were sitting on a sofa that had been placed along the corridor leading to my door. It was placed so that from where we sat, we could easily see the door of my room. The conversations were light and casual. We were talking about our classes, the refresher course, how we were finding the city, and small everyday details. For a moment, my attention drifted away from the conversation, and I glanced toward my room's door. As my eyes rested on it, my mouth moved almost on its own, and I said out loud that my room had been locked. The words came out before I had really formed the thought clearly, and for a second even I was surprised at myself. My housemates looked at me curiously. I blinked and processed what I had just said. In that instant, realization came rushing in. I remembered very clearly that when I had left my room earlier, I had not locked it. I was sure of that. It was around 7 in the evening when I had gone out. I had been pretty awake and conscious of what I was doing. I had left my keys inside the room, on the table, and I had deliberately left the lights on because I knew I would be going back and did not want to enter a dark room later. I was certain that I had simply pulled the door shut behind me and walked out, without turning the key. The thought that the room might actually be locked now, even though I had left it unlocked, jolted me. I stood up from the sofa and hurried toward my door to check. When I reached it and turned the knob, my stomach dropped. It would not turn all the way. The door was indeed locked. I tried again, just to be sure, but it did not budge. I felt a wave of confusion and unease wash over me. How could it be locked if my keys were still inside, lying on the table where I had left them? I had not lent them to anyone. Nobody had gone inside. There was no reason for the lock to suddenly engage itself. I quickly went to the caretaker to inform her about the situation. I explained that my room was locked from the inside and that my keys were in the room. I expected her to bring out a spare key, as most caretakers do in such cases, but to my dismay, She told me that she did not have a spare key for my room. It had been lost some time ago, and no new copy had been made yet. We stood there in the hallway thinking about what to do. The more time passed, the more my anxiety grew. All my things were inside, my important documents, clothes, personal items, and I could not get in. One of the male house helpers who worked at the boarding house saw our problem and decided to help. He examined the door and the doorknob and suggested that the best solution was simply to destroy the doorknob so the door could be opened. With no spare key and no other option, we agreed. He went to get some tools and then started working on the knob. I stood there, my heart beating fast, a mix of embarrassment at causing trouble and fear about why this had happened in the first place. He worked on the knob for some time, pressing and prying, until at last he had successfully broken it. We all relaxed slightly, expecting that the door would swing open now that the lock mechanism had been destroyed. But when he tried to push the door open, it did not move freely. It opened only slightly, about 2 inches, and then stopped as if something behind it was blocking it. He applied more pressure, but the door would not give way. It felt like someone or something was standing on the other side, pushing back. We exchanged uneasy glances. We knew there should be nothing behind the door. The space inside my room near the door was clear. I had not left any furniture there that could now be blocking it. The idea that something invisible might be preventing the door from opening started to creep into my mind, though I still tried to push it away. As we kept trying, someone noticed something else. Through the small opening, in that narrow gap between the door and the frame, we could see a sliver of my room's interior. It was dim. The light was off. This detail made my skin prickle. When I had left my room earlier, I had left the light on. I was sure of that. The switch was by the door, and I remembered clearly the way the room had looked when I stepped out, bright and lit. Now, with the door slightly ajar, the interior was dark. The fact that the light had been turned off while the door was locked from the inside meant that someone or something had switched it off. Suddenly, the situation felt far more frightening than just a locked door. Thoughts rushed through my head. Had someone sneaked into my room while I was in the hallway? Was there an intruder still inside, hiding, maybe waiting? Or was it something else entirely? In that moment of fear, I did something I do not often do out loud. I started speaking to whatever might be inside. I did not shout angrily, but instead I spoke with a mix of pleading and politeness. I said, with my voice trembling a little, that whoever or whatever was inside my room should not harm us. I explained that I was not from that place, that I had only come to study, that I meant no harm and had no intention of disrespecting anyone or anything. I asked that my things be left untouched, that nothing be taken from me, and that we be allowed to open the door and enter peacefully. It felt strange, talking to someone I could not see, but in that instant it also felt necessary. I cannot fully explain why, but it was as if some part of me knew I needed to show respect and ask permission. The moment I finished speaking, the house helper tried again to push the door. This time, it swung open easily, as if whatever had been blocking it had stepped aside or disappeared. We all stared into the room, our eyes scanning every corner, every piece of furniture, every shadow. There was nobody inside. The room was empty. Nothing was touched. My things were exactly as I had left them, except for the fact that the light was now off. I walked inside slowly, my heart pounding, my body covered in goosebumps. Turning on the light switch again, I felt a shiver when the light flooded the room and everything looked normal, like any other student's room. The only sign of the strangeness that had occurred was the broken doorknob and the memory of how it had refused to open until I spoke. I looked at the caretaker, searching her face for an explanation. The look she gave me was not just surprise. It was something else, as if she knew more than she wanted to say at first. That small look told me that this was not the first time something like this had happened in this house, or at least that there were stories she had heard before. As I stood there, I remembered the footsteps I had heard earlier in the week, the opening of the door in the middle of the night, the plastic bag sounds coming from room 11, and the knocking on the wall that separated my room and that room. Suddenly, all those small events lined up in my memory like a row of strange clues pointing to the same place. I asked her directly who was living in room 11. I expected her to say a name, or maybe to mention that the tenant was rarely home. Instead, she looked genuinely shocked by my question. Her reaction made my body tense. She began asking me what I meant, what I had been hearing, how often I had heard something. So while we were standing there, and then as we started to move toward the end of the hall, opening the next door along the way, I told her about everything. I told her about the footsteps at 2 in the morning that always went toward room 11. I told her about the sound of the door opening but never closing. I told her about the plastic bag noises and the knocking on the wall. I described the feeling I had that someone was living in that room beside mine, even if I had never seen her or him. When I finished, she took a breath and then told me that no one was living in room 11. She said that the room had not been rented out for a very long time, and that even during the period we were staying there, it remained officially unoccupied. The room, she explained, was not allowed to be rented. There was a reason for that, though she did not say it right away in many words, but her tone made it clear that there was something about that room the owners did not want to disturb. My chest tightened as her words sunk in. If nobody was living in room 11, then what had I been hearing every night and morning? We went to room 11 together to see it for ourselves. The caretaker took out a key and opened the door. As soon as the door swung open, I felt a wave of cold air and an even colder feeling inside. The room was dark, so we turned on the light. The scene in front of us was nothing like the picture I had in my mind of a quiet, unseen boarder living privately. The room was clearly abandoned. Dust covered the floor in a thick layer, the kind that only forms after a long time of no one walking over it. The windows were closed and looked like they had not been opened in months, maybe years. There was no bed, no mattress, no cabinet, no clothes, no bags, nothing that suggested someone had been staying there. The air inside felt heavy and unused, like it belonged to a forgotten corner of the world. It was as if the room itself was in a deep sleep. Standing there, next to the caretaker, looking around that lifeless space, I felt goosebumps rise all over my body. The fine hairs on my arms and neck stood up. My mind replayed the sounds I had heard, the footsteps going toward room 11, the soft plastic bag rustling, the knocking on the wall, as if to prove to me that those memories were real, that I had not imagined them. Yet here was the undeniable evidence that the room had not been occupied by any human tenant in a long time. The dust, the closed windows, the absence of furniture, all of it contradicted the idea of a regular boarder living quietly next door. As I stood there, breathing in that still, dusty air, the question formed in my mind with a clarity that sent another chill through me. If room 11 had been empty all this time, then what was the explanation for the footsteps in the hallway at 2 in the morning? Who had opened the door of room 11 those nights? What kind of presence had been packing something in a plastic bag at the same time I had done it in my own room? Who had been knocking on the wall between my room and that abandoned one, trying to get my attention? And linked to all of that, what had locked my own room from the inside and turned off the light only to allow us in after I spoke to it, and begged it not to harm us? Even now, years later, whenever I think back to that boarding house in Cebu, to room 10 and room 11 and that narrow hallway with its small intersection, I still ask myself those same questions. I never got a clear answer from anyone. The caretaker never fully explained why room 11 was not allowed to be rented. The footsteps never introduced themselves. The unseen presence never showed its face. All I have are the sounds I heard, the door that would not open until I pleaded, the abandoned room that looked like it had not welcomed a human occupant in a very long time, and the shiver that runs through me whenever I remember that for at least a few nights, I had believed that I was not living alone on that side of the boarding house. Exactly 7 days ago something started that I still do not fully understand, and even now when I think about it I get that heavy feeling in my chest, like a mix of fear and confusion, because I honestly do not know if I was just paranoid, unlucky, or if something was really trying to get my attention, or maybe even warn me, and that thought alone makes everything feel even stranger. That night I remember clearly because there was nothing special about my day, nothing to trigger any stress or worry. But when the clock reached late evening, around 11 o'clock, I suddenly felt uneasy for no clear reason, as if a quiet fear was creeping over me from the inside out, not a big panic, just this strange nervousness that made me feel watched even when I knew logically that I was just at home, safe, doing something as ordinary as watching TV in the living room like I always did before going to bed. The light of the screen flickering on the walls, the house otherwise quiet, my mom and my nephews already in their room, the routine so normal that this sudden heaviness in my chest felt out of place. I noticed myself glancing at the door a few more times than usual, listening for any sound, wondering why I felt so on edge when nothing was happening. So I told myself over and over that I was just getting paranoid with no reason, that I was only tired and overthinking. That maybe I had watched or read something scary recently, and my imagination was playing with me, and with those thoughts I decided to call it a night and go to my room, which I did at around 11:15, walking from the living room to my bedroom the way I always do, the light from the living room left on like usual because in our house we often keep that light on at night so that the hallway is not completely dark. Especially since my room is right beside the living area and the open light makes it easier and more comfortable to move around if anyone needs to get up to use the bathroom or drink water. Once inside my room I closed the door, lay down on my bed, and tried to settle in, telling myself to stop being silly, that nothing was wrong, that it was just another night. And for a while it seemed to work because I started to drift into that in-between state where you are half asleep and half awake, your body relaxing but your mind still faintly aware of the room around you, the softness of the pillow, the quiet hum of distant noises. That weird border where dreams start to mix with reality. And it was exactly then, when I was in that light sleep, that I thought I heard someone knocking on my door, just a few taps, not very loud but clear enough that my mind reacted. And I remember that my first reaction was to doubt myself, to tell myself that maybe it was just part of a dream, a noise inside my head, or perhaps the house settling, or someone outside doing something that my brain turned into a knock. So I forced myself to ignore it, clung to the idea that I should not start imagining things or I would never sleep, and tried to stay still and calm. But the second time I heard it, it was harder to dismiss, because again there was that short series of knocks, a familiar rhythm, like the way a family member would knock gently to see if you were awake, and this time it pulled me closer to full awareness, so I opened my eyes properly and turned my head toward the door, because the living room light was on. The space under my door and around its edges was glowing faintly. And against that soft glow I swear I saw a shadow pass by, just a dark shape moving across, like someone walking in front of my door from left to right or right to left, the way a person's silhouette would appear if they were crossing the lit hallway. And my first thought was that it must be my mom, maybe checking on me, maybe going to the bathroom or the kitchen, so I did what any normal person would do. I got up from my bed, walked over to the door, opened it, and looked out into the hallway, expecting to see her or at least feel that someone had just walked by. But there was no one outside my room, the living room was empty, the house was silent, and the light from the living room just lay across the floor like it always did, nothing moving, no sound of footsteps fading away, no door closing somewhere else, just an empty space. And that emptiness made my skin prickle for a second, but I did not want to scare myself more. So I shrugged my shoulders, told myself that maybe my eyes had played a trick on me or that I was still half dreaming, and went back into my room, closing the door, crawling into bed again, pulling the blanket up, and trying once more to get comfortable, forcing myself to breathe slowly and not think of anything strange. I had just started to relax again, my muscles loosening, my mind drifting when I heard another sound, this time not at the door but from outside in the kitchen area. The unmistakable noise of someone washing the dishes, the clinking and clanking of plates and glasses and utensils, the running water and the light collision of ceramic and metal. And yet again my first instinct was to doubt my own senses, to tell myself that it was probably just the house making sounds, that maybe a spoon had shifted in a cup or a glass had moved slightly, because sounds do echo weirdly in quiet houses at night. But the noise did not stop after one small clink. It continued for about 2 full minutes, steady and repetitive, just like a person. Standing by the sink washing dishes, putting them on the rack, rinsing utensils, and during those minutes I lay there in my bed wide awake, listening to every sound, telling myself it must be my mom, that maybe she had gotten up to wash something, but at the same time wondering why she would do that at around midnight when everything had been done hours ago. Finally I could no longer take it. My fear and curiosity had built up too much, so I jumped out of bed, opened my door, and instead of going to the kitchen to see who was there, I ran straight to my mom's room, my heart pounding, knuckles hitting her door as I knocked like crazy, not even thinking about how panicked I must have sounded. And when she opened the door and asked me what happened, I panicked in a different way because I did not want to tell her that I had seen shadows and heard dishwashing at such a late hour. I did not want to scare her or have her think I was losing my mind, so the first excuse that came into my head was that I had seen a rat in my room, and that was what I told her. I saw a rat in my room, which is not the most believable excuse but still more normal than, there is something invisible washing our dishes. And she accepted it, maybe half thinking it was true, maybe half suspecting there was more, but not forcing me to explain. From that night on, because she did not want me to feel uncomfortable or scared in my own room, I started sleeping with her and my 2 nephews in their room. Sharing the space, the comfort of their presence making me feel safer, even if I was still confused and a bit shaken about what I had heard and seen. 2 days later, when the memory had settled a bit, and I was still quietly keeping it to myself, my mom suddenly told me something that made my blood run cold in a different way, because she said that on the night before the one when I knocked on her door, she had also heard knocks and someone washing the dishes at around the same time that I had heard them, her own experience mirroring mine but on a different night. And until that moment she had not been aware of what I had witnessed. She had not known about the knocks on my door or the shadow or the dishwashing sounds that had scared me into running to her room. She described how she had heard light knocking and the sound of dishes being washed in the kitchen, how she had listened and wondered who was up doing housework at that hour, and she had felt unsettled then too. And when she told me all this, I was shocked because it meant that the sounds were not just in my head, not just my imagination, but something that had happened more than once and to both of us, at around the same time, involving the same kinds of noises, and the fact that she had heard it on a different night made it worse somehow, because it felt like a pattern and not a single random event. After she shared her story, I decided to tell her my own, to explain that I had also heard knocking and the sound of someone washing dishes and had even seen a shadow pass by my door. And we both sat there absorbing this strange coincidence, trying to make sense of it but not really finding any good explanation. And then, weirdly enough, after these conversations and after I started sleeping in her room with my nephews, the strange sound stopped, at least for a while, as if whatever had been making those noises had either lost interest in us or had done whatever it wanted to do already, which was another unsettling thought, because it made me feel like something had deliberately stopped after being noticed. On the 3rd night that I slept in their room, something else happened that felt different but still connected in a way I only understood later. That night I woke up at around 3:30 in the morning because I was suddenly very hot, my skin sticky, the air heavy, even though usually at that hour it is cooler, and I found out that without us knowing, there had been a power blackout in the city, which meant all the electric fans had stopped, all the air from them gone, and the room had turned into a warm, still box of quiet breathing and soft snores. So I sat up, realized what was happening, tried to get more comfortable by shifting my position and maybe fanning myself with my hand, then laid down again and went back to sleep, not thinking too much of it because power outages happen sometimes. After I fell back asleep, I had a dream, and in that dream I was losing a tooth. One of my front teeth, or at least one that I was very aware of, and it was not just a casual dream detail, it was something that stood out, because in our culture dreaming about losing a tooth carries a specific meaning. It is said to be a sign that someone may die, a kind of warning or omen that something bad is going to happen to someone you know or someone close to you. And in the dream itself I felt that meaning. I felt a deep sadness and fear, as if the dream version of me knew that something bad was coming but could not pinpoint what exactly it would be or who it would affect. And I remember waking up at some point with that heavy feeling in my chest. But as the morning went on and I got busy with my usual routine, my mind pushed the dream aside, and strangely I forgot about it for a while, as we often do with dreams once we start moving around and doing normal things. At the same time, during these past few days, I also started to notice something else in my daily life. Something that made me feel like I had become more sensitive to them. By them, I mean the unseen presences that people talk about in stories, the ghosts or spirits, or whatever name you want to give them, because I began to feel watched more often than usual, especially when I was at work. While I was at the office, doing tasks, sitting at my desk, walking in the hallway, or going to the comfort room, I would sometimes suddenly feel a chill or a prickling sensation on my neck, that feeling you get when you are sure someone's eyes are on you even if you do not see them. And it was not a one-time thing, it was happening almost daily, and although I tried my best to ignore it, telling myself that I was just scaring myself because of what had happened at home, there were specific moments that were harder to brush off, like one time when I went to the CR at work, entered the cubicle that was nearest the door, closed it, and began to do my business. And as I was there I heard sounds that clearly suggested someone else was in the other cubicle, the sound of movement, maybe shifting feet or a light rustle, that small presence that lets you know you are not alone. And I found it comforting at first, thinking it was just another coworker there. But when I finished and opened my cubicle door, stepping out into the small CR area, I saw that there was no one else inside. The other cubicle doors were open, the sinks empty, and I realized with a jolt that whoever I thought had been there would not have been able to leave without me seeing her pass by, because I was in the cubicle closest to the door, meaning she could not have gone out without me hearing or seeing the door open and close. And that realization made me stand still for a second, staring at the empty room, my heart beating faster. But again I tried to calm myself, to say it was a mistake, a misunderstanding of sound, maybe some pipes or wind or building noises messing with me, even if a part of me felt deep down that something else was going on. I kept talking myself down like that, not wanting to accept that something invisible might be following me from house to office, and yet every day the feeling of being watched stayed close, like a shadow. Then, just this morning, 3 hours ago from the time I wrote this, something happened that suddenly brought all the separate pieces together in my mind and made me remember the dream about the tooth and all the strange sensations of the past week. The morning started in a slightly unusual way, because for the first time I did not say goodbye to my mom before leaving for work, which is very unlike me, since I always tell her, "I'm leaving," or "I'm going now," whenever I step out of the house to go to work. It has become a small routine, something I do without thinking, and she is used to hearing it too. But today, for some unknown reason, I went out without saying anything, not even a passing by, and only realized later how odd that was, like a small break in the pattern. As usual, I needed 2 jeepney rides to get to the office, a first ride from our area to a certain point, and from there a second ride that would take me closer to where I worked, and this routine is so normal and automatic for me that I rarely think twice about it. But this morning, after getting off the first jeepney, I was about to cross the street using the pedestrian lane to get to where I could catch the second ride, and as I walked across the stripes of the pedestrian crossing, thinking about nothing special, maybe about work or my plans for the day, everything changed in an instant, because a taxi cab suddenly hit me. I remember the moment very clearly, even though it also felt like a blur. 1 second I was walking, the next I felt the impact from the side, a force pushing me, my body stumbling, my mind stunned and filled with shock and fear, and for a brief, frozen moment I thought, "This is it, something bad is happening to me." Like the dream about losing a tooth had finally connected with reality. The taxi did not hit me head on, more like it sideswept me, clipping me in such a way that my shoe was torn and became unusable, and I suffered a few scratches, small injuries on my skin. But I did not fall the way I thought I would. I did not end up lying flat on the road the way people in accidents often do. Instead, I found myself still standing on my feet, shaky but upright, my heart racing, my brain trying to process how I was still there, alive and aware, instead of badly hurt or worse. And when I looked around I saw people staring at me, their faces a mix of shock and relief, some of them telling me that I was incredibly lucky, that from their point of view it had looked as if the taxi was going to hit me much harder, that they themselves could not believe that I was still on my feet after the contact. They said I had been side hit, not fully run over, that I was very fortunate. And I heard their voices as if from far away at first, my body buzzing with adrenaline, and inside my mind, along with the shock and gratitude that nothing worse had happened, there was a deep, strange awareness that all of this had come after a week of unexplained knocks, phantom dishwashing sounds, the feeling of being watched, empty cubicles that still sounded occupied, and a dream about losing a tooth that in my culture means death or trouble coming to someone. And as I stood there with a broken shoe and stinging scratches, listening to strangers say how lucky I was, my thoughts went back to everything that had been happening, and I could not help but ask myself if something or someone had been trying to warn me, to make me more alert, to protect me, or at least make me aware that danger was close. And that question, that possibility, makes all of it so much harder to dismiss as simple paranoia or coincidence. And that is why even now I still cannot fully believe how I am okay after what happened, and why the whole series of events is something I cannot easily forget. I was about 13 years old when my mother and grandmother finally told me this story properly, and even though so many years have passed since then, it still feels strange and heavy whenever I think about it. The story is not about something that happened to me directly, but to my little sister when she was only 2 years old, and I was 3. Back then we were very small children living in a very rural place in Beulah, Cameron Sur, in Baikal. Life in that area was simple and hard at the same time. We were surrounded by fields and farms, with muddy paths, coconut trees, carabaos, and rice paddies. The air always smelled of soil, plants, and smoke from people cooking outside. We did not have the kind of busy, noisy life that you find in the city. Instead, our days were slow and filled with small routines, playing in the dirt, running around barefoot, chasing chickens, and climbing on anything that looked climbable. Our family situation was not easy. Our father and mother had already separated. My father had another family, and did not support us financially or emotionally. He had basically chosen to walk away, and that left my mother with a heavy burden on her shoulders. She had to find a way to take care of us, to feed us and give us a better life. So she made a very difficult decision. She went overseas to work. That meant my sister and I grew up during those early years with our grandmother, whom we called Nene. We were used to calling her that, and in many ways she was our mother during that time. She was the one who watched over us, scolded us, fed us, and tried her best to keep us safe while our real mother was far away, working and sending money home. Because we were children, and because our world was small and full of fields, trees, and open spaces, my sister and I loved to play outside. We spent most of our afternoons in the farm area near the house, running after each other, picking flowers, making up little games, and laughing at anything and everything. My memory of those times is a bit blurred because I was so young, but I can imagine myself as a tiny 3-year-old child, not understanding adult problems, just enjoying the open land, the soft mud, the green rice plants, and the warm air. My sister, being only 2, followed me around, copying whatever I did, falling down, standing up, and laughing. Our Nene could not keep us inside all the time because she also had house chores to do. She trusted that we knew the area enough and that we would come home when it got dark. The farm was a familiar place, but like many rural areas, it also had dangers, sharp tools, deep ditches, and one thing in particular that would become very important in this story, a well. This well, according to what my family told me, was not a modern, covered structure. It was an old, deep water well, probably dug up long ago by farmers. It did not have a proper fence like you see in safe places. It might have had some stones around it, or a low cement border, but nothing that could really stop a small child from getting too close. The well was deep enough that you could not simply stand up and climb out, especially if you were only 2 years old and did not know how to swim. It was the kind of place that adults worried about, but children did not really understand. That particular late afternoon, my sister and I were, as usual, playing in the farm. The light was starting to turn orange as the sun moved lower in the sky. People in the area were probably starting to end their work for the day. I do not remember the exact scene with my own eyes, but I imagine it based on what I was told. At some point, for reasons only she knew, my little sister wandered closer to the well. Maybe we were running around, maybe she slipped, maybe she was just curious and leaned too far, and then it happened. She fell into the well. Nobody saw her fall. Nobody was standing near enough to stop her or pull her back. One moment she was playing, and the next she was gone from the edge and in the water. Remember, she was only 2. She did not know how to swim. The water down there was probably cold and dark. The well was too deep for her to simply stand up. Under normal circumstances, a child her age would drown in such a situation before anyone could reach her. And yet, that evening, a few moments later, she came home. When my sister finally walked back into our small house, it was already evening. The air was cooler, and the sky was darkening. She was muddy and wet from head to toe. Her hair was sticking to her face, her clothes clung to her body, and her legs were dirty with mud and water. But instead of crying or screaming or showing any sign of trauma, she was laughing hard. She was so young that perhaps the fear had not sunk into her mind as fear. Maybe, for her, it had felt like some weird game. Our Nene saw her come in, and you can imagine her reaction. Here was a 2-year-old child returning home soaking wet, in a place where there was no reason to be that wet unless something serious had happened. Nene was immediately upset and worried. She asked her why she was wet, her voice sharp with fear and anger combined. My sister, in her small voice, answered calmly in Tagalog, "Nahulog pa ko sa balon," which means, "I fell down the well." At that moment my Nene must have felt her heart drop. She knew exactly which well my sister was talking about, and she knew how deep it was and how dangerous it was. She knew that even adults would have a hard time getting out of it without help. So, in her confusion and shock, she immediately asked the next logical question: "How did you get back up? How did you climb out?" My sister was so little that she did not have the strength to pull herself out of a deep, slippery well, and yet there she stood, smiling, very much alive. Nene's voice must have been full of disbelief when she asked, "How did you come back up? Who helped you?" My sister answered with the simple honesty of a child. She pointed toward the darkness outside the house, toward some spot in the evening air, and said, "Saya Young Tumilong Sakin," which means, "He was the one who helped me." My Nene followed the direction of her finger and looked. There was nobody there. Just empty air and encroaching darkness. No one was standing there, no neighbor, no farmer, no relative, no stranger. No footsteps leading away, no sound of someone leaving. The space she pointed at was completely empty. That was the moment fear of another kind entered my grandmother's heart. She was not just worried about the physical danger anymore. Now she was afraid of what my sister might have encountered, or who might have helped her. In rural areas like ours, people believe in spirits, guardians, and also in creatures that are not quite human. The idea that someone unseen could have pulled a 2-year-old child out of a deep well and brought her safely home was both comforting and terrifying. Nene did the only thing she knew to do in such a situation. She stopped asking questions, took my sister to wash off the mud and dirty water, gave her a bath, and changed her into clean clothes. But she did not stop there. She decided to bring her to an albilario, a traditional healer or witch doctor. Albularios in places like Baikal are people believed to have knowledge of herbs, prayers, and rituals to protect someone from bad spirits, or to understand strange events. I do not know exactly what happened during that visit. I do not know what the albulario saw or felt or did. Maybe he or she said a prayer over my sister, waved herbs around her, or gave my grandmother instructions for protection. My family never told me every single detail of that part. What I do know is that after this incident, weird things started happening. I was too young at the time to remember each strange event, but the story of my sister falling into the well and being helped by someone only she could see was the first big sign that something unusual connected itself to our family. It was as if her life had been marked by that invisible rescue, as if some unseen force had decided to step into our story. Maybe it was a good presence, maybe it was not. I still do not know. Years passed, and our life changed again. About 3 years after the well incident, our mother finally came home from working overseas. She had been away because of our father's abandonment and his failure to support us. She had gone abroad to earn money so we could have a better life, and eventually, after working hard for some time, she was able to come back to the Philippines and be with us again. This time she did not bring us back to the old rural house in Beulah to stay. Instead, she picked us up from the province and took us to live with her in the city. We moved into an apartment in Las Piñas City. It felt completely different from the province. The roads were cemented. There were more people, more houses, more noise. There were no wide rice fields to run in, no deep wells to fear, but there were new kinds of dangers too, and new faces around us. Because my mom had to work at a mall nearby, she could not stay at home with us all the time. To make sure someone watched over my sister and me while she was busy at work, she hired a maid to take care of us. This woman was in charge of feeding us, watching us, and bringing us back home when we played outside. At that time, we did not think much about her. To children, a maid is just another adult who gives instructions, who can be kind or strict, and who becomes part of the background of daily life. The strange part about this story did not start with her directly, but she was connected to it in a way that I only suspected later. One late afternoon, around 5:30 or 6 o'clock, we were playing at a park near the apartment. The sky was already starting to lose its brightness, but there was still enough light to see the other kids running and laughing. The maid came to pick us up, telling us it was time to go home because evening was approaching, and we had to eat dinner and prepare for bed. I did not want to go home yet. I was still full of energy, wanting to run and play more. When she insisted, I became very upset with her and made a fuss. I probably cried or shouted or refused to walk easily, the way a stubborn child does when their fun is being cut short. To get me moving, she tried to scare me in a simple way. She picked up a caterpillar she saw somewhere and used it to frighten me, probably saying that if I did not go home, she would put it on me or something like that. I was afraid of caterpillars at that age, so her plan worked. I got scared enough to walk back with her toward the house. When we arrived at the apartment, she took the caterpillar, and instead of throwing it away outside, she put it in the right drawer of the sewing machine that was in the house. I saw her do this, and it stayed in my memory. She then gave us baths, helped us change into clean clothes, and told us to eat dinner and then go to sleep. That night, I had a fever because I had been so afraid of the caterpillar. The fear stayed in my body, and my temperature went up. As a child, my imagination was strong, and the thought of that caterpillar in the drawer made me both scared and uncomfortable as I tried to sleep. The next morning, I woke up feeling a bit better, and like many children, the first thing I thought about was whether my mom had any pasalubong for us. When she came home from work or from somewhere, we often hoped she would bring something small, a snack, a toy, or anything new. So I went to her room and asked if she had any pasalubong. She smiled and said yes, but told me that before I could have it, I needed to get a pair of scissors from the sewing machine so we could open the package. Obediently, and excited by the idea of getting something special, I went downstairs to where the sewing machine was. I remembered that the maid had put the caterpillar in the right drawer, so to avoid seeing it, I opened the left drawer first. I searched inside but did not find any scissors there. So I went back upstairs and told my mom that the scissors were not in the left drawer. She told me to check the other one, the right drawer. My heart must have skipped, because I remembered the caterpillar. But my desire to get the pasalubong pushed me forward. So I walked back downstairs, approached the sewing machine once more, and this time I pulled open the right drawer. What I saw inside was not what I was expecting. I did not find just a caterpillar or harmless sewing tools. Instead, coiled there, curling around the pair of scissors, was a very big worm. Or at least that is what I thought it was at the time. I was still young and did not immediately recognize that it was actually a snake. All I saw was a thick, long, moving body, and the scissors trapped inside its coils. The sight of it shocked me so much that I screamed loudly, my voice full of terror. My scream was so strong that my mother heard it upstairs and rushed down to see what had happened. When she saw the drawer and what was inside, she understood the situation better than I did. The neighbors also heard my scream and came over, crowding around the door, asking what was going on. When they saw the snake inside the drawer, wrapping itself around the scissors, they reacted quickly to help get rid of it. I do not know exactly what methods they used to remove or kill the snake, because I was probably standing far back, trembling and crying, still shaken by what I had seen. What I do remember is that the incident left a strong mark on me. A harmless caterpillar turned into a snake. A small prank from the maid turned into a dangerous situation. If I had reached my hand into that drawer without looking carefully, I could have been bitten. The snake might have attacked me before I had the chance to scream. The idea of that possibility makes me cold even now. After the neighbors helped and the snake was removed, there were a lot of questions in the air. I did not see what happened to the maid afterward. I do not know whether my mother dismissed her, scolded her, or kept her. Those details were hidden from me, or maybe I was too young to understand them clearly at the time. All I know is that thinking back on everything as I got older, I started to feel that there was something not right about her. I still think that she might have been a mancukulam, a witch, or at least someone who had a bad kind of connection to spirits or misfortune. It is hard to be completely sure. Some people would say it was all coincidence, that a snake somehow found its way into the drawer during the night and wrapped itself around the scissors by chance. Others would say that the caterpillar she handled, the fear she caused me, the fever I had, and the snake appearing in that exact place where she had put the caterpillar is too much to be just chance. When I connect it to the earlier story of my sister being saved from the well by someone only she could see, brought safely to the surface when she could not have climbed out on her own, then pointing at empty air and saying, "He was the one who helped me," and then later the weird things that followed, it feels like my sister and I had experiences that were not fully normal. Maybe we were more open to these things. Maybe something followed us. Maybe some good presence helped my sister at the well, and some other more dangerous force appeared later in the city. Or maybe all of it is just a series of strange events in a life that has always been a bit difficult and unusual. I still do not know the full explanation. What I do know for sure is that these two stories, the fall into the well and the snake in the sewing machine drawer, are real memories in our family. They are told again and again, with the same details, the same fear, and the same sense of mystery. And even now, at my age, when I think about my 2-year-old sister laughing after falling into a deep well, and about a big snake curling itself around a pair of scissors where only a caterpillar had been placed, I cannot help but feel that there are things in this world that we do not fully see or understand, things that move quietly in the background of our lives, watching, helping, or maybe sometimes trying to harm us, leaving behind only stories and questions that we carry with us for the rest of our days. I was having a simple, ordinary conversation with my boyfriend when all of this happened, and maybe that is part of the reason why it feels so strange to me now, because it started in such a normal moment that I did not even think it was important at first. We were just talking, I was relaxed, lying or sitting in my usual spot, focused on what he was saying, answering his questions, laughing a little, complaining about small things, just the usual kind of talk two people in a relationship share. Late in the day when everything is quiet, and then, for no particular reason, I turned my eyes away from whatever I was looking at and took a short look around my room, the way you do when you are half listening and half checking your surroundings, and my gaze moved to the area near my door. My room has a simple setup, the door, and behind it, if you open it fully, there is a cabinet placed near that same wall. The space is familiar to me, I see it every day, so my mind knows very well that there is nothing in that narrow area but the cabinet itself and the wall. That is why, thinking back now, it is so strange that at that moment, when my eyes fell on that part of the room, I saw something that did not belong there at all. I was not surprised at all when I saw it, and that is what puzzles me now. I do not know why I was so calm. Maybe because it only lasted for a second, maybe because my brain was still half inside the conversation with my boyfriend and did not fully register the shock. But I remember clearly that I saw a part of a long white dress waving gently behind my room's door, as if someone wearing it was walking past, as if there was wind making the cloth move. I did not see the whole person, only the lower part of the dress, long and white, like something a woman in an old movie would wear, and it was positioned in such a way that whoever she was, she had already passed through the cabinet behind the door. In real life, a person cannot simply pass through solid furniture and keep walking, but what I saw was that white dress sliding past, as if the person was not bothered at all by the fact that my cabinet was there. It also gave me the feeling that she was heading towards some windy place, because the cloth did not just hang there, it moved and fluttered like there was a breeze, even though I was inside my room and there was no strong wind blowing. The sight was clear enough that my mind accepted it as something real in that moment. Yet instead of screaming or getting scared, I did something very simple and almost silly. I told this to my boyfriend. I mentioned it to him the way you mention a small, random thing you notice, like, "Oh, by the way, I just saw this," and he did not take it seriously at all. He thought I was just joking, maybe trying to scare him or just playing around, so he laughed it off or ignored it, and because of his reaction, I did not push it. I did not argue or try to convince him. I just let it go and simply went back to our topic, as if nothing unusual had happened, as if I had not just seen a white dress sliding through a cabinet in my own room. Now, while I am writing this story and really thinking back, I realized with a kind of slow shock that this was not the first time I had seen that same long white dress. The memory came back to me like a puzzle piece finally sliding into place. I had seen it before when my aunt died last year. At that time, my aunt was sick, and I know she died because of some disease, although now I have forgotten the exact cause. What I do remember very clearly is that during her wake, our house was almost always empty because the rest of the family was at the funeral home or wherever the wake was being held. On one particular day, I was all alone in our house. Everyone else had gone to my aunt's wake except for one cousin who was out practicing with her choir mates, so the house was quiet, and I was basically by myself. Just like in the more recent incident, I was having a conversation with the same person, my present boyfriend, but at that time he was still courting me. We were talking over the cell phone, sharing stories, getting to know each other better, and I remember being focused on his voice and on what we were saying. Then, again, in the middle of this ordinary talk, I saw that same long white dress. Just like this time, I did not see the whole figure, only a part of it, just enough to recognize it. I was alone in the house, with no one else supposed to be moving around inside, and yet there was that same familiar soft movement of white cloth, as if someone in a long white dress was walking past the doorway or a corner. At that time, I did not fully think about it. I did not know who was in that dress. I did not connect it to anything. I just noticed it, felt a small discomfort, and then brushed it away because I did not want to freak myself out while alone. Now, when I look back at both events together, I cannot help but wonder if it was the same presence both times, appearing to me when I was distracted in conversation, one time when my aunt had died, and another time just recently, as if she or whoever it is moves quietly through our house and lets me see just a part of her. I still do not know who she is. Maybe she is someone connected to my family. Maybe she is just a spirit passing by. Maybe I will know more about her some other time in the future. For now, all I have are these two moments, like small scenes stuck in my memory of a long white dress fluttering where no real person should be. The second strange story is not mine but my older sister's experience, although I was present when she came downstairs and told us about it, and I remember how she looked and how she spoke, so it feels almost as if I witnessed part of it through her reactions. That day, I was again talking with my boyfriend over the phone, the same way I often do when I have time. We were in the living room, I think, or at least I was there with the others, and he was on the other end of the line, while my older sister decided to go upstairs to take a bath. It was a normal evening at first. The television was on, and our maid was in the living room with us, watching the show. My sister went up, and I kept talking on the phone, not paying attention to what was happening upstairs. Almost an hour passed, which is a reasonable amount of time for someone to shower, fix their things, and get dressed. After around that time, I finally hung up the phone, ending my call with my boyfriend, and almost at the same moment, my sister came down from the second floor. The timing felt natural. But what was not natural was the first thing she did when she entered the living room. Right after she stepped in, she asked in a serious tone if anyone had gone upstairs while she was there. Our maid looked at her, and quickly said that no one had gone up the stairs. She explained that they were all busy in the living room watching television, and I had been busy talking with my boyfriend. No one had left their place while my sister was showering. That was when my sister told us what had happened upstairs, and why she was asking that question. She said that when she finished bathing and was ready to come down, she saw that her pair of slippers had been fixed neatly beside the room's door, leaning against the wall, perfectly arranged as if someone had taken the time to place them properly. She clearly remembered that before she entered the bathroom, she had just left her slippers scattered outside our room's door. She had not lined them up or placed them neatly. She had slipped them off carelessly before going in. So when she came out and saw them fixed in such an orderly way, it confused her and sent a chill through her body. The fact that she immediately came downstairs without even combing her hair shows how unsettled she felt. Normally, after a bath, she would fix herself a little, comb her hair, maybe apply lotion or just take a few extra moments in front of the mirror. But that time she did not do any of that. She left the room as quickly as she could and came down with her hair still messy and wet, because something about seeing her slippers arranged by unseen hands made her want to be with other people right away. After we told her that no one had gone upstairs, she felt a little scared but tried to lighten it with a thought and a joke. She told us that maybe the nene, upstairs, which is how she referred to a mother figure or maybe a spirit mother who might be living above us, thought that we were careless with our belongings, and that was why she bothered to help, by simply fixing my sister's slippers as if she were teaching us to be neat and respectful. It was a way of making sense of something that had no clear explanation. The idea of a nene spirit, someone who watches over the house like a strict but caring mother, is comforting and scary at the same time. On one hand, it means someone is helping, making things orderly. On the other hand, it means that someone invisible is moving our things, watching us, and paying attention to how we live. My sister tried to laugh about it, but you could tell from her eyes that she felt a strange fear, because we all knew that physically no one from the family or the maid had gone upstairs to arrange those slippers. The last story I want to share is another experience of mine, one that made me feel especially vulnerable because it happened when I was completely alone in my room, with my guard down, late at night. It started after my mom came home from a retreat with her fellow church workers. She had been away for a short time, attending this retreat, praying, reflecting, doing activities with the group. When she came back, she was probably tired but spiritually refreshed. That night, it was already close to midnight, almost 12, when my older sister decided that she wanted to buy something to eat as a midnight snack. My mom agreed to go with her, maybe to stretch her legs and to keep her company, and my sister brought along her 2-year-old daughter, my niece. The three of them went out together to buy the snack, leaving me behind. I decided not to go with them because I still had classes the next day and I wanted to try to sleep earlier so I would not be too tired in school. It seemed like a sensible choice. So they left the house, the door closed, and for a while I was completely alone on that floor in the house. I lay there, trying to catch my sleep, letting my body relax, listening to the distant sounds from outside, maybe a passing car, maybe a dog barking, or just the quiet hum of the night. I was not expecting anything strange. I was only thinking about resting so I could wake up on time and go to my classes in the morning. Just as I was starting to drift into a light, comfortable state, I suddenly heard a man's voice whispering in my right ear. It was extremely close, as if the person was right there next to me, leaning down and speaking directly into my ear. I froze. The voice was deep and low, and it scared me immediately because I knew I was alone. My mom, sister, and niece were out. My grandmother and our maid were using my room until now, but at that specific moment they were not beside me. They were in a different part of the house, and there was no man in the room or the hallway. The voice kept whispering, but I could not understand what he was saying. It was not clear language to my ears, not any word I could recognize. It was more like a string of sounds spoken in a low tone, close and invasive, and I tried to listen to catch even a single word, but I still could not make sense of it. That only made it more frightening, because it felt like someone was trying to tell me something, but in a way that was not meant for me to fully understand, and the fact that I could not see him, only hear him, made my skin crawl. My heart raced, and instead of staying there and trying to convince myself it was my imagination, I did what my instinct told me to do. I got up and ran out of that room as fast as I could. I did not look back. I did not check if someone was standing behind me. I just ran. I went straight to my own room, which at that time was being used by my grandmother and our maid as their sleeping place. They were already there, resting. I entered and told my grandmother that my mom, my older sister, and her little daughter had gone out to buy something and had left me alone in the room, using that as my excuse for barging in and disturbing their sleep. I did not tell her right away that I had heard a whispering man's voice in my ear. I was still too shaken, and I did not want to sound crazy. I just wanted to be near someone, to feel less alone, and to stay in a room where there were other breathing, visible people. I lay there, trying to calm down, waiting for them to come back. When my mom, my sister, and my niece finally arrived home, I thought maybe I should tell my mom the truth about what had happened, thinking she might understand or at least listen. Instead, when she found out that I had run out of the room and gone to my grandmother's place, waking her and the maid up, she scolded me. She was annoyed that I had bothered my grandmother in her sleep because of what she saw as a small thing. When I made the mistake of telling her what I had actually experienced, the deep man's voice whispering into my ear when nobody was there, she scolded me even more, as if speaking about it was wrong, as if I was inviting more of those things or as if I was just being silly and dramatic. It hurt me a little that she reacted that way, but at the same time I understood that maybe she was scared too and did not want to admit it. Or maybe she thought that if she entertained my story it would give more power to whatever it was. So she chose to scold me instead of comfort me. After all of these things, the long white dress passing through solid furniture, the same dress appearing again when my aunt died, my sister's slippers being neatly arranged by unseen hands, the idea of a nene spirit upstairs, and the deep whispering voice in an empty room, I cannot help but feel that our house, our family, or maybe I myself am somehow sensitive to things that most people do not see or hear. I do not always talk about these things openly because I already know that some people, like my boyfriend at first or my mom in that last story, might think I am joking or making it up or just scaring myself. But when I put everything together in my mind, the details, the timing, and the feelings that come back to me, I know that what I experienced felt real in those moments. Maybe someday I will know who the woman in the long white dress is, whether she is someone who is connected to my family or just a passing soul. Maybe someday I will also understand who the nene upstairs is, the one my sister felt had fixed her slippers, and who the man was whose deep voice I heard whispering into my ear. For now, all I can do is remember these stories, share them carefully, and accept that there are things around me that cannot be easily explained, that move quietly in the background of my everyday life, showing themselves only in glimpses of white cloth, neatly arranged slippers, and mysterious words spoken in the dark. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. During my college years, I slowly came to realize that many of the dorms in my university were said to be haunted in one way or another, and as time passed and I heard more and more stories from different friends, I started to believe that maybe there really was something strange about those buildings, especially the older ones that had a long history before they were turned into dormitories for students. Among all these buildings, there was one dorm that stood out to me because it was not just an ordinary old building. It used to be a hospital before the school converted it into a place for students to live in, And even after they renovated it, and filled it with beds and study tables and posters and all the usual things you see in a dorm, you could still feel traces of what it had been before, like a ghostly memory that stayed in the walls. To this day, as soon as you walk into that dorm, you are greeted by what used to be the nurses' station right at the entrance, and even though it is no longer used by nurses, the counter is still there, and when you see it you can easily imagine a nurse in white sitting behind it, checking charts, answering phones, and watching patients pass through. Just beyond that, the hallway stretches on. And at the end of it are these double doors that open to the left and right like the doors in old hospital dramas, the kind that swing both ways when a stretcher is pushed through in a hurry. Almost everyone who stays there or visits feels that the place has a heavier atmosphere than the other dorms. And it is not just because of the design, but also because of the stories that people tell about it. One of my friends was staying there for a while, and at first she thought it was just another dorm, a little creepy maybe, but good enough because it was close to her classes and she had roommates she got along with. For the first few weeks of the semester things were fine, just normal student life filled with classes, exams, late night studying, and small moments of fun with friends. Then, sometime around the middle of the semester, she suddenly started saying that she was going to move out. When I first heard this, I was surprised because it is not easy to move out of a dorm in the middle of the school year, and it usually means that something serious is going on. So I asked her why she wanted to leave, thinking maybe she had a problem with her roommates, or maybe the dorm rules were too strict, or perhaps there was a better dorm that had opened up. Instead, she told me something that sent a chill down my spine. She said that for several nights in the past few weeks, all of the girls in her room, including herself, had started waking up at exactly the same time in the middle of the night, at around 3 o'clock in the morning. At first it happened once, and they thought it was just a coincidence. One girl woke up, looked around, and noticed that someone else was also awake. Then another girl sat up, and after a few moments they realized that all of them were wide awake at the same time, even though none of them had set an alarm, or agreed to wake up together. They joked about it, saying maybe they had the same exam on their minds, or maybe they were too stressed. But then it happened again, and again, and again. Several nights in a row, sometimes with a break of a night or two in between, all of them would suddenly wake up and check the time, and each time it would be around 3 in the morning. It was always that strange hour that many people say is connected to ghosts or spirits, and it started to bother them because it was happening too often to be a simple coincidence. It was not just the waking up either. Her roommates also started swapping stories about something else they were seeing when the lights were off and only the faint light from outside or from their gadgets lit the room. They said that at night, they would see a shadowy figure at their window. The figure never moved, never spoke, never knocked. It just stayed there, a dark shape standing outside with its arms crossed, looking in on them as they lay in their beds. The image was very clear in their descriptions. A tall, still figure, arms folded like someone waiting or watching, the face hard to see but the outline sharp enough to know it was not just a trick of the light. Sometimes one girl would see it and try to ignore it, closing her eyes tightly and telling herself it was her imagination. On other nights, another roommate would see it and sometimes whisper to the others that it was there again. They tried to comfort each other by saying it might just be someone passing by, maybe a guard doing his rounds, or maybe the shadow of a tree or a person walking outside. But the more they thought about it, the harder it was to explain, because the way the dorm was built, their window did not face a busy path where people were constantly walking, and the position of the figure never changed. It always appeared at roughly the same spot, as though it were standing on air or on some invisible ledge that did not exist. They never saw it arrive or leave. It was just there one moment and gone another, like a picture that appears and disappears on its own. As the weeks went by, the repeated waking at 3 in the morning and the persistent presence of the shadowy figure at the window became too much for them. Even if they tried to act brave during the day, laughing at their own fears and pretending that they were fine, inside their room at night the fear was real. They started sleeping with small lights on, playing soft music, or saying prayers together before going to bed. My friend said that sometimes, even when she tried very hard not to think about it, she would wake up at 3 in the morning almost automatically. and her heart would be racing before her mind even knew why. That was when she decided that she could not stay there anymore. She told me that she preferred to move to another dorm, even if it meant sharing with more people or having to adjust to new rules, because she could no longer rest properly in a place where she felt like someone unseen was always watching her, especially at that place where sick people might have lived and died when the building was still a hospital. Hearing that, I did not blame her at all for wanting to move, and it gave me a deeper respect for the quiet shadows and spaces in that building whenever I passed by it. But that was not the only dorm on campus with strange stories. Another friend of mine stayed in a different dorm, and that building also had its own share of unsettling experiences. She kept telling us that in her room, someone always knocked on their door in the middle of the night, usually when everyone was finally starting to rest after a long day of classes, group projects, and study sessions. The knock was always the same, 3 sharp knocks, no more, no less. Not soft taps, but clear, firm knocks that any normal person would hear and feel obligated to answer. The first time it happened, they assumed it was a friend dropping by or perhaps a dorm staff doing some kind of check, so they got up and opened the door, expecting to see someone standing there. Instead, when they pulled the door open, they saw that the hallway was empty. There was no one outside their door. The hallway lights were on, the air felt still, and no footsteps could be heard walking away. They thought maybe whoever it was had walked away really quickly, so they peeked down the hall and even joked about playing a prank on the prankster the next time. But then it happened again on a different night, the same 3 sharp knocks, at a strange hour when most people were either asleep or too tired to play jokes. Again, they opened the door right after hearing the knocks, and again, no one was there, and the hallway remained empty in both directions. This happened several times, always 3 knocks, always at night, always with no one waiting outside. My friend told us that after a while, the sound of those knocks started to feel heavier, like an invitation or a reminder that something invisible was also living with them in that dorm. Sometimes they tried to ignore it and did not open the door, hoping that whoever or whatever it was would just go away, but hearing 3 loud knocks and then nothing but silence afterward was almost worse, because it made them imagine something standing on the other side that they could not see, patiently waiting or simply enjoying the fear it caused. That dorm, as it turned out, was also famous for something else, stories of doppelgangers. The same friend who heard the knocks had one experience that really freaked her out. One weekend, she decided to go home. She packed her things, left the dorm, and spent the weekend at her house with her family, away from school, away from the stress, away from the constant noise of dorm life. She did not come back to the dorm that night, and as far as she knew, her bed was empty and unused for that whole period. When she returned to the dorm the next day, one of her roommates saw her come in and greeted her with a laugh, saying something like, "You were totally knocked out last night. I was trying to wake you up because I brought dinner for you and our other roommates, but you just slept through it." At first, my friend thought her roommate was teasing her about being lazy or tired, but then she realized that her roommate was serious. Confused, she told her roommate that she had gone home for the weekend and had not been at the dorm at all the night before. The roommate's face changed from playful to shocked. She said she had seen my friend lying in her bed, sleeping deeply, and had even gone near her to wake her, calling her name and shaking her gently, but there was no response. Thinking my friend was very tired, the roommate decided to let her sleep and did not push any further. Now, hearing that the real person had actually been away the whole time, the roommate realized that whatever or whoever was lying there in the bed was not the real friend she thought she was looking at. Stories like this were not rare in that dorm. People said that it had a lot of tales about doppelgangers, figures that looked exactly like a student but were not truly them. Sometimes these doubles were seen walking down hallways, entering rooms, or sleeping in beds at times when the real person was in a different place entirely. No one knew if these doppelgangers were ghosts copying the appearance of the living, or some kind of echo, or something else entirely. All anyone knew was that seeing someone you know and then later finding out they were never there is a deeply unsettling experience that makes you question everything around you. Apart from the personal stories that my friends shared, there were also bigger, more widely known stories that circulated around campus, the kind you hear again and again until they become a kind of urban legend. One of the most popular ghost stories in our university told the story of a girl in another dorm, who had a very tragic and disturbing end. According to the story, it was the end of the semester and students were getting ready to go home for the semestral break. The dorms were buzzing with activity, with people packing up their clothes, cleaning their rooms, returning borrowed items, and making sure everything was in order before they left for a few weeks. In one room, a girl was packing her things, ready to leave for the break. While moving around the room, she noticed a note posted on the door of her roommate's closet. The note was simple and written in a friendly tone. It said, "Please lock my cabinet when you leave." The girl read it, and since it sounded like a reasonable request, she thought nothing of it. She assumed that her roommate had probably already gone ahead, or was busy doing something else, and just wanted to make sure that her belongings would be kept safe while the dorm was empty. So the girl, being helpful and not suspecting anything strange, followed the instruction on the note. She locked the closet door carefully, making sure it was secure, and then she finished her packing, closed up the room, and left the dormitory to enjoy her break at home, with the thought far from her mind. When the break ended and students came back to the dorms for the new semester, there was a dark, sad story waiting for them. The girl found out that her roommate had died inside that very closet over the break. As the story goes, the roommate had been inside the closet when she wrote the note and stuck it on the door, hoping that the girl would notice it and follow the instruction without realizing that she was actually inside. For reasons never fully explained in the legend, the roommate had either chosen to hide there or had decided to take her own life in that small, enclosed space. When the helpful girl locked the closet before leaving, she unknowingly trapped her roommate inside, sealing her fate. Over the break, with no one in the dorm and no one to hear any cries for help, the roommate starved or suffocated to death inside that locked cabinet. By the time the dorm staff opened the room again, it was too late. Hearing this story for the first time made me feel cold all over, because I imagined what it must have been like for the girl who did as the note asked, not realizing that she was locking her roommate in with no way out. I also imagined how the roommate must have felt inside that closet, leaving a note on the door, maybe hoping it would save her, but in the end the note became the key to her death instead of her rescue. Stories like these, about haunted dorms, unseen figures at windows, ghostly knocks on doors in the middle of the night, doppelgangers walking around in place of real people, and tragic notes on closet doors, were part of the atmosphere of my university. Some people dismiss them as just stories told to scare new students or to add flavor to campus life. Others believe them completely, especially if they or their close friends had personal experiences that matched the tales. For me, hearing them all together made me look at the buildings differently. Every old hallway, every window with a view of the dark outside, every door that echoed with late-night knocks felt like it might have its own story tucked into its corners. And whether or not every detail of these stories is true, they live on in the whispers and late-night conversations of students who sit together and share their experiences, wondering what is real, what is imagined, and what might be something from beyond, quietly watching them as they study, sleep, and try to grow up within those haunted walls. I had watched horror movies all my life and I always thought that white ladies, the ones in long white dresses with hair covering their faces, belonged only to the screen, to stories people told for fun, or to those creepy films like The Ring that you watch with friends and then laugh off when the lights are back on. But I never really believed I would see one in real life, much less have one ride in the same vehicle I was driving. That idea would have sounded ridiculous to me if someone else had said it. Yet this is exactly what happened to me a few years ago, and even now, when I think back to that night, I still get chills remembering her eyes and the way she looked at me in the mirror, as if I had done something terrible to her even though I had never seen her before. Ever since I was young, I had always been a bit more sensitive than most people when it came to spirits or strange presences. I could sometimes feel when something unseen was nearby, like the air changing slightly or the hair on the back of my neck rising for no logical reason, and on a few occasions I had even seen figures that I knew were not living people. Shapes at the corner of my vision or faces and reflective surfaces that vanished when I blinked, but those were always quick, brief encounters, almost like reminders that there is more to this world than we can explain, and they never lasted long enough to truly scare me out of my wits, so I got used to the feeling and learned to ignore it when I needed to. Nothing, however, prepared me for that particular night. It was very late, or very early depending on how you look at it, around 3 in the morning, that strange hour that people like to call the witching hour, or the devil's hour, when most of the world is asleep and the streets are quiet and empty. My ex-girlfriend and I had been hanging out and talking, and because it was late and I cared about her safety, I offered to take her home in our family van. The road going to their house is the kind of place that looks normal in daylight but turns into something almost sinister at night. It is very poorly lit, with only a few weak streetlights here and there, and long stretches where there is no light at all except for what your own headlights provide. If you walk there in the middle of the night without any flashlight or phone screen, it is close to pitch black darkness. You would not even see your own shadow. Trees line parts of the road, and sometimes their branches hang over, casting moving shadows when there is a little wind, and the surrounding houses are far enough apart that there are no warm windows to comfort you. I had traveled that road many times before, so I knew its turns and its dark spots, and even though it was creepy, I felt confident behind the wheel. That night, as we drove, we were just moving at a relatively slow speed, not rushing, because I was being careful. I had learned to drive defensively, always aware that anything can happen on the road. A stray dog, a sudden pedestrian, a drunk driver, or even just a pothole you do not see right away. So part of my habit as a defensive driver was to check my side mirrors and rearview mirror every now and then. Not just to see if there were cars behind us, but to keep a sense of my surroundings at all times. Inside the van, it was a little quiet. I do not remember exactly what my ex-girlfriend and I were talking about in those moments. Maybe something simple and ordinary like plans for the coming week, or a reminder about school or work, but I do remember that we were both calm. The only sounds were our voices, the hum of the engine, and the steady roll of the tires on the rough road. Night pressed around us like a blanket, and beyond the reach of the headlights, darkness was just darkness. Then, while doing my normal routine, I glanced at my rearview mirror. What I saw there nearly froze my blood. In the reflection, instead of just seeing the back seat and the faint outline of the rear windows, I saw her, a woman, sitting very clearly on the van's rear seat, in the exact spot where no one had been sitting when we started the drive. She was facing forward, her body slightly leaned so that her eyes met mine through the mirror, and the expression on her face was something I had only ever seen in horror films, something I had never thought would come alive in front of me. Her eyes were bloodshot red, not a little irritated, but fully red, as if all the veins had burst, full of anger and hatred that went deeper than any kind of anger I had seen in a living person. Blood was dripping from the corners of her eyes, running down her pale cheeks in thin, dark streaks that made her look like she had been crying tears of blood for a very long time. Her skin was pale white, almost the color of paper, with no warmth in it, and that whiteness made the red of her eyes and the blood stand out even more. Her hair was long and dark and all messed up, tangled and wild, falling around her face and down her shoulders like a disheveled curtain. She was wearing some kind of white dress, the kind you usually see in ghost stories, and the way she sat there, very still but filled with fury, made the air inside the van feel heavy and cold. If I had to translate the way she looked at me into words, it would be something like, "I'm going to kill you!" And I am not exaggerating. That is exactly what her stare felt like. A promise of harm, a focused hatred that seemed to be directed at me personally even though I had no idea who she was or why she would feel that way. For a second, I forgot about everything else. My hands were still on the steering wheel, but my mind went blank except for the sight of those red eyes burning into mine in the mirror. My heart started pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. The hair on my arms and neck stood up. I must have gone pale too because I felt the blood drain from my face. Normally, when I saw spirits or strange figures before, I had a simple coping mechanism that almost always worked. I would just glance away, pretend I had not seen anything, and then when I looked back, whatever it was would usually be gone, as if it only wanted to be noticed for a second before disappearing again. It was my way of dealing with those brief glimpses, and it had given me a small sense of control over something that was otherwise beyond my understanding. So, even though this time was much more intense, I tried to follow the same pattern. I forced myself to glance away from the mirror and look straight at the road again. I focused on the lane, on the white lines, on the small area in front of the van that my headlights were illuminating. I took a breath, trying to act as if nothing had happened, or as if maybe I had only imagined her. I told myself, "You are just tired. It's 3 in the morning, maybe your eyes are playing tricks on you. Just focus on driving." When I felt a little steadier, I slowly raised my eyes back to the rearview mirror, secretly hoping that the seat would be empty, and that I could chalk the whole thing up to being sleepy. To my horror, she was still there. Nothing had changed. She was still sitting on the rear seat, still staring straight at me with that same hateful, bloodshot gaze, blood still dripping from her eyes like fresh tears of rage. It was as if she knew what I was trying to do and refused to play along with the usual pattern. The fact that she remained there after I had looked away once scared me even more than the first time I saw her, because it meant this was not just a quick glance or a random flicker in my mind. This was something solid, something that wanted to be seen and was not leaving just because I wanted it to. Every muscle in my body tensed. My hands tightened on the wheel so hard that my knuckles turned white. I could feel sweat starting to form on my forehead and along my spine, even though the air inside the van had suddenly grown cold. I did not say anything to my ex-girlfriend, partly because I did not want to scare her, and partly because I was not sure if I could even get the words out without my voice shaking. I just kept driving, trying to keep the van straight on the road, my eyes jumping between the darkness ahead and the nightmare in the mirror behind. I glanced away again, this time more quickly, desperate to break whatever connection was holding her there. I stared at the road as if the road alone could save me, focusing on every detail, the cracked asphalt, the faint shine of the paint, the shapes of distant trees. After a few seconds, I gathered my courage and looked back at the mirror a third time. Finally, she was gone. The back seat was empty again. There were no red eyes, no pale face, no white dress. It was just the interior of the van, the same as it had been before we left, and everything looked normal. I let out a breath I did not know I had been holding. Relief washed over me like a wave, but it was a shaky kind of relief, full of leftover fear. I did not celebrate or relax fully, because the image of her was still burned into my mind. I can still see it now as clearly as I did then if I close my eyes and think about it. I continued driving, acting as calm as I could, taking my ex-girlfriend safely to her house and dropping her off, not mentioning anything to her because I did not want her to worry or to think I was crazy. After I made sure she was safely inside, I turned the van around and started heading back home. For a while, I was alone with my thoughts and the quiet engine noise, and as I approached the same stretch of road where I had first seen her, I felt something inside me shift. Instead of just being scared and wanting nothing more than to get away, part of me felt an odd kind of concern or curiosity about the white lady. I started thinking that maybe she had a reason for appearing, maybe something had happened to her on that road, something violent or tragic, like murder or rape or a terrible accident, and now she was stuck in that place, full of anger and pain, latching on to people who passed by in the night. I also knew from my past experiences that sometimes spirits show themselves because they want help, or because they want someone to know what happened to them. So, as I reached that same dark road where she had hitched a ride, I tried to reach out to her in my own simple way. Out loud but in a calm, respectful tone, I said that I meant her no harm, that I did not want to hurt her or make fun of her. I explained that if something bad had been done to her, if she had been murdered or raped or betrayed in some way, maybe there was something I could do to help her, as long as she was willing to communicate with me in a less terrifying form. I told her that if she wanted to talk or show me something, she should not appear with those bloodshot red eyes and that murderous stare, because that would only scare me and make it harder for me to listen. I said that if she came in a calmer way, I might be able to understand and maybe help, even if it was only by praying for her or lighting a candle or remembering her story. All the while, I kept my eyes on the road and occasionally checked the mirrors again, half expecting her to appear once more in the back seat, maybe this time with a different expression. Fortunately, or maybe unfortunately depending on how you look at it, she did not show up again. The van stayed empty. The mirrors reflected only what should be there. The night remained quiet except for the sound of the engine. I felt both relieved and disappointed at the same time. Relieved because I did not really want to see her again, and disappointed because if she really was a lost and angry spirit, I had hoped she might accept my offer and let me help. In the end, though, she stayed invisible, and I took that as a sign that she either did not want my help or that what I said was enough for that moment. When I finally reached home, I drove into the compound and got ready to park. The outside of our house was familiar and comforting, and I tried to tell myself that whatever had happened on the road was over. But as I pulled in, I saw something that made my nerves jump again. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a quick movement, like a shadow or a person moving extremely fast just outside the van. It was not clear enough to see details, only a blurry figure, like someone rushing past in a hurry, so fast that my eyes could barely register it. It did not move like a normal person, it felt more like a streak of motion, almost like a dark flash. My first thought was that maybe it was her, the same white lady, either following me or just passing by. Trying to calm myself, I forced a small joke, speaking out loud again as I sometimes do when I am nervous. I said, "Okay, I guess you just needed a ride. So you're happy, I'm happy, everybody's happy." I was trying to make light of the situation, as if making a joke could take away some of the fear that was still gripping my chest. After that, I turned off the engine and prepared to get out of the van. It was late, I was tired, and I just wanted to go inside, lock the doors, and forget about the whole thing beneath my blankets. I reached for the door handle, ready to push it open the way I always did, but before I could even move it properly, something, or someone, pulled the door open from the outside. It was not a gentle pull. It was a strong, sudden movement that flung the door wide open, much wider than I would normally push it myself, as if an invisible hand had grabbed it and yanked it back with force. There was no one standing there. No neighbor, no family member, no stranger. Just the night air pouring in through the open doorway and the quiet of our yard. The shock of that moment hit me like electricity. My heart jumped into my throat. I did not wait to see if anything else would happen. The next thing I knew, I was already in my room, under my bed sheets, breathing hard, my mind racing, praying, "Our Father," over and over again as fast and as sincerely as I could, asking for protection, comfort, and for whatever was out there to leave me alone. When I say, the next thing I knew, I do not mean that I teleported, of course. I still had to run all the way from the van to the house, pass through the gate, reach the door, go inside, climb the stairs, and get to my room. But the fear and the rush of adrenaline were so strong that I hardly remember the details of that dash. My body moved on instinct, on raw survival mode. I ran so fast that the whole sequence became a blur in my memory, as if my legs knew where to go without my brain fully recording each step. Later on, when I calmed down a bit, I realized that I did not even remember whether I had closed the gate properly or if I had locked the van door. I probably did not. All I cared about in that moment was putting as much distance as possible between myself and whatever had opened that door for me. Even now, when I think back to that night, I can still see her red eyes in the mirror, still feel the door being pulled wide open by unseen hands, and still feel the way my heart pounded as I hid under the blankets praying, hoping that the white lady who once hitched a ride in my van had finally gone wherever she needed to go, and that she would never again sit behind me in the dark while I drove down that lonely road. When my Uncle Bert was alive, he was one of the kindest people in my life, and even now when I think of him, the first thing that comes to my mind is his warm smile and the way he would always invite me to play with him as if I was his favorite person in the world, even though I was just a child and he was already an adult with his own problems and pain that he never really showed us. At that time, I was only about 10 years old. Still young, still more interested in games and cartoons and snacks than in serious things like sickness, death, or the complicated emotions that grown-ups carry around quietly in their hearts. To me, Uncle Bert was simply Uncle, the one who would ruffle my hair when I walked by, the one who would call my name in a cheerful way and ask if I wanted to play a simple game, watch a movie, or just sit beside him while he told jokes or stories from his younger days. I remember that whenever we had a family gathering, he would always make an effort to include me, even if the other adults were talking about their jobs, bills, or other adult worries. He would tap the seat beside him and say, "Come here, sit with me," as if my presence could make him feel better. I did not realize back then how important those moments were. But now, looking back, I understand that he must have been fighting his own battles inside, and I was probably a small source of comfort to him even though I had no idea what he was going through. What we did not know as a family was that Uncle Bert had been sick for some time. He had some kind of illness that caused severe pain in his bones, the kind of pain that is not visible on the outside but slowly eats away at a person's strength and joy from the inside. He never told us that he was sick. He did not complain about his body hurting, did not talk about going to doctors or hospitals, and did not show us how much he was suffering. Maybe he wanted to protect us from worrying, or maybe he did not want to be seen as weak. Whatever his reason was, he kept his pain to himself, and because of that, when we all finally found out about his illness, it was already too late. By the time his condition came to light, his body had taken too much damage, and the medicine that he relied on to make his bone pain go away became both his relief and, sadly, the cause of his death. He died of an overdose of that medicine, and even if the intention was to ease his pain, it ended up taking him away from us forever. When he passed away, my heart felt like it had been hollowed out, because even though I was still young, I understood enough to know that someone I loved dearly was gone and that I would never see him sit on the old chair in the living room again, never hear him laugh at some silly joke, never feel his hand tap my shoulder as he called me to play again. There was a funeral planned for him, of course. The adults took charge of the arrangements, talking in hushed voices, making phone calls, visiting the church or the funeral home, and doing all the necessary tasks that surround death. I really wanted to go to the funeral to say my last goodbyes to him, to see his face one more time, even if it was lying calmly inside a coffin instead of lighting up with a smile. In my young mind, going to the funeral was important because it felt like a way to show him that I loved him and that he mattered to me, and I imagined myself standing there quietly, maybe crying a little, maybe whispering, "Goodbye, Uncle," in my heart while looking at his resting face. But sadly, my family decided not to wake me up when the time came to leave for the funeral. Maybe they looked at my sleeping face and thought that a child as small as I was did not need to see a dead body. Or maybe they believed they were protecting me from something too painful or frightening. Perhaps they told themselves that I would not really understand what was going on or that it was better for me to just rest at home. Whatever their reasons were, by the time I opened my eyes and got out of bed that day, the house was empty, and they were already on their way to say goodbye to Uncle Bert without me. The silence in the house felt strange because usually, when someone dies, there are people moving around, neighbors dropping by, relatives talking in the kitchen, or at least some sort of sound in the air. But that day, there was nothing but the soft hum of appliances and the distant noise from outside. With nothing to do and with no choice but to just stay home alone, I turned to the one thing that always kept me company when I had no one else to talk to, my PS2. I plugged it in, turned it on, took a controller in my hands, and started playing one of my favorite games, something comforting and familiar that allowed me to escape for a while into another world where the rules were simple and the problems could be solved with a few buttons and a bit of skill. I sat there playing, waiting for my family to return, my mind half focused on the game, half drifting to thoughts of Uncle Bert lying in a coffin somewhere, surrounded by flowers and candles, while people prayed around him. Every now and then I would glance at the clock, wondering how long funerals usually lasted, wondering what it looked like inside the chapel, wondering if he looked peaceful as he slept his final sleep. As time passed, day slowly turned into evening. Shadows lengthened in the corners of the house, and the sunlight outside faded from bright white to orange, then to deep blue and black. Night came, and still my family was not home. I kept playing, my eyes glued to the screen, partly because I wanted to distract myself from the emptiness of the house and partly because it was the only comfort I had. Even though I was trying to act normal, there was a small knot of loneliness and unease growing inside me. The house that had always felt familiar now seemed bigger and quieter than usual. Every small sound, from the ticking of a clock to the distant bark of a dog outside, started to stand out more. At some point during that night, while I was still playing, without warning, a blackout occurred. The television turned off, the PS2 went dead, the lights shut down all at once, and the entire house was swallowed in sudden, complete darkness. It was as if someone had placed a thick black blanket over everything. I was so surprised that for a moment I just sat there frozen, my hands still on the controller even though the screen in front of me was now completely black. Blackouts were not exactly unusual in our area. We were used to losing power once in a while, especially during strong rains or problems with the electric supply, and typically, whenever there was a blackout, the Burundi people in the area would shout, "Blackout!" loudly, almost like an announcement to everyone in the neighborhood. It was a habit that became part of our community's routine. Their voices would travel through the streets, letting people know that the darkness was not just in their own house but everywhere. But this time, there was only silence. The power went out, and no one shouted anything. The quiet felt heavier than usual. There were no voices outside, no neighbors talking, no children crying, no sound of a radio playing in the distance. It was as if the entire world had suddenly gone to sleep, leaving me alone awake in the dark. Fear rose in me very quickly, like cold water filling a glass. Being just a kid, darkness always had a way of making my imagination run wild. Without the comfort of the TV screen and the light bulbs, the house became a collection of dark shapes and deeper shadows. I could no longer see the familiar objects around me clearly. Everything seemed to melt into blackness. The ceiling, the walls, the furniture, all of them faded into one dark mass. I felt exposed and vulnerable, as though anything could be hiding in that darkness, just out of sight, watching me. My first instinct was to hide, to create some small safe space for myself, so I took the bed sheet and pulled it over my head, curling my body beneath it as if it were a shield. Even though I knew logically that cloth could not protect me from anything real, it made me feel slightly less exposed, like I had at least a thin barrier between myself and whatever might be lurking in the dark. My heart was pounding so loudly that I could hear it in my ears, and I tried to control my breathing so that I would not start crying out loud. I told myself that this was just a normal blackout and that the power would come back soon, that my family would return, and that everything would be fine. But the weird stillness outside, the absence of the usual blackout call from the Burundi, made me worry in a way I could not explain. I wanted to get out of the room, maybe go downstairs and stand near the door so that I would feel closer to the outside world, but I was too scared of the dark hallways and staircases, afraid of what my eyes might see if they tried to look at shapes in the darkness. I told myself over and over that I was safe, that there was no one else in the house, that my parents had locked the doors before they left, that the only thing I had to worry about was my own imagination. I was just about to gather my courage and go down from the bed when suddenly I heard something that made all the fear inside me explode. From somewhere inside the house, I heard the sound of footsteps going down the stairs. At first it was just a faint creak, but then it became clearer, a steady rhythm of weight on wood, each step pressing down, then lifting up, moving slowly downward. The problem was that there was supposed to be no one home except me. Everyone else was at the funeral. No one had keys to sneak in without me knowing. No neighbors had been invited to stay over. The only living person inside that house at that time was me. Yet the sound was unmistakable. Someone or something was walking down the stairs. What made the feeling worse was the fact that my Uncle Bert's old bedroom was upstairs. Before he died, that was where he used to sleep, rest, and keep his belongings. That room had seen him on his good days and his bad days, had heard his laughter and maybe his quiet groans of pain when no one was around. The thought that footsteps were coming from that direction when he had just died, and when his body was still lying in a funeral home somewhere, made my skin crawl. The possibility that those footsteps might somehow be connected to him, that he might be there in some form, walking in the house he once lived in, hung in my mind like a shadow. I started to pray almost automatically. I whispered the prayers I had memorized. Our Father, Hail Mary, anything that came to my lips, in a shaky voice under the bed sheet, hoping that God would protect me, that angels would surround me, that whatever was walking on those stairs would decide to leave me alone. But the sound did not stop. It did not slow down, did not pause as if listening, did not turn back. It kept going, step after step, as if the stairs were endless. The weird thing was that it felt like the footsteps never really reached the bottom, or the top. They just went on, like someone was trapped in the act of walking down, without ever finishing the journey. Each creak echoed through the quiet house, and in my imagination, I could see a figure moving slowly, its weight shifting from one step to the next. Part of me wanted to stay hidden under the sheet forever, eyes closed tight, ears blocked so I would not hear anything. But another part of me was curious, the part that always wanted to understand what was happening. I was torn between the desire to know the truth and the fear of what that truth might be. For a while, I stayed frozen, my eyes squeezed shut, listening to the footsteps and praying harder. Eventually, something inside me convinced me that I had to at least open my eyes and see if the power had come back. Because if the power came back, maybe the house would feel normal again. I forced myself to slowly open my eyes, my heart beating so fast it felt like it might break out of my chest. As soon as my eyes opened, the lights immediately came back on. The room brightened in an instant. The darkness that had surrounded me vanished as the light bulbs flickered to life. The TV screen stayed black, but the rest of the room looked exactly as it had before. The familiar colors of the walls, the shapes of the furniture, the sight of my PS2 near the TV, all of that returned to my vision. I felt a huge wave of relief wash over me. I thanked God dearly as tears began to gather in my eyes. I cried as I whispered my thanks, grateful for the light, grateful that the suffocating darkness and the endless footsteps had stopped. Slowly, I slid out from under the bed sheet, my hands still trembling a little, and stood on the floor. I walked out of my room cautiously, half expecting to see something strange in the hallway. But there was nothing unusual there. The house looked normal, like it always did. When I reached the main area, I was surprised and relieved to find that my family had already returned home. At some point during the blackout, while I was hiding in my room and fighting my fear, they had come back from the funeral and entered the house. Seeing their faces, hearing their voices, and feeling their presence made all the fear that had built up inside me loosen its grip. I ran to them, talking quickly and nervously, telling them everything that had happened, the blackout, the strange silence outside, my fear under the blankets, the steps on the stairs that sounded like someone coming down from the second floor even though no one was supposed to be there. I told them how it felt like the footsteps started from the area near Uncle Bert's old room, and how I had prayed until the lights came back on. They listened to me, and instead of laughing or dismissing me, they gave me a different way of looking at what had happened. They said that maybe it was because I had not gone to the funeral to say goodbye to Uncle Bert, and he, being the kind and loving uncle he had always been, had decided to come home and say goodbye to me instead. Maybe, they suggested, those footsteps were not meant to scare me. Maybe it was his way of letting me know that he was still present in some way, that he remembered me, and that he wanted one last chance to be near me before moving on. Hearing that made my fears slowly shift into another emotion, something softer and more bittersweet. If those footsteps really had something to do with him, then perhaps the house was not being haunted in a harmful way. Maybe that night was his last visit, walking down from his old bedroom, moving through the house he had known, and then leaving quietly once he knew I was safe. The idea gave me comfort, even though a part of me still shivered at the thought of hearing a loved one's spirit walking on the stairs. Time passed, and life moved slowly on. The first All Souls' Day after Uncle Bert's death came, a day when many people in the Philippines visit cemeteries to remember and pray for their loved ones who have passed away. That year, our family went to the cemetery together. The sun was hot, the air heavy with the smell of candles, flowers, and melting wax. Families filled the pathways, carrying bouquets, food, and small chairs, some of them laughing softly, others quiet and thoughtful. We made our way to Uncle Bert's grave, weaving through rows of tombstones and markers until we reached the place where his body had been laid to rest. Seeing his name carved into the stone made my chest feel tight again, reminding me that all the memories I had of him were now things of the past, unable to be repeated in the present. I went closer to his grave, held a match to light a candle, and placed it carefully in front of his tomb. The small flame flickered in the breeze for a moment before standing steady, its light dancing softly in the afternoon air. I knelt there, the noise of the cemetery fading into the background, and bowed my head in prayer. I prayed for his soul, asking God to forgive any sins he might have had, to take away his pain, and to give him peace and rest in a place where he no longer had to suffer from bone pain or the hardships of this world. As I prayed, I remembered the nights he played with me, the way he had made me feel special and loved, and I also remembered the night of the blackout, the footsteps on the stairs, and my family's gentle explanation that he might have come back to say goodbye. Standing by his grave, I felt like this was my turn, my chance to finally talk to him directly, and say what I had wanted to say on the day of the funeral. Quietly, in my heart and in my mind, I told my dear Uncle Bert goodbye. I told him that I was sorry I did not get to go to his funeral, that I had wished to see him one last time but had been left behind at home. I told him that if the footsteps I heard in the dark really were his, then I was thankful that he had chosen to visit me, and that even though I had been scared at the time, I now understood that it might have been an act of love rather than something to fear. I thanked him for all the times he had played with me, for all the moments he had made me laugh, and for all the small, simple ways he had shown that he cared about me. Finally, I asked him to rest, to be at peace wherever he was, and to watch over us if he could. When I finished my prayer, I felt a strange calm settle over me, as if a circle had finally been closed. On that first All Souls' Day that my Uncle Bert had been gone, standing there by his grave with a lit candle and my heart full of memories and words I had kept inside, I finally felt that I had truly told my dear Uncle Bert goodbye. I grew up in a family where talking about spirits and strange things was as normal as talking about what we were going to eat for dinner, so from a very young age I already knew that the world I could see with my eyes was not the only world around me. My mother, my aunts, my grandparents, even some of my cousins would casually say things like, "Did you feel that?" Or, "Someone was watching me last night," or, "I saw something at the end of the hallway." And instead of laughing about it, everyone would listen seriously and share their own experiences. It was only later that I realized how different that was from other families, because for us the spirit world was not a joke or a story from movies. It was something real that could be felt, heard, and sometimes even seen. As a child, I did not have the right words for it, but I remember knowing deep inside that my third eye was open. My family would sometimes tell me that I was more sensitive than others, that I might see things other people could not see, and as I grew older this became more obvious to me. When I was still very young, younger than 14, I would sometimes see shadows passing by the doors, or faces in the corner of a room, or feel someone sitting beside me on the bed when I knew no one was there. Some nights I would wake up with the strong feeling that someone was standing near me even if I was alone in the room. At first I was very scared, but because my family believed in these things and talked about them openly, they taught me to pray, to respect the unseen, and to try not to provoke or challenge anything. They always reminded me that not all spirits are bad, but not all are good either, so it was better to be careful. Over time, my third eye seemed to calm down a bit. When I was much younger it felt very active, like doors were always open, but as I grew older, I noticed that I did not see as much as before. Instead, I would mostly feel their presence, like a change in the air, a chill on my skin, or a heaviness in the room, although there were still times when I could see them clearly. The story I am about to share happened in 2004, when I was 14 years old. It was not my first encounter with ghosts, but it is one that stayed very clear in my memory because of how close and how intense it felt. At that time, my parents were already separated. My father had a new family of his own by then, and he lived with them in another house. I stayed most of the time at my mother's place, but when school was over and vacation came, my siblings and I used to spend 2 weeks at my dad's place so that we could still spend time with him and our half-siblings. It was a kind of routine we had every year, and although there was sadness because of the separation, there was also excitement because it meant we could see my dad and experience a different kind of life for a while. That year, my father had just rented a new house in capital site Cebu. It was an old house, and before he rented it, it used to be a library. Even before we knew that history, we could already feel that there was something strange about it. The first time we arrived, bringing our bags and our things for the 2-week vacation, we looked around with curiosity. The house was large by our standards, bigger than most of the places we were used to. It was shaped like an L, which made the layout more complicated than a simple square or rectangle. If you stood in one part of the house, you could not always see what was happening in the other parts because of the way the walls and halls turned. There were 8 bedrooms in total, which is a lot for a house, and 4 bathrooms spread out in different parts. There was a big kitchen with enough space for cooking and eating, and 2 living rooms where people could gather, watch television, or just talk. On the surface, it seemed like a good, spacious place for a big family like my father's, but from the moment we stepped inside, there was a feeling that we could not ignore. It was not something you could see with your eyes right away. If a stranger walked in, they might just notice the old style of the house, the high ceilings, the long hallways, and the quiet corners, and think that it was simply a bit old-fashioned. But for us, especially for someone like me who was sensitive, there was a constant feeling of being watched, a kind of subtle pressure around the chest, and a strange coldness in certain spots even if the rest of the house was warm. My siblings and I looked at one another and somehow understood that we were all feeling something similar. But at first we did not say anything, maybe because we did not want to scare each other or appear childish. Instead, we focused on choosing our rooms and arranging our things. The bedrooms were assigned based on age and who got along with whom. My sisters shared one room together, full of their clothes, bags, and girly things. I shared another room with my brothers, so that was the boys' room, where we had a TV, our games, and a more relaxed setup. Our eldest sister had a room of her own because she was older and needed more privacy. Our elder brother also had his own room. There was another room for the house helpers, whom we called Jayas, and of course, the master's bedroom where my father and my stepmother slept. That made 6 rooms in active use. The remaining 2 rooms were not used for sleeping at all. Instead, they were used as storage areas, where unused things like old furniture, boxes full of books, forgotten clothes, and other items my father's family did not need were piled up. These storage rooms felt especially heavy to me, maybe because they still carried the energy of the library that used to be there, full of many strangers' memories and presents, but I tried not to dwell on that. In the beginning, we just tried to live there as normally as we could. We played in the living room, watched shows together, ate meals in the kitchen, and sometimes ran through the halls playing games. Our yayas cleaned, my stepmother cooked, and my father went to work and came home tired. But no matter how many normal activities we did, the odd feeling never completely left us, especially when the sun went down and shadows started filling the corners of the house. One particular night stands out clearly in my mind. It was around 9 in the evening. The day had been full of normal things, eating, chatting, teasing one another, and watching television together, but by that hour we had all already moved to the boys' room. All of us who were staying there decided to watch a movie together before going to sleep. The TV was on, the air conditioner was humming, and the room lights were turned on. We lay or sat on the beds, close to each other, talking and reacting to the movie. My brother RJ, who was next to me, got sleepy faster than the rest of us. At some point while the movie was still playing, he had already fallen asleep beside me, his breathing getting deep and steady. I remember looking at him and feeling slightly jealous of how he could sleep so easily in a strange house. I, on the other hand, was trying my best to pay attention to the movie, but my eyelids were getting heavier and heavier. The comfort of the bed, The steady sound of the air conditioner and the dimmed attention to the movie slowly pulled me into sleep as well. Eventually, I followed my brother into a deep slumber. I do not know what time it was when I woke up again. There was no clock right in front of my face, and I did not have a phone or watch glowing beside me. All I know is that my sleep was broken suddenly because I woke up feeling very cold. The kind of cold I felt was not the normal. "Oh, the air conditioner is a bit too strong" kind of cold. It was the kind of cold that seems to seep into your bones, spreading slowly from your feet up to your legs and arms. My body shivered lightly, and at first I thought very simply, maybe the AC is set too low. I expected the room to still be brightly lit because we had left the lights on while watching TV, and in fact I had fallen asleep in that bright room. But when I opened my eyes, I realized that the lights were already off. The room was not completely dark, though. Light from outside the window was coming in, probably from a street light or from the neighboring houses, so the area inside the room was still visible in a soft, dim way. I could see the shapes of the furniture, the outline of the door, the beds, and my brother sleeping beside me. The television screen was dark, but the faint glow from outside outlined its frame. For a few seconds I lay there, trying to understand why the lights had been turned off and who had done it, since I had fallen asleep without planning any of that. Then, still thinking it was just the air conditioner, I decided that I would get up and walk over to it to adjust the temperature and make it less cold. I was planning in my head how to do it, already imagining myself sliding out of the blanket and crossing the room. But before I could even move, before I could even fully push myself up, I realized that there was something, or rather someone, standing just a few inches away from my feet at the edge of the bed. At first I thought it might be one of my siblings or one of the yayas checking on us, but as my eyes focused on the figure, my heart began to beat so loudly and so fast that I thought it would explode. It was a lady. She was standing so close to my bed that if I stretched my leg even a little, I might touch her. She was just there, next to my feet, staring directly at me. I could see the form of her face, the outline of her head, and her body. The faint light from the window helped draw her shape, but for some reason, I could not get a completely clear picture of her features, as if something was blocking my mind from remembering them in detail. All I knew was that it was a woman and that her face was pointed toward me, as if she had been watching me sleep and was now watching me wake up. Fear rushed through me so strongly that I felt paralyzed. My whole body refused to move. It was not just that I was scared to move. I literally could not move a single muscle, as if the fear had frozen every part of me in place. My hands, my legs, even my tongue felt heavy. I wanted to scream, but no sound would come out. My eyes were open wide, and I could not even pretend to close them again because I was terrified that if I did, I would feel her come even closer. I could feel myself starting to shake slightly under the blanket. I knew that my brother RJ was lying beside me, close enough that I could reach him if only I could move my arm a little. Remembering that I was not completely alone gave me a small amount of courage and hope. With all the strength I had left in me, I forced myself to close my eyes for a moment, not because I wanted to stop seeing her, but because I needed to break the eye contact and gather myself. Inside my head I told myself that I had to wake RJ up, that I had to make him move closer to me, so I would not feel like I was facing that lady alone. I managed to move my fingers slowly, then my hand, and I reached out to shake my brother gently. My voice came back to me, but it was weak and shaky. I told him to move closer to me, using the excuse that I was feeling very cold. I did not tell him, "There is a woman standing at the foot of the bed," because I was too afraid to say that out loud. Instead, I just said that I was cold and asked him to scoot nearer. Half asleep and probably not fully aware of what was going on, RJ moved closer without asking too many questions. I could feel his warmth beside me, and that gave me a tiny sense of safety. As soon as he was close enough, I pulled the blanket up and covered myself completely, pulling it over my head, using it once again as a shield between me and whatever was standing near the bed. I did not dare look again. My heart was still pounding, but now I could at least move my lips more freely. I started praying hard, repeating the prayers I knew by heart. I remember focusing on the Apostles' Creed again and again. I cannot even remember how many times I repeated it because I was so filled with fear that I just kept going, like a child holding on to a rope in the dark. I whispered the words as clearly as I could, asking God and my guardian angel to protect me, to make the lady go away, to let me sleep again without feeling that cold stare on my face. Little by little, the intensity of my fear began to lessen, maybe because praying calmed my mind, or maybe because whatever was standing near my feet decided to leave when it saw that I was no longer alone and that I was surrounded in prayer. At some point, my exhaustion won over my fear, and I fell asleep again under the blanket, still cuddled close to my brother. Morning came, and with the light of the sun pouring through the window, the room returned to its ordinary, harmless appearance. The TV was in its place. The beds looked normal. The walls were just walls. The fear I had felt in the middle of the night now seemed like a heavy dream, but I knew it was not just a dream, because I could still recall every detail and the coldness in my bones. During breakfast, when everyone was gathered at the table eating and talking, I found a chance to talk privately to RJ about what had happened. I asked him if he had noticed anything unusual when I woke him up during the night, if he had heard anything, or felt anything strange in the room. He looked at me with confusion and shook his head. He said he did not notice anything unusual at all, but then he asked me a question that shocked me. He said, "Why were we still watching TV with all the lights on at a very late hour?" When he said that, I was stunned. In my experience, the lights had been turned off when I woke up and saw the lady, and the only light I remembered was the one coming from outside the window. For him to say that, from his point of view, we were still watching TV with all the lights on at the same late hour when I had woken him up made the whole event even stranger. It was as if we had been in two different versions of the same room at the same time. I then told him the entire story, how I woke up feeling cold, how I saw the lady standing just inches away from my feet, how I could not move at first, how I woke him up by saying I was cold, and how I prayed under the blanket until I fell asleep again. As I spoke, I could feel the fear returning, but now I also felt relieved to finally tell someone what I had experienced. RJ listened, and I could see in his face that he was scared too, especially when he realized that he had been sleeping peacefully beside me while something like that was happening so close to us. When I finished, there was a long pause as we both tried to absorb what this meant. We were so scared that after that conversation we decided to ask one of our yayas to sleep in the boys' room with us for the next nights. We did not want to be alone there anymore, especially at night. Having another person, especially an adult, in the room made us feel more protected and less exposed to whatever might still be walking in that old house that used to be a library. Looking back now, I realized that that encounter was one of many that proved to me that what my family had always believed about the spirit world was not just imagination. That old house in Capitol Site had seen many people come and go, many books read, many thoughts left behind, and perhaps many lonely souls wandering its hallways. For a sensitive 14-year-old girl with an active third eye, it made a strong and unforgettable mark that I still carry with me today. This story was shared with me by our previous nanny, Jen. At the time she told it, she was only 19 years old, and now she is just in her early 20s, but the way she spoke about it made it feel like a memory that had been sitting heavy on her heart for a very long time. The story is not really about her, but about her younger sister, whom I will call May. According to Jen, something happened to May when they were still children, something that their family believes had to do with elemental beings, the kinds of spirits and creatures that people say live in forests, mountains, rivers, and old trees. Jen is originally from Samar, a place in the Philippines that many people say is known for strong spiritual presence, for elemental entities, witches, shamans, and all sorts of strange and unexplained things. Her family is still living there, in that rural area surrounded by nature and all these stories, except for her older brother who now has a wife and a family of his own and is living here in Manila. When Jen talks about her home province, you can hear a mix of pride and fear in her voice, like she loves it but also respects it deeply because of the unseen things that live there. One of the first things Jen told me about when she started sharing May's story was how beautiful her sister was. She did not just say that May was pretty, she used the word gorgeous, and repeated it, as if even that word was not enough to fully capture how special her sister's looks were. Jen said that in their family, most of them have tan, brownish skin, the natural complexion of many Filipinos who grow up under the sun. But May was different. May was the only one among them who was white in complexion, with skin that looked lighter and softer. Jen described her as looking almost like the Estilo Niño, that famous image of the Holy Child that many Filipinos know and love. She said May had curly, brownish hair that framed her face in soft waves, and a sweet expression that made her look almost like a small saint in a painting. People would often notice her when she passed by and comment on how beautiful she was. This detail became important later, because in many stories from their area, elemental beings are said to be attracted to beautiful children, especially those who have features that stand out from their surroundings. Jen was only about 11 years old when everything happened. At that time, she and May and the rest of their siblings were still very young, innocent, and full of energy. They loved playing outside their house. Their home was not in the center of a big city. It was in a more rural place with trees, open spaces, and areas of land that were still covered with bushes and plants. Behind their house, there were trees that the children liked to play around, hiding behind the trunks or climbing on the lower branches. It was a simple kind of childhood, with games that did not require gadgets, just imagination and company. One day, as the sun began to go down and the sky turned orange, Jen and her siblings decided to play hide and seek outside. They ran around the yard screaming and laughing, choosing hiding spots behind the trees, near the bushes, and in the shadows where they thought they would not easily be found. May, of course, joined in the fun. She was still small then, and like many younger siblings, she probably looked up to the older ones and tried to copy whatever they did. They played until the light got dimmer and the air started to cool down, that time of day when mothers usually call their children to come back inside before darkness fully falls. Eventually, as night started to settle in, Jen and the rest of her brothers and sisters made their way back to the house, tired from all the running and laughing, ready to eat dinner or rest. But when they counted themselves inside the house, someone was missing. May was not there. At first, their mother thought that maybe May was just still hiding somewhere around the house or behind the trees, trying to win the game by staying hidden longer than the others. Mothers know their children's habits, and it would not have been strange to think that a playful child might want to stay a bit longer outside. But as the minutes passed and May still did not show herself, their mother's worry started to grow. The sky had turned dark by then. The trees that looked playful and friendly during the day now cast longer, darker shadows. The sound of insects and night animals replaced the laughter of children. Their mother's voice rose as she started calling May's name, telling her to stop playing and come inside. There was no answer. Jen, who was also beginning to worry about her younger sister, joined in the search. Together with some of her other siblings, she went back outside with a mix of fear and hope, checking behind the trees, calling out, peering into the spaces where May might be hiding. They looked in the usual hiding spots first, then in the less usual ones. They went around the yard, behind the house, and farther out, moving their eyes through the darkness as much as they could. But no matter how many times they called and searched, they could not find May. Hours started to pass. What began as a simple worry slowly turned into panic. The realization that May was truly missing settled heavily in their mother's heart. She knew her child. She knew May would not intentionally stay hidden for hours when everyone else had already gone home. Something was wrong. Their mother decided she could not continue the search alone. She started to call out for their neighbors, shouting for help, her voice probably shaking with fear. In rural communities, neighbors act like extended family. When something goes wrong, people respond quickly, joining together to help. Soon, several neighbors came with lamps, flashlights, or whatever sources of light they could bring, ready to help look for the young girl. They spread out in different directions, some searching near the house, others heading deeper into the areas where the trees were bigger and thicker, where the ground grew more uneven, where the shadows were heavier. They called May's name again and again, their voices blending with the sounds of the night. Finally, after some time that must have felt like forever to Jen's family, one of the neighbors found her. The way Jen described it made the scene feel like something out of a dark story. May was found in the forest area, near a huge tree. It was not just an ordinary tree. Jen emphasized how big it was, saying, "huge tree," in a way that made me imagine an old, towering trunk with thick roots twisting deep into the ground. May's foot was stuck inside the tree. Not just tangled in roots or trapped between branches, but actually inside an opening or hollow of the trunk, as if the tree itself had swallowed part of her leg and would not let her go. The neighbor called for help, and people rushed to the spot. They struggled to free May from whatever was holding her, pulling her carefully, trying not to hurt her further. Eventually, they managed to get her foot out of the tree and bring her back home. Everyone was confused and frightened. How could a child's foot get stuck inside a tree like that? When they asked May what happened, her answer sent chills down the spines of those who heard it. She said that a lady had invited her into the tree. It was not just that she had tripped or fallen. According to May, there was a lady who had spoken to her and invited her to come closer, to enter the tree with her. The way Jen told it, this lady was not just a regular human being. In many Filipino stories, especially in places like Samar, such a lady is often believed to be an elemental spirit, a being that lives in nature, sometimes beautiful and attractive, sometimes dangerous. For such a being to invite a child inside a tree is not a simple game, it is something deeper and more frightening. Hearing this, their mother's worry only grew stronger. It was no longer just about a missing child. Now it was about something that did not belong to the ordinary world, possibly taking an interest in her daughter. That night, after all the chaos of searching and bringing May home, the family tried to rest. Midnight came. The house was quiet. Everyone was exhausted from fear and worry and had fallen asleep, hoping that everything would be better in the morning. But in the middle of the night, they were all awakened by the sound of May crying. It was not a small whimper. It was the kind of crying that tells you someone is in deep pain or terror. Her mother quickly switched on the light to see what was happening. The moment the light flooded the room, her mother's reaction turned that scene into something that none of them would ever forget. Jen said her mother started crying too because of what she saw. May was lying on the bed, but her position was not normal at all. Her back was elevated off the bed, lifted up as if an invisible hand were holding her spine in the air, while the rest of her body, like her head, arms, and legs, was still lying flat on the mattress. It was as if something was pulling her upward from the middle, while the rest of her body tried to stay down. It looked unnatural, frightening, a posture that no living person would ever take unless something strange was happening. May started to vomit, and her skin color changed. Jen said that May even turned violet, which could mean her face and body changed to a purplish shade, a sign that something terrible was going on inside her. Her breathing might have been struggling, her veins might have been too strained, or her life was being pulled in different directions. Seeing her daughter like that, their mother panicked and cried, knowing that this was no longer something that a simple doctor's visit or medicine from the pharmacy could fix. In situations like that, especially in rural areas of the Philippines, many families call not only medical doctors but also witch doctors or traditional healers, people who know rituals, prayers, and practices believed to deal with spiritual problems. Their mother quickly sent someone or went herself to seek a witch doctor in the area, someone known for dealing with spirits, curses, and elemental beings. The witch doctor came to their house and started a ritual. Jen did not tell every detail of what the ritual looked like, but one can imagine herbs, prayers, candles, maybe even offerings. The witch doctor examined May's condition not just with physical eyes but with spiritual senses, trying to see what was holding her, what was causing her pain. After some time in the ritual, the witch doctor spoke and said that there was indeed an elemental entity in the tree that was really fond of May. This lady, the same one May had mentioned as inviting her into the tree, wanted May to come with her, to leave her human family and join her world. It was not just a passing interest. It was a strong attachment. The witch doctor admitted that there was not much he or she could do beyond performing some rituals to help May fight back and to try to save her. They did what they could, calling on higher powers, trying to cut the connection, to convince the elemental to let go, to keep May's soul and life inside her body. But sometimes, even with all the faith and effort in the world, the weight of what is happening is too much. At around 3 or 4 in the morning, after hours of struggle and pain, May died. Her small body, which had been lifted off the bed and shaken by unseen forces, could no longer endure what was being done to it. She was not able to hold on because of the pain. The house that had been filled with cries and prayers now became filled with grief. A young, beautiful girl, whom the family believed had been chosen and taken by something from that huge tree, was gone. The days that followed were a blur of tears, mourning, and preparations. In Filipino culture, especially in rural areas, the wake is a very important part of the grieving process. The coffin is brought into the house or a chapel, candles are lit, people come to visit, to pray, to comfort the family, and to pay their respects. The family tries to accept what has happened, even if their hearts are not ready. During May's wake, something else happened that added another layer of sadness and mystery to the story. Their grandmother, an older woman who had seen many things in her lifetime, sat quietly near the coffin or near the area outside, looking toward the huge tree in the distance. Jen said that their grandmother was staring at that same huge tree with tears falling from her eyes. It was as if she could see something that others could not. Then, in a soft but clear voice, she suddenly said, "You were wrong!" At first, the rest of the family did not understand what she meant. The statement seemed to come out of nowhere. They were puzzled and asked her who she was talking to, and what she meant by, "You were wrong." Their grandmother continued, her voice heavy with sorrow. She said, "You shouldn't have embalmed her body. She was still alive and was only out of her body. The lady took her for a while, and May would have returned into her body." In Filipino funerals, embalming is usually done before the wake to preserve the body. According to their grandmother, when they had May's body embalmed, her soul had not fully left yet. She believed that May was only out of her body temporarily, that the elemental lady had taken her spirit for a while, but that there was still a chance that May could have come back. By embalming the body, they had removed that chance, making it impossible for her soul to return to a body that had already been treated as a corpse. Hearing this, the entire family cried even more. It was already painful enough to lose a child, but now they had to face the idea that maybe, just maybe, May could have been saved if they had only waited, if they had only known better, if they had not treated her as completely gone so quickly. They asked their grandmother how she knew this, how she could be so sure that May had still been alive in some way, that her spirit had just been pulled aside. Their grandmother answered simply, in a way that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up when Jen told me the story. She said that May was behind the huge tree, smiling, with tears falling from her eyes. In other words, their grandmother could see May's spirit standing there by the tree, looking at them. She was smiling, not in a happy way, but in a sad, gentle way, with tears on her face. As though she knew what had happened, as though she wanted to come back but could not anymore. It was as if she was trying to say goodbye, or to show her family that she was still somehow present, even though her body lay still in the coffin. This story stayed with me long after Jen finished telling it. She spoke not just as someone repeating a rumor, but as a person who had lived through the fear, the confusion, and the pain of losing a sister in such a strange and heartbreaking way. Whether someone believes completely in elemental beings or not, you can feel the truth of the grief in her words. For Jen and her family, what happened to May was not just a mysterious accident. It was a meeting between the seen world and the unseen, between a beautiful child and a powerful entity in a huge old tree, and it left a scar on their hearts that time can never fully erase. Several years have passed, yet the memory of my encounter with something unknown is still as clear in my mind as if it only happened last night, and even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see the place, feel the air on my skin, and remember exactly how my heart was pounding so hard that I thought it might burst. It was around the year 2004 or 2005, and I was about 11 years old. At that age, I already believed in supernatural creatures, but only in the way children usually do, the way you believe in stories passed down by elders or in tales you hear late at night when everyone is in the mood to scare each other. I thought of ghosts, white ladies, copper, aswang, duende, and encanto as part of Filipino culture, things you talk about during brownouts, or while sitting on doorsteps in the evening, but not necessarily beings I would ever really see with my own eyes. I was curious, yes, and my friends were too, and maybe that curiosity opened something in me, but at that time I never really expected to have a true encounter with them. During those days, my friends and I were at that age when everything mysterious seemed exciting. We loved to gather after school or on weekends and share stories we had heard from our parents, grandparents, neighbors, or older cousins. We would sit together and talk about ghost sightings, about someone who saw a white lady standing on a bridge, or a copper smoking a big cigar while sitting on top of a huge tree, or an aswang that was heard scratching the roof at night, hungry and searching for a victim. We mentioned little people like duende, those tiny beings said to live under anthills or at the base of trees, and we talked about encanto, handsome or beautiful otherworldly beings who live in beneath trees or near rivers and mountains. These stories were like fuel to our young minds. The more we heard, the more we wanted to know, and the more we wanted to know, the more we believed that maybe, just maybe, these beings were not only in stories but also hiding in the dark corners of our own town. We were like little investigators, always asking, "Do they really exist?" And maybe that very question, repeated so many times, helped open a door between us and them. My first true encounter with something I could not explain happened in our home in San Jose del Monte, Bulacan. At that time, life was simple. There was not much money, not many fancy things, but we had each other, and most days passed by in a routine of school, chores, and simple joys like playing outside or watching television. Back then, there were lots of TV series that I really loved to watch, especially the ones aired by the two biggest networks in the country. Those series became part of our daily life. We looked forward to them, talked about them, and sometimes even pretended to be the characters we saw on the screen. But one incident changed the way we watched television forever. One night, my father came home drunk. He had been drinking, and when he was in that state, his moods could swing quickly. That night, we were all watching a particular show that we liked very much, and we were deeply focused, enjoying every scene, laughing or reacting loudly. When my father entered the house and saw what we were watching, he got mad. He demanded that we change the channel to something he wanted to watch, but we were too engrossed in the show, and did not immediately obey his order. Maybe we were stubborn, or maybe we just thought he was joking and would calm down after a while. But instead of calming down, he became even angrier. Without saying much, he stormed off to the kitchen, opened his toolbox, and grabbed a hammer. We were still sitting there, not fully believing what was about to happen. Then, in a sudden movement full of anger, he walked back to the television and hit the monitor with the hammer. The glass broke, the picture went dead, and our favorite shows disappeared in an instant. The living room, which always glowed with light from the TV during the evening, suddenly felt dim, quiet, and heavy. That was how we ended up watching TV at our neighbor's house. Since our own television was broken, and we could not afford to replace it right away, we took advantage of our neighbor's kindness. They allowed us to come over and sit in their small living room so we could watch our favorite series with them. It became a strange new routine. Every evening, we would go outside, cross over to their house, and sit down for hours, watching one show after another. At that time, there really were many cool TV series being aired, and we did not want to miss any episode, so we would stay late outside, sometimes until 10 or even 11 at night, just to finish them all. Our neighbor's house became our second living room. We got used to the sound of their clock, the smell of their cooking, the feel of their floor under our feet. Outside, the night would grow deeper, and the streets would become quieter, but as long as the television was on and other people were around, we did not feel scared. One Monday night, things changed. It was around 10 to 11 in the evening, and we had just finished watching another show at our neighbor's house. We went back home feeling tired but happy because we had watched everything we wanted. Our mother, however, was not so happy. She had been busy with chores and keeping the house in order, and when she checked outside, she noticed that our water meter was still on. In our area, we had to turn off the water meter valve at night to avoid leaks or extra charges, so it was important that someone remembered to do it. She called out in a sharp voice, nagging a bit because it was already late. She asked someone to go outside and turn it off. My brother and sisters were inside the house with me, and they heard her clearly, but they were tired and maybe a bit lazy, so they just ignored her order, pretending not to hear or hoping someone else would do it. My mother, however, was not the kind of parent you could ignore easily. She warned us in a firm, serious tone. "Do not let me repeat my words. The second time I say it, you'll be punished." We all knew she meant it. She was not cruel, but she believed in discipline. She did not like repeating instructions, and when she said we would be punished, we knew we could end up getting hit or scolded severely. After she said that, my siblings started pointing fingers at each other, making excuses, and trying to avoid being the one chosen to go outside. It was almost like another game of "not it," except this time, the loser would have to step into the dark. No one wanted to obey. The house grew tense. I was the youngest among my siblings. Because I was the youngest, I was often the one protected, but I was also sometimes the one who ended up doing things out of fear that everyone would get in trouble if no one obeyed. At that moment, as I watched my mother's patience grow thin and my brothers and sisters arguing and shrugging off responsibility, I felt a strong fear rise in me, not of the dark outside, but of my mother's anger. I did not want her to hit any of us. I hated the thought of seeing her hurt my siblings or any from us crying because of punishment. So, even though my stomach felt tight and my legs felt heavy at the idea of going outside alone that late at night, I decided to just do it. I told myself, "If I go now, at least Mama will calm down, and no one will be punished." So I stood up, took a breath, and went out to turn off the water meter. Our meter was located a bit away from the house, in a place where there was not much light. There were only a few dim sources of light, little glows from faraway houses, a faint glow from streetlights far down the road, and now and then a bit of light from the few vehicles that passed by. As I reached the area where our meter was, I looked around and saw no one. The place felt almost empty. The air was cool, brushing against my skin, making me shiver a little. Normally, cool air feels nice, but that night it seemed too cold, like it was sliding under my clothes and touching my bones. All of a sudden, I felt goosebumps rise on my arms, and a heavy, uneasy feeling washed over me, as if I was being watched, as if something invisible had just noticed that I was there alone. I crouched down near the meter and hurried to turn it off, my fingers moving quickly, my heart beating faster each second. When I finished, I stood up and looked around again. The emptiness of the street and the open space near the Mother Mary Child Care Center made me feel even more alone. The Mother Mary Child Care Center was a small nursery school near our house, and beside it was a big white house located in a vacant lot where we used to play during the day. That vacant lot was a familiar place to me, a place of games, laughter, and childish adventures when the sun was out. But at night, under the faint, uneven light of the passing vehicles, it looked completely different. The shapes of the buildings and the shadows of the trees seemed strange and stretched, like something from a dream. I told myself not to be afraid, that it was just my imagination, but the uneasiness in my chest would not go away. I decided that I had done my part, and that I should quickly go back home. I did not want to stay there longer than necessary. As I started walking back, my mind began to play tricks on me. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, and my ears seemed to sharpen, catching every distant sound, dogs barking, leaves rustling, a motorcycle in the distance. I tried to walk normally, but my steps felt stiff, my legs wanting to run but my pride wanting to stay calm. I told myself, "Just walk. You're almost home. Don't look around too much. Don't think of ghosts. You're fine." But then something caught my eye. In front of the Mother Mary Child Care Center, near that vacant lot and the big white house where we often played, I saw something. At first it was just a figure. I could not be sure what it was from a distance, and my mind, trying to comfort itself, immediately tried to come up with a simple explanation. I thought to myself, maybe it's just a person. Maybe someone is out here too. Maybe one of my friends is playing a trick on me. I smiled a little at that idea, wanting it to be true because it was less scary than other possibilities. I thought maybe someone was hiding there just to scare me and would laugh and shout, "Boo!" as soon as I came closer. Curious and a bit annoyed, I decided to take a closer look so I could see whether the figure was a girl or a boy. I told myself that if it was a friend trying to prank me, I would scold them afterwards for scaring me like that. So, I walked closer to the area where I had seen it. Every step took me further away from the safety of my house and deeper into the strange quiet of that night. As I drew nearer, the figure grew clearer, and whatever small smile I had vanished quickly. To my shock, I saw that it was not a child, not a neighbor, not one of my friends. It was a lady in a white dress. She was standing there, and she was staring straight at me. Her dress, which must have been white at some point, looked drenched and stained. I could clearly see blood drenching her body, soaking the fabric, making dark, heavy patches that stood out even in the dim light. Her long, curly hair framed her face but did not soften her appearance. Instead, it made her look more frightening, as if the curls were moving shadows around features that were too serious and intense for someone who should have been at peace. Her face looked creepy, unnaturally pale and full of something I cannot fully explain, sadness, anger, pain, or all of them together. Then I noticed something that made my fear grow even stronger. She was not standing on the ground like a normal person. She was about 6 inches elevated from the ground, just floating there in front of the nursery school, as if the earth itself was refusing to touch her or as if she no longer belonged to it. It was such an unnatural sight that my brain struggled to understand it. It did not fit anything I knew about how people stand or walk. It was like she was suspended in the air by invisible hands. At that moment, I felt a kind of fear that went beyond the usual. It was not just fear of the dark or fear of being alone. It was the fear of knowing that what I was seeing did not belong to the normal world. I wanted to scream, to run, to turn away, but I could not. My whole body felt stuck, as if I were being held still by some unseen force. My legs would not move. My mouth would not open. I could not even raise my hand to cover my eyes. It was as if I had turned into stone, frozen in place, forced to face this woman in white who should not have been there. The worst part was that she was not just staying where she was. The lady in white started to move closer. Slowly, she began to approach me, floating above the ground, her eyes still fixed on me, her bloody dress hanging from her body. Every small movement of hers felt like a huge weight pressing against my chest. Inside my mind, I was screaming, telling myself to move, to look away, to run, but my body refused to listen. It was only when I managed to whisper a small prayer that something changed. In my mind and under my breath I said, "Oh God, help me get through this." It was a desperate plea, simple and sincere, coming from a scared 11-year-old who did not know what else to do. As soon as I finished that prayer, I felt something inside me break free. Suddenly, I could move again. I did not waste a second. I turned around and ran as fast as I could. I did not look back to see if she was still there or if she was following me. I did not think about anything except getting away from that barren place, from the nursery school, from the vacant lot, and from that floating woman in white with blood all over her body. In my mind, it felt like 10 lions were chasing me, their jaws open, ready to bite me, ready to tear me into pieces. My feet barely felt the ground. My heart beat so loudly that it drowned out all other sounds. The road between that spot and our house suddenly seemed longer than usual, as if time had stretched, but I just kept running, believing that if I stopped even for a second, something terrible would happen. When I finally reached our house, I hit the door, opened it, and rushed inside. I did not stop to talk to anyone. I did not tell my mother I had turned off the water meter. I did not look at my siblings to see what they were doing. I went straight to my bed. I lay down and covered my whole body, even my head, with my blanket, as if that thin fabric could truly protect me from whatever I had just seen. Under the blanket, my body was shaking. I could feel chills running up and down my spine. I was close to crying, but I was also strangely relieved. I thought to myself, at least I'm home. At least I'm not there anymore. At least I got through it. Eventually, exhaustion and fear combined to knock me out, and I fell asleep. The next day, in the light of morning, the memory felt both distant and incredibly sharp. I gathered my courage and told the whole story to my brothers and sisters. I described everything: the empty street, the cold air, the figure I first thought was a person playing a prank, the lady in white, the blood, her hair, the way she floated above the ground, the paralysis I felt, the prayer, and my frantic run back home. At first, they were shocked and did not seem to believe me. Maybe they thought I was exaggerating, or maybe they did not want to accept that such a thing could happen so close to home. But as I repeated my story and they saw how serious I was, they eventually ended up convinced. They could see the fear still in my eyes as I spoke. I also told my friends about what had happened. I expected some of them to laugh or tease me, but instead, they believed me almost right away, especially because we had all spent so much time talking about supernatural things before and secretly wanting proof that such beings were real. A month after my encounter, one of my friends went through something similar. Her house was located at the back of the same nursery school, near that same vacant lot and the big white house. One day, she came to me and said she had to tell me something. She told me that she had seen a lady in white inside their house. As she described what she saw, my heart started to pound. The lady she described, her dress, her hair, the feeling that she was floating, the fear she caused, matched what I had seen. It was as if the same woman had appeared to her. Hearing that made me feel both terrified and strangely validated. I realized that what I had seen was not just in my imagination. Other people could see her too. According to the people who had been living in that place for a long time, there was a story behind that white lady. They said that long ago, a woman had been hit by a bus in that area and had been fatally injured. Instead of rushing her to the hospital and doing everything he could to save her, the driver, afraid of the money he would have to spend and the possibility that he might end up in jail after a court trial, did something cruel. He let the woman die and then threw her corpse in the vacant lot, the same vacant lot where the lady in white was now often seen. The story spread through the neighborhood, whispered and repeated, and many began to say that the white lady haunting the area was that same woman, still wandering and showing herself, as if seeking justice that had been buried and ignored for a long time. Knowing this story made everything even more painful. It was no longer just about a ghost trying to scare people. It was about a real person who suffered, who was not given a chance to be saved, who died alone and was treated like a piece of garbage. Maybe her soul had not been able to rest. Maybe she was showing herself to the living so that someone would remember what had been done to her. Before that encounter, it was never in my nature to think of myself as clairvoyant or special. I did not consider myself someone who could easily see beyond what normal people see. I saw myself as an ordinary child, curious and full of questions, but still ordinary. I never expected to see creatures or entities that most people only talk about in hushed voices or in late-night storytelling. Yet, after that night, I had to accept that something in me was different. From that day onward, I started to feel things that could not be easily explained, and sometimes I saw things that others could not see. It did not happen every day, but it happened enough times for me to notice a pattern. There were moments when I could enter a room and feel right away that I was not alone, even if no one was physically present. There were nights when I would sense that someone was standing near my bed, watching me, even if I could not see them clearly. Sometimes I would catch glimpses of shadows moving in corners where no one was walking, or I would hear faint whispers where there was no radio or television turned on. At first, every new experience scared me, and I reacted the way I did during my first encounter, freezing, trembling, or hiding. But slowly, as time went by and as I realized that being afraid did not make them disappear, I began to change the way I reacted. I started to pray more often, not only when I was in trouble but as part of my daily life. I learned to say quiet prayers in my heart whenever I felt uneasy. I would say things like, "Lord, please protect me," or "If you are not meant to harm me, please just let me be," hoping that the unseen beings would feel my sincerity and leave me alone. Now, whenever I feel something or someone that cannot be seen by the naked eye, I do not react in the same panicked way I reacted during my first encounter with the White Lady. I no longer run blindly or hide under blankets at the first sign of something strange. Instead, I pause, breathe, and remind myself that not everything I feel is there to harm me. I still get scared sometimes, because I am only human, but I have learned to live with the fact that there are things beyond what most people can see, and that for some reason, I am more open to them than others. Maybe these things are meant to happen. Maybe my encounter with supernatural beings has a purpose, a lesson, or a reason that I do not yet fully understand. Or maybe there is a scientific explanation that no one has discovered yet, something about energy, sensitivity, or human perception. I do not know for sure. All I know is that on that night in San Jose del Monte, Bulacan, when I saw a lady in white floating near the Mother Mary Child Care Center, covered in blood and staring directly into my eyes, something in my life changed forever. And even now, as the years pass, that memory stays with me, reminding me that the world is bigger and stranger than it appears, and that sometimes, even if we do not look for them, the things that live in the shadows will still find us. We live in a 3-bedroom townhouse that was built around 1990, so it is about 20 years old, not ancient but not brand new either, the kind of place that has seen a couple of families come and go but still feels solid and ordinary from the outside. With the same beige siding and small front yard you can see all over our neighborhood. For most of the time we have lived here, the house has felt completely normal to me, just walls and rooms and noise from the TV and the sound of footsteps on the stairs and the usual little creaks you hear at night when everything settles. My 14-year-old daughter has grown up in this place, and over the years we have fallen into our own routines, our own way of doing things, and I have always quietly felt proud of how independent she is, especially at night. When she was a child she never relied on anything to help her get to sleep. She was never the kind of kid who needed a particular stuffed toy tucked under her arm, or a special blanket wrapped around her every night just to feel safe. She never insisted that the bedroom door stay wide open or that the closet door be firmly shut. She was fine either way. Ironically, I am the one who has always had my own little quirks. I prefer closet doors closed, and I do not like lying in bed staring at dark gaps. But she was different. She would say goodnight, turn off her light, and fall asleep in the dark without any fuss. I used to take comfort from that, thinking that at least in that part of life, she was stronger and calmer than I had been at her age. That is why what started happening about 3 weeks ago has unsettled me so much. One morning I woke up like any other day, still half in a fog, and when I stepped out of my room and walked down the hallway I noticed that her bedroom door, which is usually closed at night, was open. It was not just a little bit open either, it was wide enough for me to see inside. I peeked in, expecting to see her asleep, but her light was on and the TV was on as well, casting that familiar glow around her room. She was already up, looking a little tired but acting normal. I did not say anything right away because it was morning, and there were breakfasts to make and things to do, and I did not want to start her day with a barrage of questions. Later on, though, when everything had calmed down, and we had both had some time to wake up properly, I asked her casually if everything was okay, trying to sound relaxed and not like I was interrogating her. She hesitated for a moment, and then told me that she had gotten scared in the middle of the night. I felt my stomach tighten because that was so unusual for her. I asked her what had scared her, trying to keep my voice gentle, and she explained that she had seen something in her room. She told me that as she was lying in bed, looking around in the dimness, she saw a black shadow form in the corner of her room. This shadow did not just sit there. It started to move. She said it slid along the wall, like a dark mass or shape, traveling from one corner across her wall to the other side of the room. She did not describe it as a person with arms or legs, just as a black shadowy form, like a piece of darkness that had broken away from the rest of the room and decided to move on its own. Hearing her say that really scared her, and the way she said it, with her eyes serious and her body a little tense, scared me too. I could feel the hair on the back of my neck stand up, and a cold little chill went through me even though I kept my face calm. Inside, I was thinking about all the nights we had spent in that house, all the times I had walked past that room in the dark, and suddenly those simple memories had an extra layer to them, like maybe something had been there that I had never noticed. I did not want to show her that I was shaken, because I know how important it is for a child, even a 14-year-old, to feel like their parent is strong and steady. So I took a slow breath, told myself not to overreact, and answered her in as calm a voice as I could. I told her that if it happened again, if she ever felt frightened in the middle of the night, she could always come and lie down with me. I wanted her to know she was not alone with this, whatever it was, even if I did not have all the answers. I tried to sound reassuring, like this was something we could handle together. She nodded, and we moved on with our day. But inside I kept turning it over, wondering if she had just had a vivid dream or if she had seen something else, something I did not want to name. Since that first conversation, the strange things have not stopped. She tells me that these experiences now happen 2 or 3 times a week. Not every single night, but often enough that she has begun to dread going to sleep, and I have started paying attention to every sound in the hallway. Sometimes she does not say much about the details, only that she got scared again, and that the shadow was back. I notice the signs in other ways. Her light will be on in the morning. The TV will be on at a low volume, like she turned it on in the middle of the night for comfort. Her door will be open when it usually stays closed. These little changes are like clues that her peaceful nights have been disturbed. Then, just 2 nights ago, things took a more serious turn for her, and in a way for me too. It was the middle of the night, that time when the house is at its quietest, and you can almost hear the ticking of the clock from downstairs. I was asleep and then half awakened by the sound of my bedroom door opening. It was not a loud noise. It was the familiar soft click and the subtle movement of air that I associate with someone coming in. I opened my eyes just enough to see my daughter come into the room, move quietly around the bed, and slide in beside me. She did not say much, she just curled up next to me. I could tell right away that it was her, not only by the way she moved but by the feeling of her presence. I reached out to her and asked softly if she was okay. She answered, "Yes," in a small voice, and then I asked her if she had been a little scared. She said yes again. I did not press her right then because it was the middle of the night, and she had already made the choice to come to me for comfort. I put my arm around her and let her settle, my own eyes closing again, my mind a mix of tiredness and worry. The next morning, after we had both slept a bit more and had breakfast, I sat with her and asked what had happened. I wanted to understand what had driven her to leave her room in the dark and come to mine. She looked reluctant at first, as if talking about it would make it more real, but eventually she told me that this time it had not been only a shadow. This time she had seen a girl standing in the same corner where she usually saw the black mass. She told me that when she first looked over to that corner, expecting maybe just darkness, there was a girl there, just standing and watching her. She described the girl as looking about 9 years old, younger than my daughter, with very pale skin and dark brown hair that came down to her shoulders. The girl was wearing a dress that my daughter thought was either white or a very pale color, something light that stood out in the dimness of the room. What scared her most was not that the girl was there, but that the girl did not speak or move. She just stood in the corner, staring directly at her, eyes fixed on my daughter, as if she had been waiting to be noticed. My daughter told me that she had been so terrified that she did not know what to do. She wanted to leave the room immediately, to run straight down the hall to my room, but the problem was that the girl was standing near the entrance to her room. To get out, she would have to pass right by her, close enough to feel like they might touch. The idea of walking within arm's reach of that silent figure was too much. So instead of getting up right away, she pulled the covers up over her head, hoping that if she hid under the blankets the girl would go away. She lay there for a while, heart pounding, listening to the silence, and trying to feel if the girl was still there. Eventually, when she felt like enough time had passed, when the air in the room felt a little less heavy, she dared to peek out from under the covers. She looked toward the corner, and saw that the girl was gone. The space was empty again, just a shadowy corner like it always had been before all of this started. Only then did she gather her courage, throw off the blankets, and make a quick dash out of her room and into mine, barely slowing down until she was under my covers. Listening to her describe this made my heart hurt. On one hand, I wanted to find some rational explanation, to tell myself she must have been dreaming, that she might have been half asleep and her mind had created an image that felt real. On the other hand, I could see how genuinely frightened she was. She was not telling the story for attention or drama. She looked like someone remembering something that had truly shaken her. I could also feel my own fear creeping in, not just as a person who does not enjoy spooky stories, but as a parent who suddenly feels like there is a threat in the one place that is supposed to be safest. I could not help but picture my daughter lying there, trapped in her bed, staring at a stranger in her room who should not have been there, and feeling too scared to even put her feet on the floor. As a parent, it is a terrible feeling to know that you cannot completely control what your child experiences, that there are things, whether they are dreams or something else, that you cannot simply fix by locking a door or turning on a light. The truth is, I do not really know what to do. I know that I have to be calm and collected for my daughter's sake, to be the person she can lean on instead of someone who adds to her fear. Inside, though, I am scared too. I lie in my bed at night and listen more carefully now. I find myself looking down the hallway before I turn off the lights, checking the corners of rooms in a way I never did before. Still, on the outside, I try to create a feeling of safety. At night now, before she goes to sleep, I go into her room and spend a few minutes there. I look around at her posters, her furniture, the familiar mess of a teenager's space, and I imagine filling the room with a peaceful white light, as if something bright and gentle is pouring in from somewhere above and spreading out into every corner. In my mind I see this light wrapping around her bed, slipping into the shadowy spots where the black mass appeared, washing away anything that does not belong. As I do this, I say a small, quiet prayer, calling on her guides or angels, whatever protective forces might be listening, and I ask them to watch over her and keep her safe through the night. It may sound strange or simple, but it gives me something to do, some way to feel like I am helping, even if I cannot see what is there. I have tried to talk with my daughter more about what she is experiencing, not to push her, but to let her know that I am open to hearing anything she wants to share. I have asked her gently if she wants to tell me how she feels or if there have been any changes since the night she saw the girl. Each time I bring it up, she pulls back a little. She has told me that she does not want to talk about it. She has said that she thinks that if she does not think about it, if she just ignores it, perhaps it will go away. Part of me understands that approach. Sometimes when something frightening happens, especially when you are young, you feel that talking about it will drag it back into the room, give it power again. You want to shove it into a corner of your mind and pretend it never happened. At the same time, as her parent, it is hard to watch her choose silence, because I know that keeping fear bottled up can sometimes make it heavier. I do not want to push her too hard and risk making things worse. For now, I am trying to balance giving her space with reminding her that I am here whenever she is ready. In the meantime, life goes on in the same house. The townhouse still looks the same from the outside, with its familiar front door and small patch of lawn. Neighbors still come and go, cars still drive past, and the routines of school, work, and daily chores continue. But at night, when the sun goes down and the interior lights are the only thing separating us from the darkness outside, the house feels a bit different to me. The walls, which once felt like nothing more than simple boundaries, now feel like they might be holding more than just our family and our furniture. I walk past my daughter's room and listen for the sound of her breathing. I check to see if her door is open or closed. I wonder if she is lying there with her eyes shut tight, trying not to look toward that corner, or if she has managed to fall asleep quickly and stay asleep, untouched by anything strange. I think about calling someone, maybe a priest, maybe a counselor, maybe someone who knows about these kinds of things, but then I hesitate, not knowing how seriously anyone would take me, or how my daughter would feel about strangers being brought into something she has not even fully processed herself. So for now, my plan is simple and quiet. I keep my eyes open. I listen to my daughter when she wants to talk and respect her when she does not. I say my small prayers at night and picture that white light filling her room, wrapping around her, and pushing away anything that does not belong. I remind her that she can always come into my room, that my door is not just a piece of wood but a promise that she does not have to face this alone. I keep my fear tucked inside, not because it is not real, but because I know that if I let it spill out in front of her, it will only add to her burden. I think about how she used to fall asleep so easily, with no need for a nightlight or a stuffed toy, and I hope that one day soon, whatever this is will fade and she will feel that kind of peace again. Until then, I will be here, awake when I need to be, ready to feel the mattress dip as she climbs into bed beside me, and ready to wrap my arms around her and whisper that she is safe, even as I silently hope that the girl in the corner stays away. The church I am talking about was built in 1818 by British soldiers from Fort Malden, and every time I think about it I feel as if I am touching a little piece of history that is bigger than my own life. The whole area around it carries the weight of old stories, the kind you hear in history lessons and then later, when you are actually walking the same ground, suddenly feel in your bones. There is a long and tangled history connected to the American Revolution and the fights between the Americans, the British, and various native tribes, and it all seems to press in quietly around this one church and the small graveyard behind it. Behind the dates and names there is another story, a heavier one, something that feels half like a legend and half like a secret everyone knows but no one can prove. That story is the story of the Fort Malden treasure. For years people in the area have whispered about a treasure hidden somewhere near the fort, a great sum of money that disappeared during the chaos when the Americans took Fort Malden in retaliation for the British burning down the White House. It is one of those stories that at first sounds like a tall tale told to entertain visitors, but the more you hear about it and the more details you pick up, the more possible it begins to feel. The treasure, according to the rumors, was not just some random hoard of coins. It was said to be part of a very serious and strategic plan, the British answer to the financial backing the French were giving to the American revolutionaries. The British wanted to tip the balance back in their favor, and one of their big ideas was to fund a united indigenous army, an Indian confederacy that would stand as a strong force on their side. The key to this plan was a powerful and highly respected leader, a chief whose name still carries weight in history, Tecumseh. At that time he was one of the most respected chiefs, a voice that many tribes listened to, a leader with the presence and authority to bring people together. The British believed that if they could support Tecumseh and help him unify the tribes into a confederacy, they could create a force strong enough to hold the American push west in check and secure a stronger position along the border. The treasure was supposed to be the money set aside to support this alliance, to feed and arm the warriors, to pay for the supplies and the logistics that go with war. In that sense, it was not just a pile of gold hidden in the ground. It was a symbol of a different path history might have taken. But plans like that do not always stay secret. According to the story, word of the British plan leaked out, and before it could fully take shape, disaster struck. Tecumseh was killed in battle, and with his death the dream of a strong and united Indian confederacy collapsed. The tribes, who had been gathering behind his leadership, were left fragmented, each trying to figure out what to do without a central figure to look to. The British plan crumbled, and the money they had collected lost its clear purpose. Some of the men involved in this circle of planning, influence, and strategy were also known to be Freemasons, part of the Masonic Brotherhood, and many of them were among the founders of the local lodge in Amherst. These men stayed in the town long after the battles were over and the flags stopped changing sides. The rumors say that when the plan fell apart and the tide of war shifted, the treasure did not simply vanish into thin air or get carried off by official channels. Instead, those who knew about it hid it. Some say it was hidden in the original Masonic temple, a building whose exact location was lost over time, especially after fires burned much of the original town and wiped out old structures and records. Others say that before the Americans took the fort, The money was buried somewhere nearby by the Masons themselves, placed in a secret spot only they knew, possibly marked by symbols only another Mason could read. Another version, the one that always sends a little thrill through anyone who hears it, is that the treasure was buried first, and then the church was built directly over it, like a stone cloak laid on top of a secret. When you think about it, that idea has a certain strategic sense to it. What better way to hide something valuable than putting a house of God over it, where no one would dare start digging without raising suspicion or outrage? I find this whole piece of history incredibly fascinating because it gives a very different angle on that time period. Instead of only thinking about maps and treaties and battles, you start thinking about what it would have meant if that plan had worked. Imagine if the Indian Confederacy had truly taken strong form under Tecumseh, and had been properly funded and supported by the British. Would there have been many more years of war in the region, with a three-sided struggle instead of a simpler two-sided conflict? Would whole parts of the map look different now? Would some communities exist that never got the chance to grow because their paths were cut off early? The treasure story turns into a kind of what-if question that makes the quiet fields and old buildings feel charged with possibilities that never bore fruit. Many people over the years have tried to find this treasure. This is not just a matter of a few kids poking around with metal detectors. Old records say that powerful and wealthy men, including John A. Macdonald, who became the first Prime Minister of Canada, and others in his circle, quietly bought land in and around Amherstby, hoping that by owning property in the area they might end up owning the spot where the treasure lay buried. There are stories that the Orangemen movement in Canada, a group with its own strong ties and political and religious background, was also drawn into the search, either because some of their members had connections to the old Masonic families or because the idea of the treasure had grown so large that everyone in a position of influence wanted a piece of the possibility. At the center of all these overlapping stories is the old Anglican Church. It stands there quietly, with its modest size and simple shape, but it is like the eye of a storm made of rumors and history. Inside this church there is a stained glass window people call the Masonic window. It is said that this window contains secret clues to the hiding place of the Fort Malden treasure, built right into its colored glass and patterns in ways that only a trained eye or someone with certain knowledge would understand. I have seen this window many times myself, standing in the soft light and staring at it, and to me it has always looked like a normal church window, beautiful in its own way with the usual mix of religious images and symbols. But over the years many professionals, historians, and people familiar with Masonic signs have inspected it closely, searching for hidden messages, numbers, or shapes that might give away some secret. As far as the public knows, no obvious clue has been found, but that has not stopped people from wondering or visiting just to stand in front of it and imagine. The founding fathers of the church, the men who helped create it, and who are said to be connected to the lodge and the old plans, were also said to have been buried under the church itself. When I was little, some foundation work had to be done on the building, and during that work they discovered hidden remains underneath. It was a big event in the community at the time. They carefully removed the old bones and gave them a more formal, respectful resting place. I remember hearing about it, and seeing the adults talk quietly about it with that mix of respect and unease people often have when dealing with the dead. Behind the church there is a small graveyard. When I say small, I mean it is not huge like those big sprawling cemeteries that go on for acres. It has maybe 20 or 30 graves in total, but what makes it stand out is how old and how carefully arranged it is. Stories say that the churchyard and the graves are haunted by the ghosts of the founding fathers, that they linger there, watching over the place, guarding the secrets about the treasure and whatever else they knew. As a child, my connection to this church was simple. My family attended services there, and I spent a large part of my childhood sitting in its wooden pews, fidgeting during sermons, staring up at the windows, and wandering outside afterwards. Even as an adult I have gone back from time to time, and each time I step into the building or walk past it, I feel the layers of memory and something else, something quieter and older, pressing in. There have been times when I was in the church by myself or with only a few people around and heard footsteps somewhere behind me, footsteps that did not match anyone I could see. A couple of times I thought I saw someone move out of the corner of my eye and turn my head, only to find nobody there. Those moments were brief and easy to dismiss as imagination, but they added a faint edge of mystery to a place that already held a lot of mystery in its walls and windows. My most intense experience connected with this church and its graveyard happened when I was a teenager. At that time in my life, I was in a phase where exploring graveyards and old sites was something my friends and I did fairly often, especially when we were bored or looking for a thrill. On the night I am thinking of, my friend Eric and I had been drinking, not heavily enough to completely lose control but enough to make us loud and careless. We were out in public, walking and joking in that way teenagers do when they think they are invisible and nothing can touch them. The police in our area were used to dealing with groups of noisy teens, and I am sure that to any officer watching us, we looked worse than we actually were. We were rowdy and obnoxious, and we had a habit of bringing out the worst in each other. It never took much for a quiet night to turn into something more dramatic when the two of us were together, and that is probably why we had so many stories from that period of our lives that we could never tell our parents. At least one good thing about that night is that we were not driving. We were walking home, letting our legs in the cool air sober us up bit by bit. As we walked, we decided to cut through the church graveyard. Part of the reason was practical. We had noticed police nearby and did not really want to get questioned, lectured, or possibly taken in for public intoxication. Heading quietly into the graveyard behind the church seemed like a good way to slip out of sight for a while until things calmed down, and we told ourselves that if anyone did see us there, we could always claim we were just quietly checking out the graves out of curiosity. In our teen minds, that seemed like smart reasoning. Even though the original plan was to hide from the cops, I was honestly interested in the graveyard itself. I had always liked old graveyards. They felt like outdoor history books where every stone was a page with a name and a date, and sometimes a line or two giving a hint of who the person had been. This particular graveyard was small but very old, and unlike other cemeteries I had seen, it had a very deliberate and almost artistic layout. Instead of rows and rows of stones in straight lines, this graveyard was more like a little garden. Along the back there was a small brick retaining wall that helped frame the space. In front of that wall, trees grew, their branches budding and offering shade in the warmer months. A path of stepping stones curved through the graveyard in a swooping, almost circular pattern, guiding your steps through the area instead of forcing you into straight lines. The gravestones themselves were grouped in little clusters, here and there, as if they had been arranged like flowers in beds rather than planted in rigid rows. A couple of the gravestones were actually set right into the foundation of the church at the back, their inscriptions facing outward, so that the church wall and the grave markers were one. The graveyard was small in size, maybe 15 to 20 feet deep from the back of the church and only about 10 feet out along the north side. On the south side it stretched a little farther, maybe 20 to 25 feet, but even at its largest point, it was still a very intimate space. Because of the way it was laid out, it did not feel like the kind of graveyard you might picture in a horror movie. It was odd, yes, because of its garden-like design and the way the stones were placed, but it was odd in a gentle, peaceful way rather than in a threatening one. I always thought there was something very welcoming about it. The trees and wall and the old house nearby helped to close it off from the rest of the street, so it felt secluded, almost hidden away from the world. If I had ever needed to pick a place where I would want to be buried, I used to think that this little graveyard would have been a good choice. It had a sense of quiet dignity, of being cared for, and of holding stories close. Right beside the church, on the edge of the graveyard, there was an old, run-down historic house that belonged to the church property. It had seen better days and had become a target for vandals now and then. People broke windows or tried to get inside, and over time it took on that tired, sagging look that some old houses get when they are not lived in regularly. Even so, it added a lot to the atmosphere of the graveyard. It framed the space on one side, and along with the small brick wall and the trees, it helped block out the view of the rest of the neighborhood. From inside the graveyard, especially at night, it felt like you were stepping out of the present and into a pocket of time that belonged to another century. I never felt truly threatened in that space, but I did often feel watched. There was something about the way the shadows pulled around the old headstones, especially near the church foundation, that made it seem as though they were moving just a bit more than they should, as if someone were standing half-hidden and shifting their weight from one foot to the other. That night, Eric and I stayed in the graveyard for quite some time. The first thing I noticed, even in my slightly buzzed state, was that I kept getting cold chills that did not match the temperature of the air. The wind was not especially strong, yet every now and then a shiver would run right up my spine and the hairs on my arms would stand up. In addition to the chills, I sometimes felt the lightest touch against my skin, as if someone had brushed past me or lightly pressed a hand against my shoulder, and then pulled it away before I could turn. I tried to tell myself it was just my nerves, that the combined effect of the dark, the history of the place, and the drinks I had consumed was making me jumpy. But deep down, it felt like something more than that. It felt like there were presences moving around us, curious about why we were there, step by step circling us as we sat and whispered. It felt like we were guests in someone else's space, and the hosts had come to see what kind of visitors we were. When we finally decided to leave and started walking away from the graveyard, Eric spoke up. He told me that the whole time we had been sitting there, he had felt exactly the same way I had, watched, touched, and not entirely alone. This meant a lot coming from him, because he was not part of my usual group of friends who shared my interest in haunted places and paranormal stories. He was not someone who normally talked about ghosts or looking for them, and he definitely was not the type to say something like that just to play along. Hearing him say that he had felt the same cold chills and faint touches that I had made me feel as if what I experienced was not just in my head. It made me more confident in believing that we had indeed been in the company of spirits that night. We did not see clear figures or glowing apparitions. There were no dramatic scenes of ghosts marching across the graves. Instead, we had something quieter and, in a way, more meaningful, the steady awareness that we were being observed by something we could not see. Looking back now, I understand that my story is made up of a lot of history, and not a lot of direct, flashy ghostly action. There are no levitating objects, no screaming faces in windows, no shadowy figures grabbing us or chasing us down the path. To some people, that might make this less of a ghost story and more of a mood piece. But for me, what happened in that graveyard left a lasting mark on my life. I have never felt as deeply connected to the idea of religion, or to the sense of a holy presence, as I did in that small, hidden place behind the church. It might sound strange to say that I felt both ghosts and holiness in the same breath, but that is the best way I can describe it. There was something there that felt peaceful and protective, even if it also made my heart beat faster. My heart felt pulled in two directions at once, toward a quiet, peaceful afterlife where spirits walked calmly among the trees and gravestones, and toward the deep curiosity that still lingers in my mind about what secrets the place holds, about the treasure, the Masonic window, the Founding Fathers, and all the stories that never made it into books. If there is such a thing as a good ghost encounter, one that does not revolve around terror and harm but instead around respect, wonder, and a sense of something bigger than yourself, then I believe this was it. Today, the little world of that graveyard is not the same. The old historic house next to the church has been torn down, and much of the graveyard has been cleared away. The church leaders felt that the lack of parking in the area was keeping people from coming to services and was hurting their already shrinking numbers. They made the decision to move the graves, dig out the garden, and turn that quiet space into a large dirt pad for a parking lot. The church itself has gone through cosmetic changes as well. The old side entrance, which used to open toward the graveyard, was removed and bricked over. The foundation at the rear of the church was redone, and the headstones that had been set into the wall were taken out. I think one or two may still remain in some form, but most of what I remember has been altered. The stone wall at the back was removed, and the garden expanded off to the north to reshape the yard into something more open and modern. The place that once felt hidden and secret now stands more exposed, more practical in a way, but much less magical. Still, in my memory, that little graveyard remains intact. The trees still rustle gently over the stones, the stepping stones still wind their way through the grass, and the shadows still linger around the old headstones as if watching anyone who dares to step inside. In my adult life, I have really only had one true paranormal experience, and even though it was not as loud or wild or in your face as the things that happened to me as a teenager, it disturbed me on a much deeper level and stayed with me in a different way, because this time it did not only involve me, it involved my child. When I was young, I went looking for trouble on purpose. If you have read the stories from my teenage years, you already have an idea of the kind of things I got myself into. Back then, the strange events we lived through were both exciting and terrifying at the same time. There was this rush of fear and adrenaline that made my heart pound and my skin go cold. But there was also a thrill in it, a pull that made me want to see what was on the other side of the darkness. I felt like I was dancing on the edge of something dangerous, and I kept wanting to take one more step forward. Because of that feeling, I kept digging deeper. I went to the places other people avoided. I asked the questions other people refused to speak out loud. I dragged my friends along with me into old buildings, graveyards, abandoned places, anywhere that felt like it might hold a secret. We pushed too far. We went beyond what we could handle. We poked at something that did not want to be disturbed, and in the end we got more than we bargained for. After one very nasty experience, the kind where you feel like something has actually reached into your life and will not let go, we stopped. All of us made a silent agreement to back away. We quit. We said enough. We thanked whatever higher power was listening that we had gotten out of it alive and mostly sane, and I turned my back on that part of my life. I did not look back. As frightening as those teen years were, as much as I thought back then that I had felt the worst fear a person could feel, they do not compare to the kind of fear I ran into again later, after I became a father. When you are a kid or a teenager, you can be scared in a very intense way. You can be certain that the thing in the dark is going to reach you, that you are going to die horribly, or that your mind is going to snap. Your blood goes cold, and you feel like time has stopped. Your heart hammers so hard it almost hurts, and your whole body tenses up so much you can hardly move. It feels like something has grabbed your soul and frozen it. A lot of people have had at least one moment like that. But when you become a parent, that level of fear changes. It grows into something bigger and sharper. Suddenly your life is not the only one that matters. Now there is this small, innocent person who depends on you completely. When you feel that there is a threat to your child, when you sense that something might harm them and you cannot fully understand or control that threat, the fear that hits you is on another level. It is not just your own safety you are worrying about anymore. It is the safety of someone who has never done anything wrong, someone you would gladly give your life for. That kind of fear is worse than anything I ever felt creeping through old buildings in the dark. It is like all the fear from those times added together, and then pushed deeper into your chest. That is the kind of fear I felt in my first house when my son was still very young, and we were just trying to build a normal life. I became a father young, and instead of letting that scare me off or push me into running away, I decided I was going to do it right. I worked hard, finished school, and did everything I could to get a solid job that would let me support my family. Where I live, the automotive industry is the big source of money, so that is where I focused my efforts. I threw myself into it, learned the trade, and worked whatever was needed until I had a good job. My goal was simple: be a good father, be a good husband, and build a stable life. All that effort finally paid off when I was 23. That was the age when I bought my first house. For someone that young, at least where I am from, that felt like a huge step. It was a small farmhouse on the edge of town, a piece that had been split off from a larger family farm. The land had been in that family for a long time, and this house sat on its own acre, separate from the main farm, with fields around it. The yard had a little forest on one side and a big garden area. The house itself was nothing fancy, but to us it was wonderful, especially compared to the tiny apartment we had been squeezed into before. The house was placed in the middle of the lot, so there was space around us in every direction. It was quiet, with that kind of country silence you only get when you are away from traffic and city noise. It was also in a very good spot, just outside of town, closer to Windsor and Detroit where I worked, but still close to the rest of my family so we could visit easily. It felt like the best of both worlds, close enough to everything important, far enough to breathe. The house had been owned by an elderly couple before us. They were in poor health in their later years, and you could see that in the way the house had been set up. There were extra safety bars, handrails, and small adjustments throughout the place meant to keep them from falling or getting hurt. By the time we bought it, one of them had already passed away, and the other had been moved into long-term care. The house sat empty for a few months before it went up for sale. When it hit the market, it was gone almost immediately. It was listed one day, and by the next day our offer had been accepted. We later found out that a larger offer came in just after ours, but because ours was first, we got the house. It felt like luck or fate, like the house had slid into our lives at just the right moment. The first thing we did after getting the keys was clean everything and repaint. We wanted the house to feel like ours, not just like we were walking through someone else's memories. While we were cleaning, I noticed something strange that didn't quite fit with the rest of the simple, practical safety features. On every windowsill there was a tiny pewter crucifix, each with a little brass figure of Jesus on it, standing facing into the room. Every window had one, lined up neatly as if they had been placed there with real thought and purpose. It wasn't just one or two, it was all of them. It struck me as a little odd. I had never seen a house where someone had placed small crosses on every window like that. Part of me wanted to pick them up and box them away because they did not match our style. But another part of me hesitated. I had a feeling that they had been put there for a reason, and not just decorative. Maybe it was my past experiences talking, but I felt it might be unwise to remove them. So I left them exactly where we found them, lined up like quiet little guards watching the yard and the fields beyond. In the first few days after moving in, I started to get the feeling that we were not entirely alone in the house. There were no clear signs, no doors slamming by themselves, no objects flying across the room like in a movie. It was more subtle than that. It started as a kind of heaviness in the air. A sense that eyes were following me as I moved from room to room. Sometimes I would be doing something normal, like folding laundry or walking down the hallway, and I would suddenly have the urge to turn around, certain that someone was standing behind me. When I did turn, there was never anyone there. I told myself that it was just the natural unease of being in a new house. A new layout, new creaks, new shadows. It is normal to feel unsettled when you move. I pushed the feeling aside and went back to my routine. Life went on. The house was small with just 2 bedrooms. That meant our oldest daughter got one room to herself, and our baby boy stayed in our room. He was around a year old then. He could stand up by holding onto things and pull himself up in his playpen, but he couldn't walk on his own yet. Our bedroom was painted a soft sky blue, a color we chose because it felt calm and open. With the paint fresh on the walls and the late summer air coming in through the window, the room felt warm and peaceful, bright during the day and gentle at night. Our house was ringed by farm fields. Most years they planted soybeans or wheat. I loved when they planted wheat. In the fall, before harvest, the wheat would turn golden, and when the wind blew across it, the field would move like a living ocean, the tops bending and rippling like a blanket made of silk. Little blue swallows would swoop low over the heads of the wheat and twist through the air in tight turns and flips, chasing insects and each other. That view is one of my warmest memories. Sometimes they planted corn instead, and I was never as fond of those seasons. Cornfields feel heavier and closed in. The dust clings to everything and makes you cough when the wind is wrong, and there is always the feeling that someone or something could be hiding between the rows. Still, overall it was a good starter home. We were young, we had a yard for the kids, and we finally had space to breathe. But as time passed, the feeling that there was someone else in the house grew stronger, and I started to feel more certain that the little crosses on the windows were not just for show. Shortly after we moved in, we had a string of problems around the house that seemed harmless at first, just annoyances a new homeowner might expect. First, the hot water tank in the basement exploded. It did not blow the house apart, but it failed suddenly and messily. Then the furnace igniter burned out, and we had to get it fixed. On top of that, several electrical fuses kept blowing for no clear reason. Any one of these things, taken alone, could easily be explained as normal wear and tear. Even altogether, it could be chalked up to bad luck and an older house adjusting to new people. We called in professionals to check everything. They inspected the systems one by one and told us there was nothing fundamentally wrong with the tank, the furnace, or the wiring. Parts had failed, yes, but nothing was misinstalled or dangerously set up. It was just one of those things, they said. I tried to accept that. I told myself it was just the new house blues, that period where, after you move in and the excitement wears off, you start to notice all the flaws and problems that were hidden before. It happens to everyone, I said. So I tried to shrug it off, even though a part of me was paying closer and closer attention. A few weeks later, any illusion of normality was shaken by a night that started like any other and slowly turned into something much more unsettling. We were jolted awake in the middle of the night by the shrill scream of a fire alarm. It was one of those piercing sounds that shreds your nerves instantly, and sends your mind into full panic mode before you have even opened your eyes. I jumped up, heart pounding, expecting to smell smoke or see blinking lights. But there was no smoke, no sign of fire, and none of the other smoke detectors in the house were sounding. Only this one alarm was going off over our bedroom. I tried everything I could think of to shut it off. I hit the reset button. It kept wailing. I opened the cover and pulled the battery out. The sound kept going, as if the alarm didn't need power at all. In a mix of anger and confusion, with my ears ringing and my nerves stretched thin, I ripped it down from the ceiling and smashed it, breaking the plastic apart and crushing the little metal buzzer inside. Only then, finally, did the noise stop. The silence afterward felt almost as loud as the alarm had been. I really, truly hate being woken up in the middle of the night like that, especially when I know the alarm is false and I have to drag myself out of bed at 4:30 a.m. to go to work. After about 20 minutes of lying there, trying to slow my heart and calm my thoughts, I started to drift back toward sleep. Just as my body was relaxing, the back doorbell rang. It was not a normal, clear chime. It rang in a strange, drawn-out tone, off-key, like it was struggling for power, as if something weak but stubborn was pushing it to sound again and again. The odd thing is that we did not have a working doorbell button at the back door. The system was old, the wiring cut off long before, and yet the bell box was still mounted on the wall. There was no way someone was actually outside pressing a button. I got out of bed, angry now more than anything, and stomped to the back wall where the bell box hung. I pried it open and pulled the thin wires out of it. It kept ringing. The awful, dragging chime continued even with the guts of the box hanging loose. Finally I took it down from the wall and crushed it like I had crushed the fire alarm. One more noisy problem destroyed. One more strange thing I could not explain. Sleep was getting more and more distant. I was wide awake now, full of frustration and beginning to feel like someone was playing a cruel joke on us. Still, I forced myself to go back to bed, telling myself that if I didn't at least try to rest, I would not make it through the next workday. About an hour later, just when my body was finally starting to let go, and my mind was sliding into sleep, another alarm went off. This time it was not mounted to a wall or ceiling. It was a toy fire engine in my son's toy box in our room. It began making loud siren noises on its own, the same repeating sound over and over, slicing through the quiet. I got up, walked over, lifted it out of the toy box, and pulled the batteries out. Like the other devices, it kept going even after the batteries were out. The siren blared as if some invisible hand was still pressing its buttons. At that point, tired, angry, and more than a little freaked out, I opened the front door and threw the toy as far out into the yard as I could, just to get it away from us. After that, no more alarms went off, but the house did not feel quiet. As I lay in the darkness trying to sleep, I had the strong sense that someone was stomping around in other parts of the house. I would hear what sounded like footsteps in the hallway or in the rooms nearby. The feeling of being watched, which had always been a low hum in the background, suddenly grew much stronger. It felt like we were being treated as unwelcome guests, trespassers in someone else's space, and that the alarms and the noises were warnings. That is how it felt to me, like we were being told, "You don't belong here. Get out." My wife was also shaken and exhausted by all of this, and when we talked about it, she agreed that something did not feel right. It was a long, slow night, and the morning came too quickly, bringing no answers with it. In the early morning, when the light outside was still gray and soft, and the sun had not quite climbed over the horizon, I got up to get ready for work. I felt like I had been hit by a truck. I was dragging myself through the routine because I had barely slept. I ended up calling into my boss to say I was going to be late, just so I could move a bit slower and try not to fall asleep on the drive-in. It took me longer than usual to shower, dress, and gather my things, and I was still bleary-eyed when I went to the front of the house to leave. That is when I noticed that the large front window was cracked. It was a plastic-framed window, the kind that folds out, and the top pane had a long crack running from one bottom corner up toward the middle of the glass and then over to the adjacent side. It looked like something had hit it or pushed on it from a strange angle, only there was nothing nearby that could have done that. Already worn down and on edge, I swore under my breath, fought down my frustration, and went to work. When I came home that day, things had gotten worse. My wife met me with a look that said she had something serious to show me. She told me that the front window was not the only one that had cracked. Every window in the house that had one of the little crosses on it now had cracks in the glass. Some had small cracks on the corners, almost like hairline fractures. Others had long lines running from corner to corner, just like the front window. It was as if something had traveled from one cross-guarded window to the next and pressed against them all in a single night. We had recently painted the entire house, inside and out, and we knew those windows had not been cracked before. It all happened while we were trying to sleep through the chaos of alarms and stomping footsteps. We did not have the money to replace the windows. This was our first house and our budget was already stretched thin. To be safe, I put clear packing tape over the larger cracks to keep the glass from falling out if they got worse. The next few days were tense. Nothing new happened, but we did not sleep well. The feeling of someone watching us, judging us, hung over everything. I kept telling myself that maybe it would pass, that maybe this was all some strange coincidence. But deep down I knew that something in that house was not happy about our presence. The one bright spot in those days was coming home from work and seeing my kids. My daughter would run up to me and hug me the moment I stepped through the door. My son, who spent a lot of time in his playpen, would stand up, grab the edge, and lift his arms toward me, asking to be picked up in the way only a baby can. He only did that to people he knew well and trusted, me, his mother, his grandparents. Those small greetings reminded me what I was fighting for. About a week later, the activity started up again, only this time it took a slightly different form. At night, as the house settled and the world outside grew quiet, I could hear footsteps moving through the rooms. They were not loud, heavy stomps like before, more like a slow, measured walk from one end of the house to the other. Sometimes I would see a shadow pass by the doorway to our bedroom, a darker shape moving in the darkness of the hallway. At first I thought it might be my daughter getting up to go to the bathroom or grabbing a drink of water, so I would get up, half expecting to find her out of bed, but every time I checked, she was sound asleep. Each time, there was nothing in the hallway when I went to look. My wife tried to reassure me. She told me I was just tired and stressed out after everything that had happened, that my nerves were playing tricks on me. I wanted to believe her. I really did. But I had lived through enough strange things in my life to know the difference between a trick of the mind and something real pressing in from outside. I could feel that something was in that house with us, and I could feel its attention sharpening. In the past, when I was younger and reckless, I had gotten myself into serious trouble messing with forces I did not understand. It had almost broken me, and only a holy man, someone who knew what he was doing, had been able to help pull me back and close what I had foolishly opened. That memory stuck with me. I knew from experience that sometimes you cannot fix things on your own with logic and denial. Sometimes you need help. The man who had helped me back then was no longer in my life, but the memory of what he had done pushed me to seek help again. I went to the local church, the one I had attended now and then as a boy but never as an adult. Walking in there felt strange, like stepping into a version of my past that I had left behind. I asked to speak with the priest, an older man who had probably seen and heard more than I could guess. At first, I felt ridiculous, standing there in front of him, trying to explain that I thought there was something in my house cracking windows and setting off alarms. I half expected him to smile politely and suggest I get more sleep. I started by telling him a little about the things that had happened to me years before and how another holy man had helped me then. I told him about the alarms in the windows, about the footsteps and the feeling of being watched, and about my fear for my family. It was embarrassing, but as I spoke, I could see that he was taking me seriously. He did not laugh or roll his eyes. He listened quietly, then led me to a smaller side room, one I remembered from my childhood as the place where the priests got ready before Mass. In that small prep room, he took out a small flask of holy water and said a blessing over it. He handed it to me and told me to take it home and sprinkle it on the windows and in the places where I felt the angry presence the most. He told me to speak out loud and tell the soul that it had passed, that this was no longer its house, and that it needed to move on and rest in peace. Maybe he believed every word of what he was saying. Maybe part of it was also for my benefit, to give me a sense of taking action, but either way, I was grateful. I was scared and running out of ideas, so I followed his directions carefully. I went home with a flask of holy water. My wife took the kids out for the day, so that I could do what I needed to do alone. The house was quiet in that particular way houses are when they are empty, where every small sound seems louder. I walked from room to room, sprinkling holy water on the windows, especially the ones with the cracks and the little crosses. I flicked it into the corners and shadowy spots where I felt that cold, watchful sensation. As I did this, I spoke out loud, even though it felt strange at first. I told whoever was there that they had died, that this was our home now, that we were a good family who just wanted to live in peace. I told them that they needed to move on to wherever they were supposed to go next, that they did not have to stay and guard a house that wasn't theirs anymore. When I was done, the house did not suddenly grow brighter. The air did not shift in any dramatic way. Nothing obvious changed. But I hoped that maybe something had heard me and that maybe things would now calm down. For a few nights, things were quiet. I started to think cautiously that maybe the worst was over, that maybe the priest's blessing and my clumsy speech had worked. I allowed myself to relax a little and tried to sleep more deeply. Just when I began to believe that we were alone again, the activity started up once more. The footsteps returned, this time more regular and more clearly patterned, moving from one end of the house to the other like someone pacing. The shadow in the doorway came back, and this time, when I looked more closely, I could make out more detail. It was not just a vague dark shape. It was the outline of a small, older woman. I could see her posture, the slight stoop of her shoulders, the way her head turned from side to side as she moved. She walked past the bedroom doors, pausing at each one to look in, as if she were checking on who was in which room. When she came to our room, I could feel her attention very clearly. She would stop, turn her head, and look in, and though she was mostly shadow, I knew she was focusing on my young son sleeping in his crib near our bed. There was no doubt in my mind that she was looking directly at him. At first, I did not feel immediate danger from her. She did not rush at us or throw things. She just paced and looked, but the more I watched her and felt her presence, the more I sensed confusion. She felt lost and unsure, like someone who had lived somewhere for so long that they could not understand why anything had changed. I started to piece together who she might be. It seemed clear to me that she was the old woman who had lived in the house before us, the one who had spent her whole life there, raising her children and grandchildren, watching her family grow up within those walls. The house was her life, and now here we were in her rooms, using her kitchen, sleeping in her bedroom. If that were the case, I could understand her confusion, even some of her anger. I did not like it, but I could see how it might happen. Still, what bothered me most was the way she seemed particularly interested in my son. Her focus on him woke up every protective instinct inside me. I did not know what she wanted from him. I did not know if she just missed having a baby around or if she had darker intentions. All I knew was that if she tried to move closer, if I ever sensed her leaning over his crib, I was going to do whatever I could to put myself between them, even if I could not see her fully. I think she sensed my resistance, because after one long moment of standing there at the doorway, feeling me staring back at her, she turned away and faded into the shadows at the far end of the house. Later, when I tried to go back to sleep, I forced myself to consider the possibility that she might not mean harm. I reminded myself that she had been someone's mother, maybe someone's grandmother, that she had probably loved her own children and grandchildren deeply. I told myself that maybe she was just curious about us, that maybe she was drawn to my son because she missed having a baby in the house. Maybe I thought she would not hurt us. I kept those thoughts turning over in my mind for days, trying to soothe my own fear and rationalize her presence. At the same time, I did some quiet research about the house and its former owners. I learned that the old woman who had lived there was the great-aunt of the farmer who had sold us the property. She had indeed lived there her entire life and had raised children and grandchildren in that house. The story fit everything I was sensing. I managed to catch the farmer one day and asked him about her, casually at first. I asked her name. He told me. I asked who had owned the house before us and what they had been like. Then, without me mentioning anything about ghosts or strange happenings, he looked me straight in the eyes and asked if we were having any troubles in the house. It wasn't just the words, it was the way he said them. There was something in his tone that told me he already knew there was something going on. It felt like he had been expecting the question, like he knew that anyone who lived there after her might end up asking about her. He knew she was still there. He knew that was why I was asking. I had tried to keep my questions general, the kind any new owner might ask. I had not said one word about footsteps or alarms. Yet he had jumped straight to that one pointed question. It rattled me. I didn't answer his question. I just said I was curious about the history of the house and left it at that. But inside I knew that he had just confirmed everything I had been feeling. Over the next several days, I felt her around almost every evening and night. I would be sitting on the couch and suddenly feel that familiar cold prickle on the back of my neck. I would be lying in bed and know, without seeing anything, that she was pacing past the rooms again. My sleep grew more broken and shallow. After about a week of this, my body and mind had had enough. One Saturday, instead of doing chores or working outside like I normally would, I let myself slow down. After breakfast and a quiet stretch of watching TV, I went back into the bedroom and lay down. The day outside was one of those lazy summer days where the air is warm but not overly hot, and a cool breeze was coming in through the open window. The curtains moved gently and the room felt calm and peaceful in a way it hadn't in a while. I needed that feeling and let myself drift off into a deep, comfortable sleep. The sleep that came was heavy but pleasant. I floated in that soft place where you are aware of the world but not tied to it. Now and then I would surface just enough to feel the breeze on my face or the warmth of the sunlight on my skin, then sink back down again. At one point I remember hearing my wife come into the room and gently set our son down in his crib for his nap. His crib was in the same room, close enough that I could hear him if he fussed. I heard the quiet sound of her moving around, then leaving the room again. Both my son and I slept for a while after that, the house wrapped in a lazy afternoon quiet. After some time, I woke up more fully. I did not move right away, just opened one eye and looked around. The light in the room had changed. The sun was lower now, and the shadows in the corners had grown longer, melting together in places. I could hear my son quietly playing in his crib, making those soft little sounds babies make when they are busy with their toys. I lay there watching him with one eye, too comfortable to move yet, enjoying the calm moment. He was sitting there, turning a toy over in his hands, focused on his own little world. Then, suddenly, he stopped and looked behind him, toward the wall behind the crib, as if someone had entered the room from that direction. But the wall was solid. No door, no window there. His face lit up in a way that made it clear he was seeing someone he recognized and was happy to see. He stood up, holding onto the crib rail, and looked up toward the corner where the wall met the ceiling. His little arms lifted up, reaching in that universal motion that means, "Pick me up." A chill ran through me. I turned my head more to see where he was looking. The shadows in that corner did not look right. There was something about the way they gathered and shifted that made my skin crawl, even though, at first, I could not pick out any clear shape. The air felt thicker there, darker. My son was still reaching up, his eyes fixed on that spot, smiling a little as if he were greeting a friend. Then I saw movement in the shadows above his crib. It was subtle at first, like a darker fog swirling inside the dimness, then it took on more form. It was the old woman's face, or at least the shape of it. I could see the outline of her cheeks, the curve of her forehead, the hollows where eyes and mouth should be. She was leaning over my son's crib, looking down at him, and he was looking up at her as if he knew her, as if she had been there before, and he was happy that she had come back. In that moment, a deep, cold fear cut through me in a way I had never felt before. It went past the fear of banging alarms and cracked windows, past the fear of footsteps in the night. It went straight to the place where every protective instinct lives. I realized in an instant that this was not the first time she had come to him. She was too familiar to him. He was too comfortable with her. That thought made my stomach twist. It meant that she had likely been visiting him when we were asleep, sneaking into the room and leaning over his crib in the dark, when we thought he was just stirring or dreaming. A stranger, even a former homeowner, a dead one at that, hovering over my baby was not something I could accept. Whatever her intentions were, I could not allow it. I reacted without thinking. I jumped out of bed and crossed the room in a rush, grabbed my son out of the crib, and held him tightly against me. As I did, I felt a wave of anger roll through the room, an emotion that did not belong to me. It felt like she was furious that I had interrupted, that I had taken him away. It felt like she wanted us out of the house, but she wanted him to stay, as if she had chosen him as her comfort or her company. That idea filled me with even more dread. I did not pause to argue with shadows. I left the room and went straight to my wife, told her that I needed her to take the kids and go visit her mother for a while. She could see that I was upset, even if she did not fully understand why, and thankfully she did not argue. She packed up the kids and left the house with them, leaving me there alone with the quiet and the thing that still lingered within the walls. Once my family was safely out of the house, I felt both more exposed and more determined. I went back into the bedroom and grabbed what was left of the holy water from the flask the priest had given me. I could feel the tension building in the air, the sense of a confrontation coming. The house did not feel like my home in that moment. It felt like being in someone else's territory, like walking into a room where the owner is glaring at you from the corner. I could feel her watching me, her anger focused directly on me now that I had taken her, friend, away. At the same time, my own fear turned into anger of a different kind, fueled by the need to protect my family. I did not care how foolish I might look or sound. I was not going to let this go on. I walked through the house, especially around the bedroom and the crib, and threw holy water on the walls, on the corners, on the places where the shadows seemed thickest and where I felt her eyes the most. I raised my voice and called her by name, the name the farmer had told me. I told her that she needed to leave the house and move on. I told her that we were a good family who would take care of the place, that we were not there to harm her home or disrespect it, but that it was our home now, not hers. I told her that she had passed on and that it was time for her to rest, not to linger and cling to the rooms where she had once lived. I told her to let go of the house and let go of us, especially my son. It was not a fancy speech or a ritual taken from a book. It was simply an honest plea born out of fear and love and the desperate need to protect my children. As I spoke, the house slowly began to feel different. The air that had been thick and heavy started to lighten. The sense of being glared at from every corner eased. It was as if something in the atmosphere let go, like a tight grip slowly relaxing. By the time I poured out the last drops of holy water and finished what I had to say, I felt calmer. I felt like maybe, just maybe, I had gotten through to her. When my wife and children came home that evening, the house felt noticeably more peaceful. That night, for the first time in a long while, I slept without feeling eyes on me. I did not hear footsteps in the hallway. I did not see shadows pacing back and forth past the bedroom door. The feeling of being watched, which had become such a constant presence, was simply gone. Days turned into weeks and the uneasy sensations did not return. The windows stayed cracked, of course, but they did not get worse, and nothing new happened to add to the damage. We settled back into a normal routine. The kids played in the yard. We cooked dinner, watched TV, went to work, and slept through the night like regular people. We ended up living in that house for several more years, and during that time, the strange events stayed in the past, just a memory we did not bring up very often. Part of me always wondered if she had fully moved on or if she was simply content to leave us alone now that she knew we were not trying to take anything away from her. Either way, the peace held, and for that I was grateful. Eventually, when circumstances changed and the right opportunity came, we decided to sell the house and move. It was not a rushed escape. It was simply the next step in our life. Now we live in a much older house, one with a history that stretches back much farther than that little farmhouse ever could. Our current home was built in the 1760s, over 200 years ago. It has seen more people and more events than I could ever hope to count. At one point, it had been abandoned for decades, sitting empty and forgotten, and then it was moved on to a new foundation and brought to its current location. For a time, it was used as a museum house, with guides dressed in period clothing giving tours and telling visitors about life in the old days. When we first heard about it being for sale, I hesitated. With everything I had experienced in my life, the idea of moving into a house with that much history made me nervous. Old houses mean old stories, and old stories can mean old spirits. I was not sure I wanted to risk that again. But when we went to see it for the first time, something surprising happened. Instead of feeling heavy, or watched, or pushed out, both my wife and I felt welcomed. It felt like the house itself was reaching out to us, like it was tired of being a showpiece and wanted to be a real home again. The first floor was charming and warm, even if the second floor needed cosmetic work and repairs. We walked through the rooms and felt only peace and a quiet eagerness, as if the house was waiting for the sounds of a family living inside it again. We both had the strong, shared feeling that this home had chosen us, that we were meant to be there. After everything we had gone through, we trusted that feeling. We bought it. Now I spend my days working on this old place, fixing what time has worn down, and trying to honor its age while making it comfortable for my family. Even with its long history and many years, I still feel as welcome here as I did on the first day we stepped inside. There are creaks and shadows like in any old house, but they feel like the normal sounds and shapes of a living building, not like the symptoms of something angry or lost. I remain respectful of what I cannot see, but for now, this house feels like exactly what we needed, a place that wants to be our home and lets us live our lives in peace. This summer I got a job as an assistant in the technical and acquisitions department of a school. I am not allowed to say the name of the school, but I can say that it is a big, well-known place, and the building where we worked was built in 1974. Everyone kept reminding me that it was an old building, but when I first walked in, I did not really think of it that way. The halls were clean, the floors were well polished, the windows were intact, and the offices were full of computers, printers, shelves, and files. If no one told me the year it was built, I would have just thought it was like any other office in any other school. I was happy to get the job because I badly needed something to do during the vacation, and of course, I needed the money. I liked the idea of working in a school where people respected rules and schedules. I imagined my summer being simple. I would come in, do some paperwork, help my supervisor, laugh a bit with my co-assistants, eat lunch in the pantry, and then go home tired but satisfied. When I first met the people in the department, everything seemed normal. There was my supervisor, who was strict but kind, and there were other assistants like me, students or young people who needed extra income. The office had long tables with computers on them, filing cabinets lined up against the walls, and shelves full of equipment and papers. At first I was a bit overwhelmed by the number of documents and items we handled. We dealt with purchase orders, receipts, equipment lists, and sometimes we had to check newly arrived materials and update the records. My supervisor was very organized, at least in her own way. She had her own system, and the rest of us tried to follow it. My own table was placed near the area where the filing cabinets stood in rows, like small gray soldiers guarding old papers. Behind those cabinets was another section filled with shelves where they stored purchased materials, boxes, cables, tools, and all sorts of things that the school used but most students never even knew existed. Even when the lights were on, that area always looked a little dim. Maybe it was the way the shelves stood close together, blocking the light, or maybe it was the color of the walls and the objects on them, but I always felt like that corner of the office was somehow gloomier than the rest. For the first few days nothing unusual happened. I got used to the routine of coming in, greeting everyone, sitting at my desk, and working through whatever task my supervisor gave me. Sometimes we joked around, sometimes we were quiet and focused. The only thing that felt a little strange was that whenever I had to walk between the tall shelves at the back, I felt slightly uneasy, like someone might suddenly appear at the end of the row. At first I blamed it on my imagination. I told myself that I had watched too many scary movies and that I was just not used to being in an old, closed-in office for long hours. One day my supervisor gave me a task that I thought would keep me busy for only a short time but ended up taking much longer. She handed me a big pile of purchase slips and told me to sort them out properly before filing them. The slips were all mixed up, different dates, different items, different suppliers all put together in a messy bundle. I remember thinking, half-jokingly, that someone must have done this on purpose just to punish whoever would be assigned to fix it. I sat at my desk and started to go through them one by one, arranging them by date and type, making small piles, checking the printed details carefully. After a while I became so focused on what I was doing that I stopped paying attention to anything else around me. My eyes were on the papers, my hands were moving automatically, and the quiet hum of the office, people typing, printers working, chairs moving, became just background noise. Then, suddenly, I heard my name. It was my supervisor's voice, clear and normal, calling me like she always did when she needed something. Her table was about 5 desks away from mine. There were no other tables between us, just a row of filing cabinets, so it was easy to hear her whenever she spoke. I looked up right away, stood up, and walked toward her. When I reached her desk, I smiled and asked, "Yes, ma'am, what do you need?" She stared at me with a surprised expression, as if she had no idea why I was standing there. "What is it?" she asked. I felt confused. "You called me," I said. "I heard you calling my name." She shook her head and replied calmly, "No, I didn't call you. Maybe you just thought you heard something. Go back to what you're doing, we still have a lot to finish." I felt a little embarrassed, as if I had just imagined things and disturbed her for no reason. I shrugged it off, told myself that maybe one of the other assistants had said something that sounded like my name, and went back to my seat. The pile of purchase slips was still waiting, and I decided to concentrate on them again instead of thinking too much about the strange moment. After some time I finally finished sorting the slips into neat little stacks. The next step was to file them properly in the cabinets. I gathered the piles in my arms and walked toward the filing cabinets, which stood between my table and the shelves at the back. I opened one of the drawers and started arranging the slips inside according to the labels. This part of the office was quieter and a bit darker, because I was now farther from the windows and closer to the shelves full of stored materials. I could smell paper, cardboard, and dust mixed with the light scent of office cleaning chemicals. While I was busy sliding the folders and slips into place, I heard my name again. This time it was clearer and closer, and it sounded exactly like my supervisor's voice. But the strange thing was, the sound did not come from her direction. The voice came from behind me, from the side where the shelves full of purchased materials stood. I froze for a second. The voice had come from the darker area where the light did not fully reach. I slowly turned my head and looked toward my supervisor's desk, just to check. From where I was, I could see her sitting calmly, focused on her work. Her head was bent slightly forward as she wrote something or checked a document. She did not look like she had just called anyone. Before I could think of what to do next, I heard my name again. The same voice, the same tone, repeating my name over and over, maybe 4 or 5 times. It sounded exactly like my supervisor, but somehow also not like her, as if someone was copying her voice but could not fully get the feeling right. The hair on the back of my neck and on my arms stood up. I could feel my heart beating faster in my chest. I did not want to turn around and face the shelves behind me because I was afraid of what I might see between them. At the same time, I could not pretend that nothing was happening, because the voice kept repeating my name in that calm, almost patient way that adults use when they are waiting for you to come closer. I tried to tell myself logically that it must be a trick of sound, that maybe someone farther away had spoken and the voice just bounced around the room. But deep inside I knew that the sound had come from a spot right behind me, near the shelves. I was so scared that I forced myself to move. I closed the filing cabinet drawer gently, turned away from the shelves without looking directly into the spaces between them, and walked quickly toward my supervisor's desk. When I reached her, I did not tell her right away what had happened. Instead, I simply asked, "Ma'am, may I take a short break?" I think she saw that something was wrong because my face probably looked pale and my movements were a bit stiff. She glanced at me with a questioning look but did not ask too many questions. "All right," she said. "Go to the pantry for a while, but don't stay too long. We still have work to finish." I thanked her and almost ran toward the pantry, which was what we called the small room where we ate or rested. My hands were cold, and I could still hear the echo of that voice in my head, repeating my name again and again from behind my back. When I entered the pantry, one of my co-assistants saw my expression right away. "What happened to you?" she asked. "You look like you saw something scary." I tried to laugh it off, but my voice was shaky. "I just need a break," I said. "I think I scared myself." She must have felt that I needed comforting, because she stood up, went to the small table where we kept the kettle and cups, and offered to make me some coffee. As I sat there waiting for the hot drink, I could still feel my skin covered in goosebumps. The pantry was supposed to be our safe place, a small room where we could relax and talk about simple things like food, family, or school. At that moment, however, even the pantry did not feel as safe as before. After that incident, I became more careful about listening to voices in the office. Whenever I heard my name, I would always look around first before reacting, just to see if the person who supposedly spoke was really looking at me. For a while, nothing similar happened to me again, but I started to notice that I was not alone in feeling that the building was not completely ordinary. One of my co-assistants was Mai. She was the type of person who could easily make friends with anyone. She was always smiling, laughing, and talking, and she often told funny stories to lighten up the mood when everyone was stressed. As part of her job, she worked as an encoder, and her table was placed nearest to the comfort rooms. We often teased her about being so close to the restroom, but she would just laugh and say at least she did not have to walk far when she needed to go. One day, something happened to her that changed the way she felt about that spot forever. She later told us this story herself, and even though she usually spoke in a lively, joking tone, this time her face was serious and her voice was softer than usual. She said that she had been working on a summary of the equipment acquired by the school, typing data into the computer as usual, when she heard someone sobbing. At first, it was a soft, muffled crying sound, like someone trying not to be too loud. The sound came from the direction of the ladies' comfort room. Because her table was nearest to it, she heard it clearly. At first she tried to ignore it, thinking that maybe one of the female staff members was just having a bad day and wanted to be alone. But the sobbing continued. It rose and fell, full of sadness, and it did not stop. Mai was naturally a caring person. She told us that she started to worry that whoever was crying might need help. Maybe the person had a problem, or maybe she was sick. So after a few moments of listening, Mai stood up and walked toward the comfort room. She opened the door and stepped inside, expecting to see someone in front of the mirror or someone in the corner wiping tears away. But when she entered, the room was empty. The comfort room had several cubicles, and Mai said she checked each one. She lightly pushed the doors, thinking that someone might have gone inside and forgotten to lock the latch. But all the cubicles were empty. The sinks were dry, the mirrors reflected only her own confused face, and the sobbing sound had stopped. She thought maybe she had imagined it, or maybe the person had left just a second before she walked in. Feeling a bit foolish, she took a deep breath, fixed her hair in front of the mirror, and tried to calm herself. She told us she stood there for a moment, trying to steady her breathing. She did not want to go back to her desk looking like she had seen something strange, because the others would surely tease her. She splashed a little water on her face, wiped it with a tissue, and looked up at the mirror again. It was at that moment that she regretted going into the comfort room at all. In the mirror's reflection, behind her, she saw a lady standing inside one of the cubicles. The door was half open, and through the gap, she could see the woman's figure. The lady looked pale, dirty, and very, very sad. Her head was slightly bowed, and she was crying. The tears seemed to fall silently. But I said that the feeling of sadness coming from her was so strong that it almost felt like the air itself was heavy. I turned around quickly, but saw no one. When she looked back at the mirror, the lady was still there, still crying. The sight shocked her so badly that she screamed and then fainted right there on the comfort room floor. We only found out what happened when some staff rushed to help her and later brought her back to the office. The next day, Ma was pale and quiet. Instead of being noisy and cheerful as usual, she sat with a blank expression and did not say much. It did not take long before she requested a transfer to another department, away from our building. The supervisors approved it, and in a short time she was moved. She later said that she did not want to work near that comfort room again, not even for a single day. After hearing my story, the rest of us started to feel uneasy every time we passed by the comfort room. Even those who did not really believe in ghosts would walk faster near that area, refusing to look at the mirrors for too long. Some of the older staff exchanged meaningful looks when they heard the story, as if it confirmed things they had already suspected for years but never talked about openly. The pantry, as I mentioned earlier, was supposed to be our safe place. It was a small room with a few chairs and tables, a kettle, a water dispenser, some old mugs, and a small cabinet where we stored instant coffee, sugar, and snacks. It was where we ate our lunch, shared food, joked around, and sometimes took short naps during our breaks. Even when the office felt stressful, the pantry usually felt relaxed and warm, like a small corner where work could not reach us for a few minutes. But even the pantry did not escape strange events. One of my co-assistants, Dania, had an experience there that made all of us see the room differently. One afternoon, it was around 12:30, most of us were still at lunch or out of the office. That day, Dania had eaten earlier than the rest of us. She had finished her meal quickly and had gone back to the office, but she was feeling very sleepy. The office was quiet because many people were still not back. She decided that before going back to her desk, she would take a short nap in the pantry. She went into the pantry, pulled a chair, and lay her head down on the table or folded her arms to use as a pillow, as we often did when we were too sleepy. She closed her eyes, planning to rest for a few minutes. After a short while, she heard someone enter the office. She could hear the faint sound of the office door opening and closing, and footsteps crossing the floor outside. She did not pay much attention at first, thinking it was just one of us returning from lunch. The footsteps sounded normal, just the sound of shoes on the floor, but after a few moments, she noticed that whoever it was seemed to be walking toward the direction of the pantry. The footsteps came closer and closer, and then she heard the pantry door move as it opened. Someone entered the pantry. She could hear the sound clearly, but with her eyes still closed, she did not know who it was. She did not bother to look, because she assumed it was one of us coming in to get their food or to rest as well. She stayed in her position, pretending to sleep or trying to actually sleep, listening to the sounds. She heard the person pull a chair and sit down. She said the chair made that scraping sound on the floor that we all recognized. For a while, the person just sat there silently. She could feel, in that strange way you can sense another person in the room, that someone was nearby. Then, After some time had passed, she heard the chair move again as the person stood up. The footsteps started once more, walking past her and then out of the pantry. She waited for the sound of the office door opening and closing again, but it never came. Curious now, and a bit confused, she finally opened her eyes and looked around the pantry. No one was there. The other chairs were in their usual positions. The small table where we kept the kettle and cups was undisturbed. She frowned and walked to the pantry door. When she stepped out into the office, she saw that the main office door, the one that led into the hallway, was closed. There was no sign that anyone had entered or left. When she checked the desks, she realized that she was still the only one back from lunch. The silence in the office felt different now. It was not the normal quiet of an empty room, but something heavier, as if someone invisible was standing in the corner watching her. She quickly went back to the pantry to get her things, then waited for the others to return. When we finally came back, she told us the story in a shaky voice. Listening to her, I felt the same cold feeling in my chest as when I heard my name being called from the shelves. Mai, who had already been moved to another department, had left us with her own frightening experience in the comfort room, and now Dania was telling us that even the pantry, our supposed safe zone, was not as simple as we thought. As more days passed, we started to talk quietly among ourselves about all these incidents. We did not shout about them or make a big show, because we did not want to attract attention from the higher-ups or be laughed at by people who did not believe such things. But when we were alone, we shared our feelings and stories. We wondered who the crying lady in the comfort room was, why a voice that sounded exactly like my supervisor was calling my name from the back shelves, and who had walked into the pantry and sat beside Dania while the main door remained closed. Some people said that in old buildings like ours, it was normal for spirits to stay. Maybe they were former employees who once worked there. Maybe they were people connected to the school in some way. Maybe some of them were students who never left, or people who died nearby. None of us knew for sure. We could only guess and try to be respectful. After these experiences, the way I looked at the building changed. The long hallways, the old walls, the heavy doors, and even the simple furniture all seemed to have stories behind them that none of us fully knew. During the day, the building was full of life, students walking, teachers talking, staff moving around. But in the quieter times, like early in the morning, during long lunch breaks, or late in the afternoon when most people had gone home, the building felt like it belonged to someone else, to those unseen presences that showed themselves only in small, unexpected ways. I continued my job until the end of the summer, and I am proud that I did not quit even after those frightening moments. I still did my tasks, sorted papers, filed documents, and helped my supervisor as best as I could. But I also learned to listen to my instincts. If I felt uneasy in one part of the office, I tried not to stay there too long. If I heard my name but the person I expected was not looking at me, I stayed where I was until I was sure. Even now, when I think back to that summer job, I remember not only the work I did and the people I met, but also the strange things that happened, the voice that called me by name from the gloomy shelves, the pale crying woman in the comfort room mirror, and the invisible person who walked into the pantry, pulled a chair, sat beside my sleeping friend, and then left without opening the door. Those memories remind me that sometimes, in old buildings like that school, we might not be as alone as we think. I was still very young when this happened, maybe 6 or 7 years old, small enough to be afraid of the dark but old enough to remember details very clearly. We were living in Cavita then, just the 3 of us in a simple house, me, my mother, and my father. Our life was not perfect, but it felt steady. My father worked hard and my mother tried to smile even though she had been sick for a long time. She had lupus, and because of that she spent most of her days in bed, resting, taking medicines, and trying to keep her strength. Our house was not big. When I think about it now, I can still picture it. The bedroom where my mother and I slept was on the 2nd floor. There was a window that looked out over the front yard, and if you leaned close to it and looked down, you could see the front steps and the main door clearly. The yard had a gate and a small space of ground, not very fancy, just plain soil and some plants. At night, the front yard looked quiet and a bit shadowy under the weak light from the street. Inside, the house was simple too: a small living room, a kitchen, a staircase going up to our room, and my parents' things arranged neatly around the place. My father worked in Mandaluyong, far from Cavite, at a car shop. He was good with cars, and because of that, many customers trusted him. But it also meant he often came home late at night. Sometimes I would already be asleep when he arrived, and I would wake up in the morning and see that he was there, tired but smiling. On some nights, if he arrived earlier, I would hear his voice calling from outside, "Anak, Buxton Mo Young Pinto," and I would run downstairs to open the door for him. It became a familiar routine, and his voice always made me feel safe and happy. Because my mother was sick, she could not always get up quickly. Her body was weak, and simple movements sometimes cost her a lot of energy. I learned at a young age that I should not disturb her too much when she was resting. I also knew that I had to be braver than other kids my age, because sometimes my father was not home yet and my mother was too sick to move, so I had to be the one to check things, turn off lights, or close windows. Even so, despite wanting to act strong, deep inside I was still just a small child who could get scared easily. One night, something happened that I will never forget. It was an ordinary day at first. I do not remember every detail of that day, but I remember the evening. My mother and I were already in bed. The room was dark except for a faint light coming from outside and maybe a little bit from somewhere inside the house, slipping through the edges of the door. I was lying next to my mother. She was already asleep, or at least resting very quietly, her breathing slow and weak. I was drifting in and out of sleep, that hazy state where you are not fully awake, but not fully sleeping either, when I heard a sound, someone knocking on our front door downstairs. It wasn't very loud at first, just a firm knock, the way my father usually knocked when he arrived home late and wanted to let us know he was there. Then I heard a familiar voice. "Anak Pabukazing Pinto," my father's voice said. It sounded exactly like him. The tone, the warmth, the way he called me, Anak, everything was the same. For a moment, I felt relieved. I thought, oh, Papa's home already. It felt normal because that was how it always went. He would arrive, call out, and I would open the door, or my mother would get up slowly if she could. But something in me hesitated. Before getting up, I decided to check if he was really there. I slid off the bed quietly and went straight to the window. The window was one of those simple ones you could push open or slide aside. I moved close to it and looked down into the front yard, expecting to see my father standing by the gate or near the door, maybe rubbing his arms because of the night air, maybe carrying his things, maybe looking up and waiting for me to appear. But there was no one there. The front yard was empty. The gate was closed. The steps leading up to the front door had no person on them. The lights were dim, and only the shadows of the plants and the shapes of the walls were visible. My father's car was not there either. I stared for a few seconds, confused and a little unsettled. I had clearly heard his voice. It had sounded so real. I told myself maybe I had just dreamed it. Sometimes when you are half asleep, you mix dreams with sounds in real life. Maybe I had only imagined my father's voice because I was used to hearing it. I went back to the bed, lay down next to my mother, and tried to close my eyes again. Just as I was starting to drift back into sleep, I heard it again, the knock on the front door. This time it was a little stronger, a little more insistent. The sound echoed up toward our room, and then, again, my father's voice followed. "Anak Pabukazing Pinto," he said again. But now there was something different. He did not just call me Anak, he called me by my pet name, the special name only he used. It was a name that nobody else in the family used, only him. The way he said it was very familiar, and that made it even more disturbing because I knew this was not just a random voice. It was my father's voice, calling me exactly the way he always did. You would think that hearing your father's voice would make you feel safe, but in that moment, instead of comfort, I felt a sudden wave of fear. Something inside me, deep in my chest, reacted. I cannot explain why, but I felt that something was wrong. The voice sounded sweet at first, but the sweetness felt fake, like someone pretending to be kind but not really meaning it. Still, I did what I had done before. I got up from the bed, my small feet touching the cold floor as I walked back to the window. My heart was beating faster now, but I tried to stay calm. I told myself, it's Papa, don't be silly. I leaned again toward the glass and looked outside into the front yard. Once more, the front steps were empty. The gate was still closed. No car. No figure standing there. Not even a shadow of any person. The yard was completely still. At that moment, the fear inside me grew stronger. It felt like a cold hand closing around my chest. I knew then that something was not right. Ordinary things do not repeat exactly like that. Ordinary voices do not sound so real and yet come from nowhere. I turned away from the window, feeling my knees weaken a little. My first thought was to wake my mother. She was sleeping beside me, and I wanted badly for her to wake up, to tell me it was nothing, to comfort me and hold me. I hurried back to the bed and shook her gently. "Ma," I whispered. "Ma, geisen kamuna. May kamakatak. May tumadawag." All I got from her was a soft sound, a moan, as if she was stuck deep in her sleep. Her body did not really move. She did not open her eyes, did not ask what was wrong, did not react. It was like she was too tired or too sick to wake up. I shook her again, a little harder, but still, only a weak sound came from her lips, and then she was quiet again. She did not fully wake. I felt even more alone. I realized that even if I wanted her help, she could not give it to me at that moment. My fear rose higher. I could feel myself starting to shake. I did not want to look at the window anymore. I did not want to think about the front door or the empty yard. I did the only thing a small child would think to do in that situation. I hid. I crawled under the covers beside my mother, pulled the blanket up over my head, and curled up into a ball. Under the blanket, the air felt warm and tight, but at least I could not see the dark room or the window. I squeezed my eyes shut and pressed my hands over my ears, trying to block out every sound. I told myself, just sleep, don't listen. For a short while, there was silence. I could hear only my own breathing and the faint sound of my mother's breathing beside me. I started to think maybe it was over, maybe whoever or whatever was calling had gone away. Slowly, my body began to relax, but my heart was still beating fast. Then the knocking started again. This time it was no longer gentle. It was loud, heavy, and angry. The sound of the banging on the door echoed up through the house, even through the blanket, and my hands pressed over my ears. It felt like whoever was outside was no longer just asking politely to be let in, but demanding it. Then the voice came again. It was my father's voice, but now it had changed. The sweetness from earlier had disappeared. It was his angry voice, the kind he used when he was scolding, or when something serious was happening. "Anik," the voice shouted. "Sinabi ing buxen emo young pinto, eh." Then it called me again by my pet name, louder this time, sounding more irritated, more forceful. "Pagano bie? Diamo bie buxen on pinto?" Every word made my body shake harder. Tears started to gather in my eyes, but I did not cry out loud. I was too scared even to make a sound. I remember my whole body trembling under the blanket. My small hands were pressed so hard against my ears that they hurt, but I could still hear the banging and the shouting. It was as if the voice was inside the house, echoing off the walls and filling every corner, searching for me. I wanted so badly to believe it was really my father, but everything in me screamed that it was not. It sounded like him, but it did not feel like him. My real father, even when he was angry, still had a certain warmth in his voice, something that made me feel he cared. This voice was different. It sounded like him on the surface, but underneath, there was something else, cold, demanding, frightening. I did not move. I did not answer. I did not dare to get out of bed or approach the door. I just stayed curled up close to my mother, hidden under the covers, waiting for it to stop. I kept repeating in my head, "Don't answer, don't answer, don't answer." Time passed, though I do not know how long it really was. To a scared child, every minute feels like an hour. Slowly, the banging and shouting faded away. At some point, maybe because of exhaustion from fear, I fell asleep like that, still under the blanket, still shaken, still holding on to my mother's presence even though she did not wake up. The next morning, sunlight was coming through the window, and the house looked ordinary again. My mother was awake, and the first thing I wanted to know was whether she had heard anything. "Ma," I asked her, "did you hear someone knocking last night? Did you hear Papa calling us?" She looked at me calmly and said, "No, I didn't hear anything. I slept well." She even smiled a little and said she felt rested. To her, it had been just a normal night of sleep. That made me feel strange. How could she not have heard the loud banging and the shouting? I had tried to wake her, but she had not fully responded. For her, nothing had happened. Later that day, my father came home. But he did not come in tired from a late night shift. He arrived just as we were having lunch, in the daylight, with no signs of having knocked on the door the night before. We talked, and he explained why he had been away so long. He said he had to work overtime the previous night because a celebrity's car needed an overhaul, and it was an urgent job. He said he stayed at the shop until very late, and could not come home. I listened to him, and as he spoke, I realized something very clearly. The night when I heard the knocking and the angry voice, my father had not even been in Cavita. He had been far away, still in Mandaluyong, working at the car shop. There was no way he could have been the one at our front door calling my name. So who was it? I was only a child, and I did not know how to answer that question. All I knew was that something had mimicked my father's voice. It knew how he sounded when he was kind and when he was angry. It knew the pet name that only he used for me. It knew exactly what words to say to try to make me open the door. For a while, I kept the story to myself. I felt that if I told too many people, they might laugh at me or say it was just a dream. But the fear I felt that night was too real to be just a dream. One day, I shared the story with my grandfather. He was older, wiser, and he had that way of listening carefully without making you feel silly. I told him everything: the first gentle knock, the sweet voice asking me to open the door, my confusion when I saw no one outside, the second knock, the use of my pet name, the stronger fear I felt, my attempts to wake my mother, the loud banging, the angry shouting that sounded exactly like my father, and the way I hid under the blanket until I fell asleep. Then how we found out the next day that my father had not come home at all that night. My grandfather listened quietly, his face serious. When I finished, he looked at me and said slowly, "Apo, wag na wag kang sasagat. Wag na wag kang lilingen. Ganyan talaga anak." He did not explain in long detail what he meant, but his words were clear enough: never answer, never look back when something like that happens. There are things, he seemed to say, that call out to us using familiar voices, things that do not belong to this world the same way we do. His advice stayed with me. It made me understand on a deeper level that what I had heard that night was not my father, no matter how perfectly the voice sounded like his. Something had tried to trick me into opening the door. Something had wanted me to respond, to go downstairs, to unlatch that lock and let it inside. Until now, when I think of that night, I still feel a small shiver. I can still hear the knocking and the angry words in my mind. I still remember the empty front yard, the closed gate, the quiet street outside. I still remember the helpless feeling of trying to wake my sick mother and realizing she could not help me. But I also remember that I did not give in. I did not answer. I did not open the door. I stayed under the blanket and waited until it stopped. Maybe that is why I am here now, able to tell the story. Every summer when I was a kid, my stepbrother and I would pack our small bags and go on vacation to our aunt's house in Pasig City, and it always felt like the best part of the year because her neighborhood was the kind of place children dream about, a quiet subdivision where people knew each other. where the streets were calm enough for kids to ride bikes all day, and where a huge playground sat right in the middle like the heart of the whole community, with swings that creaked in the heat, a slide that stayed warm until late afternoon, an open space where our summer crew would gather like we had never been apart. We usually stayed for almost 2 months, long enough for the days to blend together into a single season of laughter, scraped knees, dusty slippers, and dinners that tasted better after hours outside. And then, when school was close, we would go back home and promise ourselves we'd be back again as soon as summer returned. My aunt lived there with her only daughter, our cousin, and my uncle worked for the Bureau of Customs, which meant he was often out at night, so the house had its own rhythm, with my aunt keeping things in order, my cousin moving between her room and her mom's room, and my stepbrother and I taking over our cousin's bedroom as if it were our own little base for the summer, because my cousin usually slept with my aunt in the master bedroom, and we would sleep upstairs, close enough to hear the house settle when the lights went off, close enough to hear the faint sounds of the neighborhood when the windows were open, and close enough to the hallway that every small noise felt like it belonged to the night. For years, nothing truly strange ever happened in that house, and if you asked me back then what I remembered most, I would have told you about the playground, the friends we only saw in summer, the racing games we played until our thumbs hurt, and the way we would roam the subdivision on our bikes, especially in the afternoons when the sun was bright but the wind still moved through the open lots, because at that time the subdivision wasn't completely full of houses yet, and there were still empty spaces, vacant lots where tall grass grew unevenly, where small piles of sand and gravel sat like leftovers from construction, where weeds and tiny wild flowers lived in the heat, and where, when the sun started to go down, the shadows would stretch long and make the open spaces look bigger than they were. On one particular summer night, after a day that felt extra full, the kind of day where you come inside with your skin sticky from sweat and dust, where your legs are tired from pedaling and running, and your stomach is so empty you could eat anything put in front of you, my stepbrother and I cleaned up enough to sit at the table for dinner, and we ate like we had earned every bite, finishing a hearty meal while my aunt asked the usual questions and reminded us not to stay up too late. And after that, we went upstairs to our cousin's room and played Nintendo Family Computer, which was the big thing back then, the kind of game console that could hold your attention until you forgot what time it was, and we played until our eyes felt heavy and our bodies finally remembered how tired we were. Eventually the lights went out, the room became quiet, and we settled into bed the way kids do when they believe nothing bad can happen because summer is supposed to be safe and happy and familiar. And I remember that I had a strange habit when I slept, something my family joked about, because I would fall asleep in what we called a sporty position, lying on my side with one leg stretched out straight and the other bent like I was mid-sprint, as if my body wanted to be ready to run even while I slept. The room itself was ordinary in the way children's rooms often are, with the smell of cloth and old paper, with the faint scent of whatever detergent was used on the bedsheets, with a few toys and small belongings arranged along the edges, with the window letting in a tiny bit of outside air and sound, and with the dark making the corners of the room look deeper than they were. But nothing about it looked threatening when we turned off the light, and nothing about it felt different from the many other nights we had slept there. That is why what happened next caught me so completely off guard, because it started not with a scream or a sudden shock, but with a sound that didn't make sense, a sound that slid into the quiet in a way that felt wrong precisely because it was not loud, not clear, and not easy to place. I was just about to drift off, right at the edge where your thoughts start to blur, and your body becomes heavy, when I suddenly heard what I can only describe as an unrecognizable buzzing, like something faint and restless, like a low vibration that wanted to become a sound but couldn't fully do it. And it startled me enough that my eyes opened wide and my whole body tightened, not because it was terrifying right away, but because it was strange, because it didn't match the normal noises of the house. At first I thought it was coming from the wall I was facing, the wall that separated our cousin's room from my aunt's room, and my mind went to the most normal explanation, which was that maybe my aunt or cousin was still awake and talking quietly, maybe the television was on low, maybe someone was moving around, maybe something electrical was humming. And because I was a child and still believed the world was mostly logical, I sat up and leaned closer to the wall, pressing my ear to it in a careful way, holding my breath to listen, trying to catch a recognizable voice or a word or even the sound of footsteps. But when I did that, there was nothing, only the plain, steady silence of a sleeping house. I stayed like that for a moment, my ear against the wall, the rest of me balancing on the bed, and I remember how the quiet felt thick, as if the wall itself was heavy and closed off, and when I pulled away and listened again, the strange buzzing was gone, and the sudden absence of it almost made me feel foolish, like maybe my brain had imagined it while falling asleep. After a few minutes of waiting, my eyelids grew heavy again, and I lay back down, returning to my usual sleepy comfort, trying to let the day fade out of my muscles. And just as I felt myself slipping towards sleep again, the sound returned, and this time it was clearer, like it had been waiting for me to relax, and I realized quickly that it wasn't coming from the wall at all, because when I stayed still and listened, the sound felt closer than the wall, closer than the air around me, as if it belonged to something touching my head. I didn't sit up right away, because I wanted to be sure, so I tried to shift slightly, and I noticed that the moment my ear pressed into the pillow, the sound began. And the moment I lifted my head, the sound stopped, and that simple pattern made my skin tighten with confusion, because it felt like the pillow itself was somehow producing it. I turned my head slightly, then pressed my ear down again, and there it was, and I listened harder, forcing myself to focus on the texture of the noise instead of the fear it was trying to build in me, and slowly the buzzing became something else, something more human and more unsettling. Because it wasn't a simple hum or a random vibration at all, it was whispering, many whispers layered together, the kind of whispering you might hear if you stood outside a room where people were talking secretly. Except I was alone in the bed and the whispering was right there against my ear, as if the pillow were carrying voices that weren't meant to be heard. What made it worse was that the whispers didn't belong to just one person, because they had different tones and different textures, some higher like a child, some lower like a man, some softer like a woman, and some so thin and airy they sounded like old breath. And they overlapped in a way that made it impossible to separate them into individual sentences. I tried to catch a word, any word, because if I could understand even one clear phrase, my mind could decide what it was, whether it was real conversation through the wall, or a radio, or a neighbor outside, or a dream that hadn't fully ended. But no matter how hard I listened, the words refused to form, like they were speaking in a language just beyond my understanding, or like they were speaking too fast and too softly at the same time. The strange part was that the whispering would not stop as long as my ear touched the pillow, and it would stop the moment I sat up, as if my movement broke a connection, and for a little while I tried to treat it like a game of logic, testing it again and again, lowering my ear, hearing the whispers begin, lifting my head, hearing them vanish, and each time the pattern remained the same, which only made me feel more trapped, because the moment you understand a pattern, you also understand that it can repeat, and if it repeats, you have to deal with it. At first, I told myself I could still sleep, because children are strangely good at adjusting when they have no choice, and for a while I tried to ignore it by changing positions, lying flat on my back instead of on my side, keeping my ears away from the pillow, staring up into the darkness, as if I could will myself into sleep without touching the thing that seemed to carry the voices. And it worked for a short time, because exhaustion is powerful, and the memory of the day still weighed on me, and my stepbrother was there in the room, breathing calmly, unaware, and the normalness of his sleep made me want to be normal too. But after a while, my body did what it always did, it shifted, it searched for comfort, and the moment I turned my head and my ear brushed the pillow again, the whispering started, and this time it felt louder, not necessarily louder in volume like a shout, but louder in the way it grabbed my attention, louder in the way it crowded into my thoughts and made it impossible to pretend it wasn't happening. I lay there with my eyes open, feeling my heart beat faster, and I kept thinking that if it was real, if it was truly coming from the pillow, then it meant something was wrong in a way I didn't know how to name, because pillows don't whisper, and houses don't speak into your ear, and yet the whispers kept flowing, never forming words, never pausing long enough for silence to reassure me. The next day, I felt tired in a way that didn't match the amount of sleep I had gotten, and even during daylight, even while we were out at the playground and laughing with our friends, I found myself remembering the sound, replaying it in my mind like a song you can't stop hearing, and by the next night, I went to bed with a small knot of worry already sitting in my stomach, because I was afraid of that moment right before sleep. The moment where you have to put your head down and trust the world to stay quiet. When the lights went out, I tried to be brave, and I told myself it might have been a one-time thing, some strange sound from outside, some electrical noise, some trick of tiredness. But as soon as I lay down and my ear met the pillow, the whispers returned, and the familiarity of them made my fear sharper, because it meant it wasn't random, it wasn't a mistake, it was something that could come back whenever it wanted, night after night. The whispers grew stronger in my awareness, and even though I still couldn't make out any words, the tone felt more insistent, and the buzzing quality beneath the whispers began to press into my head, making it feel like my thoughts were being crowded. And what was worst, what truly began to wear me down, was that the whispering seemed to follow me even after I got out of bed, not in the sense that I heard it clearly in the hallway or downstairs, but in the sense that my mind would keep listening for it. Like once your brain learns a sound, it keeps searching for it. And during the day, in quiet moments, I would catch myself thinking I could hear it again, a faint suggestion of voices behind other noises, and I would shake my head and look around, annoyed and uneasy at the same time. I didn't want to tell my aunt right away, because she was known as a skeptic, the kind of adult who didn't like talk about ghosts or strange feelings, and as a kid I had this fear that if I said something too weird, she would think something was wrong with me, not with the house, and in my child mind, something wrong with me felt more dangerous than something wrong with the pillow. Because you can change a pillow, but you can't change who you are. After several restless nights, I decided the easiest solution was to change beds, because if the pillow was the source, then switching places would solve it. And even though I tried to act casual about it, I remember how badly I wanted my stepbrother to agree, how my voice came out too firm, how I used the advantage of being older to force the swap, laughing a little as if it was a joke, but inside feeling desperate for relief. And for a few nights after the switch, I slept better, because the whispers didn't come, and I felt the tight knot in my stomach loosen, and I began to believe I had solved it, that it was just that one bed, that one pillow, that one spot in the room. But relief can be cruel when it is temporary. Because after a few nights, the whispers returned, and when they returned they weren't coming from the pillow anymore, and that shift made me realize I hadn't escaped anything at all, I had only moved it. This time, when I lay down and waited, the sound didn't start right away at my ear, and for a brief moment I thought maybe it was gone, but then I heard it from a new place in the room, lower and farther, and when I opened my eyes and stared into the darkness, I could sense the direction of it like you can sense where someone is speaking even without seeing them, and I realized it was coming from the antique chest at the foot of the bed, a heavy old piece of furniture that belonged to our grandmother, who at that time lived in Alabang, and the chest had always been there like part of the room's history, a quiet object you didn't think about because it just held things and sat where it sat. But now, in the dark, it felt like a mouth, like a container holding more than fabric or old items. Like it had a hollow space inside it where sound could gather. The whispering from the chest was different from the whispering from the pillow, because it had a deeper echo to it, as if the voices were trapped in a wooden box and the wood was shaping their breath. And as I listened, more sounds began to join it, small noises at first that could have been explained away, but after a while they became too distinct to ignore. Because there were knocks, not loud pounding, but steady tapping, like knuckles against wood, and there were low grumbling sounds, like the throat noises of someone trying to speak with a closed mouth, and those sounds came and went in uneven waves, as if something was pushing from inside and failing, pushing again, failing again, never quiet for long. In my mind, the chest became a problem I couldn't solve. Because you can't easily swap out an antique chest the way you can swap a pillow, and you can't pretend you didn't hear knocks when they arrive in the same pattern night after night. And what made it worse was the feeling that the whispers weren't only noise anymore, they were presence. Like the room had grown crowded without anyone entering it, like the air itself had grown thick with unseen attention. I tried to tell myself it was the house settling, wood expanding and contracting in the heat. The normal sounds old furniture makes at night, but the whispers weren't like creaks. They were voices layered together, and the knocks weren't random, they came in clusters, and the grumbling had a rhythm that made my skin prickle, and each night, as soon as the room went quiet, I would feel my body tense in anticipation, because I knew the sounds would return. My stepbrother, for reasons I still don't fully understand, didn't react the same way I did, and maybe he slept deeper, maybe he ignored it. Maybe it didn't happen to him the way it happened to me, and that made me feel even more alone, because fear feels larger when you can't share it, and I didn't want to wake him and make him afraid too, not when we were supposed to be enjoying our summer, and not when I still wasn't sure what an adult would say if I admitted I heard whispering in a pillow and knocking from a chest. As the weeks went by, I began to dread nighttime, and my body became restless in a way that made it hard to stay still. Because every time I closed my eyes, the whispers seemed to press closer. And every time I tried to relax, the knocks would start, and I developed this habit of listening too hard, as if listening could protect me, as if knowing exactly when the sound would start could stop it from surprising me. But listening only made it worse, because the more you listen to whispers, the more your mind tries to turn them into meaning, and meaning is exactly what I didn't want, because if the voices ever formed words, I was terrified of what they might say. I reached a point where I felt like I couldn't endure 2 months of this, yet I also didn't know how to escape, because we were guests in my aunt's home, and summer vacation was supposed to be a treat, and I couldn't simply demand we leave, so I started looking for a smaller, quieter kind of escape inside the house itself, and that is when I decided to sleep on my aunt's bedroom floor, because her room was the only air-conditioned room. And it gave me a perfect excuse that sounded normal, something no one would question, because anyone could understand wanting cooler air in the summer, and no one would suspect I was actually trying to get away from whispers and knocks. The first night I slept on the floor in my aunt's room, I remember feeling a strange mix of relief and embarrassment. Relief because the sounds were farther away, embarrassment because I was old enough to feel like I shouldn't need to sleep near an adult. Yet fear has a way of removing pride, and the comfort of being close to my aunt, even if she didn't know the real reason, felt like a shield. The air conditioner hummed softly, a steady normal sound that made the room feel safe, and my aunt's breathing, the small movements of sleep, the simple reality of another person being there, made it easier for my body to release some tension, and for the first time in many nights, I slept more deeply, though even then, a part of me still listened. Still waited for the whispering to creep under the door, still expected a knock, and when morning came and nothing had happened, I felt grateful in a quiet way I couldn't explain. I kept using the same excuse, night after night, that I liked the cold air, that I slept better in an air-conditioned room, that the heat upstairs made me restless, and my aunt accepted it, probably thinking it was just the child's preference, and I never told her the truth because I couldn't imagine her believing it. And I also couldn't imagine what would happen if she didn't believe it, if she laughed. Or worse, if she looked at me with concern the way adults look at a child they think is having problems, because I didn't want to be the problem. I wanted the problem to be something outside me, something I could leave behind. By the time the 2 months ended, I felt like I had survived something instead of simply enjoyed a vacation, and when we packed to go home, I felt a quiet happiness that had nothing to do with school starting and everything to do with leaving that room, leaving that chest, leaving those whispers behind. And when the next summer came, when my stepbrother and I would normally be excited to go back, I made sure it didn't happen. I found reasons, excuses, anything, and I held on to my refusal with a stubbornness that surprised even me, because I didn't want to step into that house again, not after what I had experienced in the dark, not after what had followed me into waking thoughts during the day. It was only later, after enough time had passed, that I could talk about it without feeling like the whispering might return the moment I said it out loud, that I heard something that made my blood run cold in a different way, because I learned from our grandmother, the one who owned the antique chest, that there were stories about that house, and she told me, in the plain way older people sometimes speak about things they accept as true, that the house was believed to be haunted by not just one ghost, but 3. And she described them with names that sounded like warnings more than descriptions, a black lady, a burning lady, and a faceless man, and she said that was the reason she didn't live there, that she lived in Alabang with our other aunt instead. And when she said those words, the memory of the whispering, the knocking, the grumbling sounds from the chest, all of it settled into my mind like pieces clicking into place, not because I suddenly understood everything, but because I finally understood that what I had felt in that room might not have been only my imagination or a child's fear. And what stayed with me most was not a clear image of a ghost, because I never saw a face, never saw a body, never saw a shadow that I could point to, but the sensation of being listened to in the dark, the feeling of invisible voices pressed close to my ear, the way the whispering seemed to grow louder night after night until it followed me even into daylight, and the way the antique chest felt like it was holding something that wanted to get out, something trapped and impatient. And even now, when I think back to that summer, I can still remember how my body felt right at the edge of sleep, how the quiet of the room could suddenly become crowded, how a simple pillow could feel like a doorway for something unseen, and how I learned, much earlier than I wanted to, that sometimes the scariest things are not the ones you can see, but the ones you can only hear. The ones that whisper without words, the ones that make you doubt your own senses while still leaving you too afraid to close your eyes. I was only 3 years old when this happened, so most of what I know comes from what my mother told me later, the way she would tell it in a calm voice on ordinary afternoons, as if she was trying to convince herself it had really happened and also trying not to scare me too much. But even if my memory is soft around the edges, the story has always felt sharp. Like a picture you can't stop seeing once someone places it in your mind. It was the kind of night when a family moves because it has to, because someone has died and there is grieving to be done the next day, and nobody is fully rested or fully prepared, and everyone's thoughts are heavy before the trip even begins, and that weight sits in the vehicle with you, mixed with the smell of warm seats, faint sweat, and the quiet nervousness of adults trying to do the right thing at the right time. So we left Manila at night and started our long drive, and even though I was little, I was there in the Jeep with my parents and relatives and my father's friends, drifting in and out of sleep, my head sometimes against the shoulder, sometimes against the bag, sometimes against the window that felt cold when my cheek touched it, and the road noise and the engine vibration became like a lullaby, but also like a warning, because at night the road has a way of feeling endless, and the darkness outside the windows can feel thicker than it should. My mother said that at some point we made a left turn on the way to Bayambang, and she remembers it clearly because the corner was marked by a gas station, a simple gas station sitting there like a bright spot in the dark, the kind of place you notice because it's a small island of light when everything else is quiet and black, and according to her the gas station was on the corner, and that corner mattered, because after that turn the road felt different, as if we had slid out of the normal path without realizing it. We continued on a two-way road, the kind that looks ordinary until you are far from any familiar landmark, and the farther we went the more the night seemed to close in, and then, one after another, we passed 7 bridges, and even that detail feels strange when I think about it now, because 7 bridges is a lot, and even if roads can have bridges close together, there was something about the way my mother described them that sounded unnatural, as if the bridges appeared too neatly, too regularly, as if they were placed there like steps meant to lead you somewhere. She said that after the bridges we entered a stretch of road where bolete trees covered almost the whole sky for about a kilometer, and if you know bolete trees, you know why that matters. Because bolete trees look old even when you don't know their age. Their branches twist like arms and their roots hang down like hair, and at night they can make the air feel crowded. And my mother said those trees arched overhead so thickly that the road felt like a tunnel made of leaves and shadow, with the sky almost completely hidden. And I can imagine the headlights cutting through that tunnel, lighting up trunks and roots and branches that seem to move even when they don't, making the shadows shift like living things. And as we traveled, something about the road must have confused or pulled at the driver's sense of direction, because after a few minutes we stopped on a bridge. And this is one of the moments my mother always emphasized, because they did not realize at first that the Jeep was only a few meters away from a very high fall, like the edge of the world just beyond the rail, and in the dark you can't always judge distance, so the danger was hidden. And my father saw something that made him think help was near, because below or near the bridge he saw a boat with people holding a gas lamp. And that lamp was important because it wasn't electric light, it was that old kind of flame that flickers, that makes a warm circle in the dark and turns the rest of the night even darker by contrast. And my father called out to them and asked for directions, trying to be practical, trying to find the correct road again. And then, as if someone had pinched out a candle, the light vanished into thin air and the boat vanished too, not drifting away, not turning a corner, not fading behind fog, but simply gone. And the sudden emptiness would have been worse than if the boat had never been there, because it suggested that the night itself was changing, that what you saw could be taken away instantly. My mother said she decided then that they needed help and that she would go down the road to look for someone, because that is what adults do when they are trying not to panic. They turn fear into action. And she and whoever went with her started walking, leaving the jeep behind on that bridge that felt unsafe. And the air around them must have been damp, with the smell of fields and trees, and the sound of insects and distant water. And as they walked they passed a group of frogs, and my mother said it wasn't just a handful, it was more than hundreds, an unreal number, a living carpet of frogs, their bodies shining faintly in the headlights' leftover glow or the weak light they carried. And the frogs were everywhere, clustered and hopping, making that wet, small sound frogs make when they move. And she said it felt like the frogs were gathered there for a reason, not randomly, like they were watching or guarding the road. And even if you want to believe it was simply nature, the timing of it makes the scene feel like a sign, because it came right after the boat and the vanished lamp. They kept walking, and my mother said they moved along rice fields, which means open land, flat land, land where there aren't many places for a vehicle to hide. And the darkness over a rice field can feel enormous, because the field is wide and the horizon is low, and the sky feels like it presses down. And while they walked they noticed they were being followed by a red Volkswagen, and that detail always made my skin prickle because a red car stands out in the night even when you can only see it in flashes. And she said the drivers were all wearing gray suits, neat gray suits like officials or businessmen, except the most terrifying part was that they had no faces at all, no eyes, no mouth, no nose, just blank skin where a face should be, as if someone had smoothed them over. And at first they didn't react the way you might expect, because sometimes when something is too strange your mind refuses to accept it, so you tell yourself you are tired, you are stressed, you are imagining things, you keep walking, you don't look too long, you don't want to acknowledge it. And my mother said they tried not to mind the car, but then, after a few seconds, the Volkswagen vanished behind them, and the reason that mattered was because it was impossible for it to just disappear. Not on a narrow path beside rice fields, not with nowhere to turn, nowhere to hide, no house or building close enough to block it from view. And that impossibility is what changed discomfort into real fear, because a normal person might drive away or stop or turn around. But something that vanishes like a trick is not normal. That fear made them walk faster, trying to reach any sign of a real house, a real person, any stable point in the night. And after a few minutes they noticed they were being followed again. And this time it was even more absurd, because it was a 10-wheeler truck traveling with them on a very narrow road, a road that should not have been able to fit such a truck comfortably, a truck that should have sounded loud, that should have shaken the ground, that should have been hard to ignore. And again the people driving were wearing gray suits. And again they had no faces, and my mother said it was like the night was offering them the same strange figure in different forms, escalating the size and the threat, as if the road itself was showing them that normal rules didn't apply. Just like the Volkswagen, the truck vanished after a few seconds, gone in a way that did not make sense, and by then panic wasn't just a possibility, it was in their bodies. It was in the way they breathed, the way their hearts beat, the way their eyes kept darting to the sides as if expecting something else to appear. They reached the end of the road and saw a house. And a house at night can look like safety, even if you don't know who lives there. Because it is light and walls and a door, it is something human, something that suggests the world is still normal. So they knocked and asked the gatekeeper if we could spend the night there. And this is another moment my mother described with a kind of quiet horror, because the gatekeeper said the house was already full, and my mother and the others peeped inside, and what they saw made the refusal feel like a warning, because the people lying on the floor were the same as the drivers, wearing gray suits and having no faces, lying there like bodies that were resting or waiting, too many of them, arranged in a way that did not feel like guests sleeping, but like a scene staged to trap anyone who came close, and at that moment the house was no longer a shelter. It was an extension of whatever was following them, and the realization that an entire house could be filled with faceless people is the kind of thing that turns fear into instinct, because you stop thinking and start moving. They hurried back to the Jeep as fast as they could, because the Jeep, even stuck on a bridge near a drop, was still their one tool to get out. And in my mother's telling, there is always a frantic energy here, the rush of footsteps, the sound of breath, the way voices would have turned sharp. Not screaming, but urgent, clipped, because screaming wastes oxygen and draws attention, and they just wanted to leave, to get away from that place where boats and lights vanish, where frogs gather like a living wall, where cars and trucks appear with faceless drivers, where even the houses are full of the same gray-suited emptiness. They got back into the Jeep and drove, and they traveled the same road where they had passed the bridges and the believed trees, expecting to retrace their path, expecting to find that corner gas station again and take the correct route to Pangasinan, expecting the road to behave like a road. But what happened next confused them even more, because at some point they stopped on a cliff-like stretch, and when they looked around and tried to understand where they were, they realized the bridges were no longer there, and my mother said 5 of the bridges were gone, simply gone, and the road had become a very steep, dangerous stretch, as if the bridges had been removed and the land had been cut away. And you can imagine how that would feel, like driving into a place that doesn't match what you just drove through, like the world has been edited behind you. They passed beneath trees that seemed almost lying on the ground, and the last 2 trees were even blocking the road, so my father's friends had to clear the way, moving branches, forcing the Jeep through. And there is something deeply unsettling about having to physically clear a path through trees at night, because it makes you feel like you have entered a place people don't usually pass through, a place the road is not meant to go anymore, and yet they did it, because they had no other choice. And after a few hours of driving, struggling, and trying to hold on to any sense of direction, they finally reached the gas station again, the same gas station on the corner that my mother remembered, and the sight of it should have been relief, because it was familiar. It was lit, it was a fixed point, so they filled the Jeep with gas, trying to act normal, trying to step back into the ordinary world, and my father asked the gas boy about the bridge, and the boy said the bridge was out, and he pointed to a very big signboard saying the bridge was washed out, a sign so large it should have been impossible to miss, a sign like a billboard, and that was what made the whole thing feel like a cruel trick, because none of the people in the Jeep had seen that sign when they first came through, and they weren't careless. They were watching the road, they were alert, and yet the sign had been invisible to them, and the fact that it was so big made the invisibility feel intentional, as if something had chosen when they could and could not see, as if the night had hidden the warning until it was ready to show it. They continued traveling to Pangasinan, still trying to reach their destination, and this part becomes almost dizzying, because my mother said that no matter how far they tried to move away from the gas station, no matter how many left and right turns they made, they always passed the same gas station again with the washout billboard, like they were stuck in a loop, like the road kept folding back on itself, and in a normal situation you might say they were lost and circling, but they were making turns on purpose, trying to change direction, and yet the same corner, the same lights, the same sign returned again and again. And that repetition is what made them finally name what they believed was happening, because when rational explanations fail repeatedly, people reach for the language they were raised with, the stories they heard from elders, the words that explain what roads and maps cannot, and my mother said they understood then that they were being played by Encanto, the kind of spirits or elementals people talk about in Philippine folklore, beings that can confuse travelers and lead them in circles. And whether you believe in that or not, you can understand why they felt it. Because to be forced back to the same point over and over is to lose your sense of control, and losing control at night on unfamiliar roads is one of the fastest ways to panic. They decided they needed to rest somewhere safe, somewhere with a real roof and real people, so they went to the house of one of my father's friends, and they stayed there for the night, and the simple act of being in a house that belonged to someone they knew, with walls that felt normal, with a caretaker who spoke like an ordinary person, must have been calming, like stepping out of a nightmare into a room where the furniture doesn't move, where shadows behave, where a voice comes from a face. My father asked the caretaker about the bridge, and the caretaker said the same thing, that the bridge was washed out from the first bridge they had passed, and hearing the same information from a second person might have confirmed reality in one way. But it also confirmed something else, that the warning had been real all along, and that somehow they had been kept from noticing it, and that feeling, that you can be on the same road as everyone else but not seeing the same things, is one of the most frightening parts of stories like this, because it suggests your senses can be controlled. This next part is the only part one can claim as even partly mine, because my mother said I slept through most of the night, as a child would, worn out by travel and fear and the warmth of adults around me. But around 3 in the morning, my relatives were awakened by a familiar sound, the sound of an ice cream bell, and that detail is eerie in a quiet way, because an ice cream bell is a sound that belongs to daylight, to afternoons, to children running to the street with coins in their hands, not to the deep hours of the night when even dogs usually sleep, and yet they heard it clearly, the bell and the sound of a vendor cart moving outside the house. Even though they didn't see the vendor or the cart, and you can imagine how that would feel, lying inside a quiet house, listening to a cheerful sound in a time when cheer feels wrong, and the contrast itself becomes unsettling, because it's like something pretending to be normal in a way that is slightly off, slightly misplaced. In the morning my father decided to go home, and after a night like that, home becomes more than a destination. It becomes a promise that the world can return to the way it should be, and on the way they stopped at a fruit stand. And my father asked where the sweet fruits came from, and the owner said they were from another province, and my father asked how they were delivered, and the owner said they passed the bridge, and that answer hit like a small shock, because it suggested that in the normal version of the road, the bridge exists, or at least it existed for the fruit delivery. And the idea that other people were passing through without trouble made my parents' experience feel even more isolated and strange, as if the road had chosen them specifically, as if the confusion had been meant for them alone. We left the stand after eating, and we continued our way back to Manila, and by then the daylight would have softened things, because daylight can make even the scariest night feel far away, like it happened in a different world. But fear doesn't always vanish with the sun, sometimes it lingers in the way you keep checking mirrors, the way you keep scanning the side of the road, the way you feel watched, even when you can't explain why. And my mother said that while we were traveling on NLEX, she still saw the red Volkswagen following us, the same red Volkswagen from the rice fields. And she saw it appear and then vanish, and she said it would vanish after reaching the Balintawak exit. And whether it was real or a shadow of fear in her tired eyes, the fact that she saw it at all tells you how deeply the night had gotten into her mind. Because once you've seen something impossible, the world never feels fully stable again for a while. And what stays with our family in this story is not just one moment of fear but a chain of moments, each one stranger than the last, like stepping stones that lead you deeper into a place you didn't mean to enter. The left turn, the gas station, the 7 bridges, the bolete trees covering the sky, the jeep stopping too close to a deadly fall, the boat with the gas lamp that vanished, the sea of frogs, the red Volkswagen with faceless men in gray suits, the 10-wheeler truck on a road too narrow for it, the house filled with the same faceless figures lying on the floor, the rush back to the jeep, the road changing so that bridges were gone and steep drops replaced them, the trees blocking the way, the return to the gas station and the suddenly obvious washout sign that had been invisible before, the looping route that kept returning to the same corner no matter how many turns they took, the acceptance that something unseen was guiding them, the night in a friend's house, the ice cream bell at 3 in the morning, the fruit stand owner talking about crossing the bridge as if nothing was wrong, and my mother still seeing the red Volkswagen following us on the expressway and disappearing again. When you put all of those pieces together, the story doesn't feel like one incident, it feels like a long, winding trap. As if something on that road had the power to bend what people see, to rearrange what exists, to make warnings invisible and impossible things visible, to lead you away from safety and then return you to the same point until you admit you are not in control. And I know I was just a child, mostly asleep, not understanding what was happening, but I also know that stories like this become part of a family the way certain prayers do, repeated softly, passed on, because they carry a lesson that is hard to explain but easy to feel. The lesson that there are nights when the familiar road is not familiar, when a bright gas station can become a marker of a loop instead of a marker of progress, when a sign can be too big to miss and yet still be unseen, when a cheerful ice cream bell can sound like a warning instead of comfort, and when the most unsettling thing isn't even the idea of ghosts or monsters but the idea of being guided by something you cannot see, something playful or cruel. Something that turns the map into a circle and the road into a question, and even now, whenever I hear people talk about Encanto and the way travelers can be led astray, I think of my mother's voice describing that red Volkswagen and the faceless men in gray suits, and I can't help imagining the quiet night air over rice fields, the old trees arching overhead, and a gas lamp that flickers once and then disappears as if the darkness itself swallowed it whole.